Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Final table here at APT Hanoi. After 3 long, arduous days of grinding, 581 entries, 17.7 billion VND in the prize pool. We are down to our final 9 players. Let's meet our 9 finalists right away. And in seat 1, folks, we have representing Vietnam with 1.7 million in chips. Please give it up for Chung Win Dick. And in seat 2, also representing Vietnam, 2.565 million in chips. It's none other than and representing South Korea, coming in with 4.1 million in chips. Please give it up for our South Korean, Kim Dong-won. Continues to represent very strongly here, folks. Another Vietnamese player with 1.4 million in chips. It is none other than An Sang-win. And in seat 5 with 1.4 million in chips, representing Japan, please give it up for Uemura Takamasa. And up next in seat 6, 2.2 million in chips, folks, representing Taiwan. Please give it up for none other than Liu Chun-chie. And representing South Korea as well, our second Korean here, our short stack ninja at this final table, 680,000 in chips. Please give it up for Wang Jiang-ho. And of course, our massive chip leader, I apologize. It's 6.6 6.2 million in chips. Our overwhelming chip leader, 6.2 million. Give it up for India's Akshay Nasa. And last but not least, representing Down Under from Australia, 2.6 million in chips. Last but not least, EJ Jericho. That is your final 9 players of the APT main event here in Hanoi. Please give it one more time for all of the finalists. Give it up for the main event final table.
Once we lose a player, we have to take a 15-minute break to adjust the game. We have all 8 players here. The opening match will be 25.
Welcome. We are here coming to you live from Hanoi, covering the summer series of the APT, and we are covering the final table of the main event here in Hanoi. My name is Vidar Singhal. I'm joined by my co-host Stephen Lai, and we will be bringing you the action today at this incredible event to cap off this incredible series. We are down to the final 9 in the coveted main event, 35 million Vietnamese dong buy-in, an absolute smashing of the 12 billion Vietnamese dong guarantee, a prize pool with 581 players making up 17.7 billion VND. That's about 720,000 US dollars, leading to an incredible first place to fight for 145,000 US dollars. That's good for 3.4 billion Vietnamese dong. We will be crowning an APT champion here today. We will be also minting a few other billionaires, at least in Vietnamese dong, and we will be bringing you all the action today as we head down to the champion. Stephen, welcome to the stream. Are you ready to kick off this amazing day of poker?
I am so excited to and looking forward to watching a bit of final table action. You know, I'm excited and I'm also very jealous because obviously both you and I would like to be there rather than in the booth, right?
Oh, absolutely. What a feeling it is to be at any final table, but an APT main event final table with that beautiful new era APT trophy to fight for. I mean, what I would give to be on that final table, but oh well, such is our luck, such is the life we've chosen. Meanwhile, the players we see here in front of you, we will be, of course, introducing you to each of them. We've had a good night to look into their accomplishments in poker, perhaps their lack of accomplishments thus far. This final table itself being an accomplishment, and they're looking to add the coveted main event title to it. It's going to be an amazing day of poker. And Stephen, we've had the privilege of covering a lot of these players on feature tables on day 2 and day 3. I mean, if that is any indication of what they're capable of, it's going to be a wild day of poker.
Oh, absolutely. You know, yesterday we saw some very gutsy plays, but we also saw some very tight passive plays. So, you know, hopefully that will be some adjustments after a long night of, you know, strategizing by all the players, and I'm sure they have a really, really solid game plan for today.
Well, talk about gutsy. Akshay Nasa, who is the overwhelming chip leader, 6.2 million in chips. The blinds are 25k, 50k. Opening up with Queen 3 suited, and trust me, Akshay is one of the Indian superstars. I'm very familiar with him, not just on the Indian scene, but he's been crushing it in Southeast Asia as well. And he is already coming out firing. Out of the gun +3 opens up Queen 3 suited. He's just asking a question. I'm the table captain. Do you want to put up any resistance?
Well, he sure doesn't only play, you know, he's not playing like his name, Natsa. He doesn't play rockets only. He's got a very wide range, isn't he?
Nicely done. Did you have that
Thank
locked
you.
up all evening? Or?
Oh, I have it all written on little pieces of post-it notes on my monitor. Don't worry about it.
Well, everybody else has whiffed the board. 5 deuce deuce, about as clean as it comes for a pre-flop raiser. And Akshay continues betting into 2 players. Both the blinds woke up with reasonable holdings. Ace-9, you have 25 bigs. You've just come into the first hand of the final table. Does put up resistance. Seat number 4, Wen Sang, has had an amazing journey coming to this final table. Chip leading the tournament for multiple days. I believe getting massaged all throughout day 2.
Topless, apparently. Is that right?
At one point, until that was put an end to. Check, check, and ace high is going to be the best hand. And given the check, check, Wen Sang might not feel too bad about his holding here. I suspect he's going to check and evaluate his options. So tough to play against the chip leader. And there is something to this factor of coming in to a new day at the final table. All the players guaranteed 289 million VND already. That's good for 12,000 US dollars. But overnight, you've probably had a chance to just adjust to that. You probably know that that's your new minimum. And you are trying to make a little bit more at least. Of course, everybody's going to go for first place. But those ladders, you've put up 35 million VND. You want to participate in those massive pay ladders. Next place good for 367 million VND. That's 16,000 US dollars. So is there an element of not wanting to bust first, do you think, Stephen?
Oh, definitely. Especially because, you know, you spend 3 days trying to get, well, you spend 3 days trying to get to the final table. And, you know, you do want to enjoy your time. So being a little bit tighter is quite normal, really, I say.
Akshay
Liu picks up ace 5 from under the gun. I think he's looking like he is going to raise. I actually had a bit of a fact-finding exercise on him last night, speaking to my Taiwanese friends. And apparently he's relatively new to poker. He doesn't actually live in Taiwan. He's a businessman working in Vietnam for the past 15 years. So he's quite new to the game, but, you know, he's come this far. So let's see how much further he can go, eh?
Well, what an accomplishment to be new to poker and find yourself at the main event final table here in Hanoi. And
So,
perhaps
oh,
that...
you know, it's interesting because, you know, it's maybe showing a little bit of his greenness because, you know, it's not very often you see someone limping from UTG.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Perhaps that relative lack of experience showing with the limp, it's certainly not a standard play these days in multi-table tournaments. As it happens, it allowed Takamusa to participate in this hand for free. Perhaps he would have done so anyway with Queen 10 suited. Absolutely smashing the flop, top pair, and the flush draw.
Oh, you know, when you flop something like this with 10 Queen suited, you feel invincible, don't you?
Time to start building that pot.
But oftentimes people do say, oh, you know, these businessmen who, the bosses, you know, who come to play poker and they don't have a clue. You know, I used to think that when I was younger, but not anymore because, you know, now I find that they become successful in their whatever expertise they're in, whatever area of commerce they're in, and they are smart. And poker is a game where smart people can improvise and find ways of beating. You know, that's more than just the so-called GTO way. So, you know, don't ever underestimate the bosses at the table.
Yeah, absolutely not. And what you said is so interesting. I just love this element of poker. Some traders, like stock traders and those who participate in financial markets feel this way as well. It's sort of the ultimate meritocracy. You know, you can just sort of use mental fortitude to beat your opponents and make money if you're good at it. Of course, in poker, and as well as the stock market, there's a lot of luck attached, but in the long run, it's pure skill.
I guess my run hasn't been long enough then.
Well, that exact statement is the reason for a lot of poker economies.
You know, people often say, oh, you know, it's the sample size, it's variance, but how big does it need to be when you're running bad? When am I going to get out of it?
You do raise an interesting point in case anybody's listening, and we will be checking in with our YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook chat very shortly as we get things going here. But it is very, very hard to estimate what variance actually means and how long of a run is actually pretty long. And such is the nature of the game. I mean, you have to play thousands and sometimes hundreds of thousands of hands before you've achieved that quote-unquote long enough run and your luck evens out.
And as J.M. Keynes once said, you know, in the long run, we're all dead.
Exactly.
But, you know, with the advance of online poker, people do get to go through a lot more hands. And they get to practice. They get to balance out the variance. Anyway, let's see this flop. 6, 4, 5, 2 clubs. So both players have missed.
Well, the standard open, of course, with the monster hand on the button. Takumasa defending fairly light King 7 off in the small blind. And dare I say, despite not having a pair yet, has somewhat outflopped his opponent. 2 overs and a straight draw, and an open-ended straight draw.
From 30% dog to pretty much a flip on the flop.
And Sang seems to have continuation bet, or perhaps he put out a time bank. Oh, there we go, 105k into about 300. Doubt he's feeling too comfortable in the hand. He's sort of going with the flow here. Takumasa needs to decide whether he's willing to be aggressive on this board. I mean, after all, if you defend King 7 suited, what else are you hoping for? Does only have
Well,
29 big blinds.
The nut advantage is, you know, completely on the small blind side. You know, button doesn't really have that many, you know, 7, 8 or 5, 6 combos. Whereas the small blind, you know, a light defense could have the absolute nuts on this board.
Absolutely. The range advantage, like you said, is exactly what Takumasa might be considering exploiting here. Reaches for those red chips, bumps it up. This is going to be a dagger to the heart of Wen Sang. Monster on the button. You're basically under-repped. He's going to be opening very wide on the button. Having an actual hand just feels like such an advantage.
It's going to be a very difficult spot to call here for Van Sang. Yeah, and he folds. You know, sometimes, you know, on this kind of board, so coordinated and so very, very wet, is, you know, sometimes it's worth considering, you know, even though aggression is important in poker, it's worth considering just checking it, just peel off a free card. Hit a king or an ace, then, you know, you're far more comfortable with the situation.
Yeah, and it's so interesting at the very start of a final table, especially a huge final table like this. I think sometimes you're willing to give up EV, so to speak, in particular spots and particular hands in favor of really setting some sort of a tone, some sort of a dynamic. You know, you're on the button there, you're going to be facing the blinds pretty much every orbit, you know, if others will let you. And you ideally want to have some sort of a dynamic saying, hey, I'm going to be opening the button. If I do open the button, I'm going to be continuation betting the button no matter what comes. I just actually love observing this from the booth. And even if I'm on the table, small blind versus big blind dynamics, button versus blind dynamics, that's actually one of the more interesting parts of final table poker.
Absolutely. I think especially at the table, right? Because something's at stake. You know, we are just chatting and we have this godlike vision of knowing all the whole cards, so it's far easier for us. But at the table, you know, you've got to really pay a lot of attention, especially BVB.
Steven, maybe this is why I'm in the booth to begin with, but I'm constantly surprised at how excited and stimulated I get just watching others play as well, particularly because of the godlike vision of having access to their whole cards. And in fact, you know, with the amazing production we've set up here, being able to see small live reads, see how others are reacting, playing with what they have, it's actually really improved my own game. And I was talking to Henry about this, of course, one of our co-commentators, Henry Kilbane. We were discussing how I actually found myself being more emotionally regulated thanks to some of the extremely stoic, professional, and emotionally regulated players I've been watching on stream recently.
Well, I've been doing a bit of teaching for the past 18 months, a bit of coaching, and you know, it helps so much. You know, there are so many things I take for granted, so many lines that I take for granted. I just thought, oh, people would just do that, and then you realize, you know, people do have different perspectives on the game, and I find myself learning, well, from watching other players play and watching my students play, and I'm actually gaining a lot from those experiences.
Yeah, one of the best parts of teaching for sure is the learning you get. I do want to point out the
No,
hand
it's the
we
money. It's the money. It's the money. It's not. No, sorry.
Well, I do want to point out the hand that we just sort of glossed over. Another opener by Winsang opening extremely light, and Huang, who was the relative short stack with just over 15 bigs, just jams it in there with ace-9. So talk about not wanting to go out first. The man is here to play, and I do want to highlight our player from Korea. He has had an amazing journey as well. At one point, all in multi-way, King 10 suited versus Ace Jack suited versus Pocket Queens. Top set for the Queens on the flop, and the King 10 managed to find the runner-runner flush. Ended up becoming one of the chip leaders. Eventually finding himself a short stack at the end of day 3, and then just coasted his way back to the final table with all the moves he was making, and we saw one of those moves there with the ace-9 jam. So perhaps something to look out for. He is here to play.
Well, let's see how much. Well, like in Cantonese, you say "yun wang li wen yik hui." Money that comes accidentally, it disappears also accidentally. So let's see how it goes, eh?
Yeah, well, hopefully that's not a premonition for what is to happen. He will certainly be hoping that that is not true. How about the
Well,
E8
no,
deuce?
I wish him all the best. So 9-8 suited on this lovely board for him, open-ended, straight draw, and a backdoor flush draw.
Actually, lets it go. Did defend the 8 deuce though. Interesting. Certainly has a chip stack to be able to afford it. 118 bigs. Just a hair under 6 million chips for him. Blinds once again. 25k, 50k. There you see the massive payouts. 3.4 billion VND. That's good for 145,000 in USD. 2.1 billion after that. 1.5 billion for third. 1.17 for fourth. So 4 billionaires being crowned tonight. Fifth place, not too bad. 923 million. Almost a billion. Sixth place, 722 million, 534 for seventh, 367 for eighth, and of course, all players guaranteed 289 million so far.
So Kim just limbed from UTG +2 there with pocket sixes. Once again, slightly unorthodox, but we'll see how other players react to that.
You raised a great point earlier about this. It is actually something that very, very experienced players, perhaps someone like an Akshay Nasa, many other players here also with hundreds of thousands in lifetime earnings by winning a lot of tournaments, have to really adjust to. This is non-standard. This is not a studied spot for them.
Then again, with it's not something you study easily, but with a lot of experience, if you played a lot of MTT, you will. Especially during the early stages of the tournament, you see a lot of, less experienced players limping and, limp calling and stuff like that. So if you are a bit of a seasoned pro, you would know what to do with those situations. So what is Kim going to do with pocket sixes with 3 overcards on quite a coordinated board?
He's managed to have the best hand and acted accordingly. Bet 70k into the two opponents. EJ, Emmanuel Derecho, as you see on the screen, goes by EJ. Emmanuel Jr. apparently is his name, so we will be calling him EJ. Does have the double gutter with the 9-6 off. A 7 or a jack will give him the straight. Total brick on the turn. Kim still has the best hand somehow, but likely doesn't feel too comfortable. Queen 8-10 on the flop is a very wet board. A 5 on the river does give Kim the check mark.
EJ looks like he is going to take a stab at this. Oh, no.
Check,
And
check,
Kim
and
will
EJ
check
will show
behind.
down the 9 high. Perhaps bit embarrassed to show that down. Did not bluff at it. It does give a lot of other players info. The fact that he did not turn the bottom of his range into a bluff on the river. And Kim picks up pocket 6 is also a lot of good info for the players out there in terms of understanding what Kim is limping with. Mind you, he's second in chips. He had an absolute, well, some might say sun run, but a huge cooler hand that he was on the right side of as well to accumulate a huge stack at the end of day 3. Afterwards, we were covering the feature table that he was on, and I have to say, as the chip leader on his own table, he was fairly passive. He did not assume that typical role of table captain, go after the blinds, go after those marginal situations, put ICM pressure. And that simply could be a strategy he has, simply could be his lack of tournament experience. You don't need too much tournament experience to play. Kings, though, does limp again. I do like the balance here. Just showed down pocket 6s. Now limps under the gun +1 with Kings. Very risky, very high variance, but could pay off if somebody wakes up with a hand behind him. And Akshay Nasa might be the exact candidate. Wow, lets it go.
Nope.
Akshay is just a crusher. He just has such a good sense, such good dynamics, such a good sense of dynamics, rather, I meant to say. And perhaps realizing that ace-6 would not be ahead of the limping range despite the 6s being shown down.
Phew. That's a proper soul read, that, because, you know, under any under normal circumstances, an easy open there. Well, let's see the flop. Flop comes 9-4 queen with 2 diamonds. Pocket kings are still way ahead. And something happened last night as well when Kim was playing very passively, very tightly. When he opened with his legit hands like ace queen, everyone folded to him. But he didn't, he didn't further exploit that tendency. Whenever he opened, people would automatically fold to him because he was perceived to be very tight and very snug.
Yeah, in a way, people were adapting to him perfectly. And look at this. People not believing him has now been the case with EJ raising up. King 10 off, the gut shot to the nut straight. Has check raised. EJ perhaps a bit tilted at not taking a stab on the river in the very previous hand with the 9-6 off. Decides to bump the action up and now is drawing essentially to a jack and some runners. That is one of those runners. Just does bing the pair. Very interesting spot. 43 big blinds. Does check. Perhaps for some pot control. He wants to be able to maybe call the bet. And goes check, check. Passive again from Kim.
That's so interesting.
If these hands
he's probably thinking he's inducing a bluff on the river.
I think he might just be cautious as well. I mean, he might not think kings are the best hand. He will likely call this off, and when these hands go to showdown, that is going to be very, very interesting for the table to see.
Well, don't forget, he was the man with rivering a full house and flattered villain's bets in one of the hands on day 3. Remember the hand? When he hit the set at on the river.
Yeah.
To make a full house.
Yeah, and I'm sure these final tablists have gone and looked at the stream, or at least looked up the players, and they're going to be coming in with a lot of opinions on this man's play.
So the comments on YouTube are, I see many emojis going limping kings. Yes, it's limping kings. Correct. That's what he did, and he won. So I think, like we said earlier, there's so many different ways of, conquering and achieving what you want to achieve at the poker table. So maybe Kim has found his formula.
Speaking of YouTube comments, hello to everybody in chat, everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Thank you so much for joining us. Do us a favor and hit a like while you're here. Just really helps us promote not only the stream, but the game of poker in Asia, around the world, and does please those YouTube gods that hold our fortunes in their hands, puts it out there a little bit more. But overall, thank you once again for joining us. Let us know where you're watching from and who you're supporting. I'm expecting to see a lot of my Indian brethren in chat supporting NASA. Akshay Nasa, an absolute crusher, has been one of the top Indian players for the past perhaps exceeding 5 or 7 years at this point. I've known about him ever since I got interested in the game. Pocket fives, all in from the hijack, gets it through. Mag is here to play. Talk about coming in with a plan. He has come in with a plan to spin it up. He's not willing to be bottom in chips for too long, I feel.
Rightly so as well, because, you know, is with 18 big blinds, any shorter, he would lose all his fold equity. So now is a good spot to, you know, he can have some bluffs, he can have some value in his range when he jams, and it's a good strategy.
Of course, he doesn't have to face the ICM pressure, a word that, or rather a phrase that we will be saying many, many times today, especially with these massive pay jumps and these massive prizes to play for as the shortest stack. He's, of course, not facing the pressure of wanting to ladder up and wait for the shortest stack to bust. In case you're not familiar with ICM, fancy word, simply means you have to value your chips more when somebody might bust before you. Or maybe another way of saying it is it actually hurts a lot more to lose chips than it pleases you to gain chips because of those pay ladders.
Another important aspect of ICM is you pray to the poker gods that the big stacks will knock horns with each other so that you automatically gain money.
Let's come back to this hand here, Steven. Limp again, this time from a player who has not been active yet, Liu from Taiwan. Pocket fives, under the gun +2, does limp. I believe he had limped before, excuse me, but Akshay Nasa has had enough. He is now attacking these limpers. Makes it 155k to go with King 10 off from the hijack. He's like, I'm the big stack. What am I doing here? Bearing these limpers long enough. Let's go.
Well, Liu is taking a punt, hoping to flop his set. So let's see the flop. And it's a monotone board consisting of Jack, 9, and 3. 3 diamonds. Pocket fives is still ahead. It's actually a pretty standard board for the pre-flop racer to continue. A lot of the times when people see a monotone board, they worry a lot about, you know, whether your opponent has flopped a flush, but it's, you know, statistically is actually very unlikely that flopping a flush happening. So continuing, and a lot of the with the ace is not so good, but on the flop, you know, a lot of ace high with the ace of diamond will pay you will pay you if you have a really legit hand, then you get paid off. But obviously, with in this case, King 10 is pure bluff right now.
And the pure bluff continues. Really putting the pressure in. We just spoke about ICM pressure. This is certainly ICM pressure at its best. 225k, 1.7 million behind. Luke quickly calls. Not worried about the
guessing.
ace, perhaps the diamond. It's giving him some comfort.
Well,
What a
twice
spot.
already, a small pair has dodged all the bullets of the 5 community cards, and ended up with a check mark. So, what is NASA going to do?
He knows King High cannot be good. Most of the time, he has to realize he can put a lot of pressure on his opponent. Finds the third barrel.
I think most importantly, he doesn't want to show down his hand. Because, you know, if he checks behind, showing down King 10 is going to, is going to give him a terrible image.
I do wonder about that. It's not like people expect the chip leader to not be bluffing and trying to take down pots, but yeah, you're right. I mean, in this case, I guess it's more like Lou would show down that pocket fives was the best hand, but That'd be bad enough. Does he find the call? Or did he put in a time bank? I think we
Okay,
zoomed
it's a
into
time back. Okay.
we zoomed into his face to make sure we can capture the angst that he's probably going through right now, but I suspect what he tossed in were some time bank chips. The time banks, of course, giving him an extra 30 seconds per chip. He can use that whenever he'd like. You see those massive stacks of those square plaques behind him. Really keeps the game
I also
flowing.
see a very familiar logo, Chinese Texas Hold'em Poker Club. Started in Taipei in several years ago. It's like a second home to me.
Totally in the blender and completely understandable. Did make the relative hero call on the turn. Was correct. Fives were ahead. And I'm amazed that he's even thinking this long. I mean, he really needs to be thinking that Akshay is getting out of line. These guys were together on the feature table and on the outer table rather in day 3. Does find the fold. Akshay getting this one through, extending his chip lead and showing how it's done. I mean, this is kind of what I expected, knowing what Akshay Nasa is capable of, but finding the triple barrel, punishing the limp, and credit to Lou for thinking this long with the pocket 5. Seems to have a sense that he could have been ahead, but ended up having to experience a dent in his stack thanks to Akshay Nasa's aggression.
I think the fact that he did think about it means, you know, he's really ready to battle against all these more seasoned pros.
Yeah, he was, I believe, the chip leader at one point on the outer table with Akshay on that table. So he has certainly seen Akshay's ascension to being the chip leader. Probably has picked up some reads, some tells, some sense of Akshay's game along the way. Or perhaps has looked up Akshay and some of the streams overnight as well. And that could be one of the reasons he was really contemplating calling it off there with the pocket 5s. I mean, very impressive.
Well, EJ's picked up a hand from the hijack, ace 10 off as a very standard open. 37 big blinds. It's still a, you know, it's still a playable stack. So Freeman48 is asking, why call the turn and not the river? I think that's referring to Liu's hand with the pocket 5s. Well, you know, circumstances change. The river actually completed a few different draws and stuff like that. So, you know, it's not illegal to call turn and not river. Flop comes 8-9-6. Win defender his big blind with 8-7 and flops a middle pair and a backdoor flush draw and an open-ended straight draw versus EJ's ace high and a gut shot. And there's a donk bet from the big blind and then EJ called it off. Turn came a 5, which completed his straight. So let's see how he manipulates this pot.
I really like the donk bet there by Gwen. He knows that 9-8-6 double with the 2 clubs is one of those boards that the pre-flop aggressor would check behind a lot. With the kind of hand that he had, so much maneuverability, he was in fact even probably willing to stand a raise. Decided to donk lead and now has hit the straight on the turn, trying to extract some value. Let's it go, EJ.
And received none. So that's a nice little pot there.
Those of you in chat, I'm yet to hear who you're here supporting. Could be just the game of poker. You could let me know that as well. Could be just the APT. Could be me and Steven. But in case it is one of these players, how about you let us know anything you know about these players? Even though I'm quite familiar with Akshay Nasa, I don't know the nitty-gritties. Maybe there's some little NASA secrets out there, some Indian people watching. Anybody supporting any of the other players? Tell us some stories. Go EJ, says
Well,
MJ Queen.
it's going to be a long ride. You know, we've got hour levels, so each level is an hour long, and yeah, the stacks are still quite healthy right now. So we're expecting a long day ahead of us.
And we say that with the utmost excitement, of course.
Oh, obviously. Hey, you got your support
Oh, there we go.
on YouTube.
Sean saying supporting you with her. Cheers, Sean. Much appreciated. Freeman says, I like the Lodi hat. No idea why. Referring, of course, to Huang's hat. Will be in frame soon. Freeman, I have to say I agree. And if you have any idea what Lodi means, do let me know. So far, my best guess is it has something to do with lo-fi, like the music category, but I'm sure I'm way off.
Well, if it was a hat bought in Hong Kong or somewhere Chinese speaking, it would mean Big Boss.
Interesting. That probably could be it. He is, of course, Korean. Huang, if that is
So
we're referring
I'm
to.
completely wrong.
No, I mean, but that could still be it.
Yes.
Definitely a good candidate. Better than my bad guess. Something to do with lo-fi. So far, our two options are lo-fi and Big Boss.
Do you have any superstition with running well in an MTT, and you would keep a piece of clothing that you don't change throughout a good run? Do you have
Oh,
any
absolutely.
superstition like that?
I'm the least superstitious person I know, and yet once I won a tournament wearing these yellow sunglasses, trust me, for the next 9 tournaments, those sunglasses were on. How about you?
Standard. I just go for routine, so I don't go for outfit. If I'm running good, and I feel like I'm doing something like a routine. So, for example, waking up in the morning. I if I ran good the day before, and that morning I went out for a walk, then I'll go out for a walk again. I
Very-
just follow a certain pattern, certain routine.
Very interesting situation brewing here. Huang opened King Queen off under the gun. Akshay followed with just a flat call with the pocket ace, did not raise it up, and now Lin has woken up with pocket aces. Ling has been quiet so far, has been patient, which has been rewarded with this aces. It's going to look like an interesting squeeze in late position. Against the under the gun open, though, this does look strong. But Akshay has sort of underwrapped his hand with the pocket eights.
I'm slightly worried about his body language. Actually, he became very curious when he saw his aces.
Definitely.
And
And
he
also
started noticing the table.
very comfortable making that raise as well. Exudes a lot of strength. Not
Well,
sure
let's see whether other players at the table have picked that up. Well, out of position with pocket eights. Against a 3-bet from the hijack. I'm not sure it's an easy call here.
Well, Akshay certainly had the chips to try and call it off, but look at that. What about table sense? And I'm not so sure about Ling showing down his hand. I love the camaraderie and the comfort the players seem to have found at the table, but wow, absolutely revealing to Akshay that he made the right fold in case Akshay needed more of a confidence boost. As it happens, Ling does make a nice little pickup there, up to 2.8 million in chips now.
Maybe because because we saw with our the bird's eye view, seeing his aces. But straight away I could tell that he had a big hand. Probably confirmation bias, but he needs to. Or maybe he balances it out with all the other hands too. Maybe every time he gets into a pot, he becomes curious. Who knows?
Akshay wakes up with a monster ace queen suited under the gun. Really tough to play against someone who's running well and playing well, and I must say Akshay has demonstrated, I should say, how well he's playing. Fine Finding the triple barrel with the king 10, taking the hand down, then folding the eights against the aces. Now in a beautiful spot here, ace queen suited versus the ace jack of Takumasa.
That's a very disciplined folder with the ace jack off.
Absolutely. Well, Huang has been the shortest stack and the busiest person at the table, so there could be this element of truly waiting out the shortest stack to bust. Huang still remains under 1 million in chips. Did lose a few more, opening and folding there with the king-queen off in the previous hand against the aces. And how about taking a moment to highlight the diversity at this table, Stephen? We have Lou from Taiwan contemplating what to do from the small blind with fours. 3 players from Vietnam on this final table. Amazing local representation. Henry and I were talking about the odds of a Vietnamese player winning it all, and certainly about the number of Vietnamese players we see at every final table at the APT. Super impressive to see the local turnout and the local talent perform as well as they do. Akshay Nasa, of course, chip leader from India. Ace queen suited currently in this hand as Lou contemplates a decision. Disciplined fold once again, and the big blind folds very quickly. Huang from Korea, one of 2 Korean players at this final table. Jong Wook Kim being the other one, second in chips currently. EJ Derecho from Australia. Love that name, EJ. Emmanuel Jr. apparently is his name. And finally, 1 player from Japan, Takumasa. There you see those flags up there. Talk about diversity. Love to see it.
You know, poker has been growing so fast in the past, you know, during COVID, you know, online, a lot of players got into playing this beautiful game online during the lockdowns around the world. And they are, you know, I guess a lot of them would be, you know, we find live poker completely different to how it is online. There's a lot of body language problem, well, not problem, but, you know, issues that you have to deal with. And just this very simple thing of counting the right amount of chips could prove difficult for some online players.
Yeah, we had an online player come into the APT Taiwan final table and frankly had a lot of trouble sometimes trying to make raises, trying to count chips, but I really liked how transparent he was. He said he was struggling. Of course, I'm referring to Chiwi Fan, who ended up making one of the biggest, most sickest bluffs of all time, the ace-5 6-bet, running into the aces of Punat Pansri.
Well, that gave YouTube creators 2 weeks worth of talking points for sure. You know, Andy Warhol once said everyone will be famous for 15 minutes. I think he got famous for 2 weeks for sure.
Well deserved in my book. That deserves fame. 6-bet bluffs is that's how Vanessa Seltz got famous.
I talk to my students about this hand and I just say don't do it. I just told them don't try it. Just stop. Just fold. It's okay. It's no shame to fold. Take a stab at the 4-bet is good, but you know, once you get someone 5-betting you on that spot, it's probably best just to wait for a better spot.
We finally hear from the person who's been the quietest at this final table so far. Kwong finds stands under the gun, makes the min open, gets Kim along for the ride with the pocket threes, trying to hit that set. Akshay joins with the king-jack suited from the small blind, and I suspect EJ has great odds to call with his reasonable Broadway holding, king-jack off. 4 to a flop. Ten's probably feeling a tad uncomfortable now. And how about now hitting the set
Not
on the
so
flop
uncomfortable.
and getting 2 players to hit top pair? What a dream scenario here for Kwong. This is gonna get.
I'll be very, very surprised if Kim Oh no, he's yeah. Oh, he's giving. Oh, he's. Oh, I'm confused. But okay. Oh, so okay, I see. So, so that was a bet from under the gun, and then Natsa is making that call. EJ can't be too happy with that.
Well, the board
A naked
playing
top
out the
pair
way.
with no redraw.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I was going to say the board playing out the way it has and Akshay making the call. There's certainly a lot of draws possible. Kwang, of course, was a pre-flop aggressor. Could simply be continuing, and that's a lot of chips that EJ has just reached for. Thinks there's a huge chance he might have the best hand. Of course, overpair is still possible, and ace-jack also could be in Kwang's range, but EJ has decided to sort of find out where he's at and maybe charge for some draws. Hopefully take the hand down right now. He's going to get the bad news. Kwang not going anywhere, now deciding whether he wants to put the rest of his chips in the middle or string along some potential bluffs. Puts in all the time bank chips. Wants to take his time here.
Let me just confirm this with you. At APT, you don't have to. Do you have to push out time banks, or they will just get deducted as your time runs out?
They're deducted automatically once you push them out the way he has.
Oh, okay.
If not,
Right.
I mean, you're reminded to push them out. They're not going to snatch the hand away from you without reminding you. But yeah, as a general principle, the time bank should be in there if you're wanting more time. When you push out all the time banks, it means simply that any time that is used will be deducted and the rest will be returned to you. Pushing out all the time banks is a tell in itself, of course, in the sense that you certainly have a hand you want to think a lot about. Does push in a lot of chips, but those are the green ones. I'm actually unsure if he's called or re-raised. Given the quick fold from NASA, I'm guessing it's a re-raise, and EJ lets it go. Kwang, I think, revealing the strength of his hand a bit too much there, getting a tad too excited. That would be a spot on a rainbow board to think about stringing your opponent along. And let's not forget, he was in position against EJ also. Completely understandable to want to end the hand. A lot of ICM pressure. Of course, you want to get paid in case your opponent gets sticky with something like an ace-jack. Perhaps an underset would be the dream scenario. But I think Kwang did get a little too excited with the monster he had. As it happens, he does get a nice pickup.
I think EJ's play was, well, from my understanding would be a bluff rather than a testing bet. Really, he knew he was blocking a lot of the 10 jacks. People weren't people didn't have the nuts, so 10 jack would have been the nuts. Apart from all the sets. So I think he was just trying to push out all the pairs, maybe even ace jack he could bluff them off the board. So it was less a testing bet than is more of a bluff, I think.
Well, EJ does have almost $200,000 US in lifetime earnings. He will certainly be crossing the $200,000 mark with the payout from today, even the minimum payout, that is. Player from Australia has had fantastic results in Australia, it seems, has now graduated to playing a lot in Asia. Clearly is working for him. He's here at the main event final table of the APT.
Well, Huang has put all his chips in with Queen Jack suited.
Huang has been willing to get it in with all kinds of holdings. As long as he is the aggressor, he's been 3-bet jamming, he's been getting it all in. Love to see it. I didn't want to see a short stack who's just trying to make the next ladder, and unsurprisingly, Huang is not disappointed. He's just been one of the most active players, perhaps in this whole tournament. I mean, day 2 and day 3, he had an absolute roller coaster ride. Mentioned the 3-way all-in where he was almost eliminated, but he's spun that up to end up here at the final table and is now just trying to make sure he can put himself in a spot to win, not just ladder up to the next pay jump.
And he has nothing to lose, right? He's the shortest stack at the table. He needs to gamble and roll it up for a chance for that beautiful trophy. Pocket queens. Oh, is he gonna get through? Oh no, King 8 is probably going to defend.
Ling has a decent stack. Did get a nice pickup with those aces earlier. King 8 usually a fairly obvious defend, and there we go, lets it go. Certainly playing on the tighter side. Perhaps ICM pressure, perhaps the game plan that he's come up with coming into this final table to not defend too much out of position, not find himself rather in tricky situations, and instead wait for those extremely plus EV spots.
Well, I think it's done out of spite against us because we thought he was going to defend his big blind, and he would just do the absolute opposite.
I just realized that seat 4 when Sang was wearing a mask, something that he was certainly not doing in the lead up to the FT on day 2, day 3. As we pointed out, he was at one point getting a massage shirtless. So it seems to me it's a clear final table tail hiding apparatus.
Well, and I think mask wearing is become quite common. Imagine doing this 4 years ago in a live tournament. You would stand out, and this is one thing I don't like playing MTT is to not blend in. To like wearing sunglasses, I don't like. Wearing a face mask, I didn't like. But now, wearing a mask is quite common, so it's a good way of hiding your tails.
3 masks I count on the table. Seat 1, Kwong. Seat 4, Winsang. And Akshay Nasa. Seat 8. And I have a feeling it's purely for hiding tells. Blind versus blind here, pair versus pair. Bottom pair for Ling. Middle pair for Kim. How about tripping up?
Ooh.
Ling's body language changes again. Very easy for us to start looking at live tells when we can see the cards, but the caliber of the players on this table will eventually start noticing these things.
It is a little bit obvious, though.
Yeah, this does not look like a stab with air, let's just say that. Kim does have a real hand. It's a big bet as well, very polarized bet. A bet that is trying to say, I have air. Body language saying something different. But Kim does have a reasonable hand, and given the action so far in this hand, it does feel like Ling is either having a 6 or nothing. Lots of time banks thrown in the middle as well. Seems like people have learned from Kwong's strategy, just shoving your entire time bank stack in there. Kim wants to take his time.
It's not it's a very reasonable spot to think over. I do find wasting time banks, wasteful because, it's very early on and there'll be many, many tough decisions ahead. So, don't use him all up so soon. Oh, that's a good fold. Excellent fold.
Great fold, but once again, I'm not in favor of showing your hand. Yeah, you get the extra benefit of maybe trying to tell your opponent that you made the right fold against them, etc. But not sure if you want to be giving out that information. As it happens, Kim was absolutely correct in making the fold, and it's almost like you get that extra needle in when you show that you folded correctly against your opponent.
Well, we welcome 187 viewers on YouTube. Leave your comments, and then we'll read them out to you and tell us a little bit more about the players that you're supporting.
MJ Kui on YouTube asks, how much does one time bank card give? That's 30 seconds per time bank.
So pushing them all out is enough time for a toilet break for sure.
Another limp from Liu. Player from Taiwan has had Relatively balanced limping strategy did not work out for him with the pocket fives when Akshay Nasa decided to bump it up free flop and then triple barrel.
Wow, limping from UTG +1 with ace jack off. That's very risky.
And getting folds all the way to the blinds once again.
And then king 4 off flatting is also very risky. Flop comes queen 10 5 and 2 spades, and then checked around. And then the turn, Kim hits his 4. And then checked around again. River's a jack, and Liu gets the check mark.
And does not value bet size and checks. When these hands are flipped up, I think some of the more experienced players on the table, Ija Duresho, Akshay Nasa, they are licking their lips here. Quinn Mansang, also one of those experienced players, was chip leading multiple days, has had deep runs at tournaments all around Asia, and of course he's sort of a Vietnamese hero and legend in the making.
I think it's, you know, despite what I said earlier about, oh, there are many different ways of beating this game of poker. Limping is definitely a very hard route to take. I think one of those things about poker is when you fold, you don't lose any more money. When you raise, you get other people to fold. So those two moves are often preferred to just calling.
Yeah, I remember somebody explaining aggression in poker in a very interesting and perhaps simple way. Just said when you are not aggressive and you limp or you just call, you can only win one way. Make the best hand. When you are aggressive, you can win two ways. You make the best hand and you get them to fold. So it's 2 times the chances of winning.
So it's a bit like a offsuit cards gives you 2 flush draws. Is that right?
Well, don't mock what I found to be profound wisdom, Stephen. Profound wisdom.
Flop comes ace 4 5. Monotone, all 3 spades. Van Sang has a pair with a flush draw. Turn comes a 3 of clubs, which is actually, ooh, and a bet, and then takes it down. Now, joking aside, you know, there's no shame in folding, and there's definitely no problem with racing in poker. You know, poker does give, you know, racing does give you more ways of winning a pot. You know, if you got the best hand, you want more money in the middle. If you got an inferior hand, you want your opponent to fold, and to achieve both of those objectives, you've got to raise. Calling achieves neither.
No one going after this one so far. Thing has been pretty tight. King 8 suited. Interesting test of seeing how aggressive he wants to be here. He does have one larger stack behind. That would be in the form of Jongwoo Kim's, but I believe these players know Jongwoo has leaned towards the passive side. Does have to worry about the player on the button. Quickly folds when Sang. Win, by the way, has over $380,000 in cashes. Did have his largest score at the APT, $110,000, coming in second place in Hanoi itself. So that was good for 110. Time to see if he can do a career best today. First place, of course, tonight. Good for 145,000 USD. Takumasa wakes up with the goods. Has picked up raising chips. Ling, who we did say had been on the tighter side, he'd made some tight folds and of course had found himself with aces. Has been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. And how about ace-jack suited for Lou? And a quick cold call from the big blind. Time bank chips from Ling. Not sure how I feel about that. I understand the need to posture and maybe try and pretend you weren't opening pretty loose, but he can't just let this one go, considering the call from Lou.
The effective stack is actually 19 big blinds, so you know you don't really want to stack off 19 big blinds with your king 8 suited.
And Takumasa is in a great spot here. Ace King versus Ace Jack.
Don't speak too soon. Oh no. Okay, now I agree with you.
I looked ahead at the deck.
Stop cheating, man.
Top for Takumasa. A bit of nothing for Lou, with the exception of a spade on the board. Some backdoor flush draws and straight draws possible. Great check by Takumasa.
Cheeky.
What a perfect card on the turn. Takumasa lets his opponent catch up. Lou seems to be looking away from the board. It's time to put some chips in the middle, and Takumasa could not have picked a more perfect time. Lou now has second pair top kicker. Quick call, it seems like, again, which is going to give Takumasa a pretty good indication of where he might be in this hand. Look at the stack to pot ratio now. 1.9 million in the middle, 595k behind. An interesting river. That being said, with the SPR, Takumasa has one move and one move only. The queen might give Lou the potential to step out of this hand.
Well, the effective stack is only 600k, 11 big blinds, and then the pot is almost at 2 million. So it's true that he's got one move only. I think even if he checks and Leo jams it in, it'll be really difficult for him to fold that ace king.
If Takumasa checks, I'm fairly confident Lou will not jam. I mean, we've seen him be relatively passive on this table, but there simply is no need for Takumasa to check. It is one of those spots, considering he has his opponent covered. Wow, he does check.
So you can read the deck ahead, but you cannot read the person ahead, I guess.
Of course, that's what makes the commentary interesting. I was going to say with the amount of chips in play, you know, if his opponent has it, it has to be a case of if you have it, you have it. Simply because he has his opponent covered, he does not need to worry about the ICM pressure.
To me, the check on the river was actually a follow-up to the check on the flop. So he checked on the flop, repping, you know, something a bit smaller than a king.
Yeah, I understand the check, certainly, in the sense that with the quick call on the turn, your opponent is either having a jack or an underpair. And more likely, quick calls tend to mean draws of some sort. So, you know, if your opponent had pure diamonds, you know, you want to give them the rope to bluff. But happy with that pot, I am sure. And with that, has moved up on the leaderboard. Now third in chips, 56 big blinds, 2.8 million. Great pickup there. I think Luke can count himself lucky that he did not face the jam. He would have been in a 6th spot. And considering he was considering he was about to call up the pocket fives against Akshay Nasa, he might have really thought about what his jack could have meant there.
I think the mistake was made pre-flop when, you know, he very quickly called with his ace jack off from the big blind. You know, that's just asking for trouble, really. So once again, flatting too much pre-flop causes a lot of headaches post-flop. Well, we've gone over the 200 mark on YouTube. We're now at 203 viewers. Come one, come all. Tell your friends to come and watch this stream. It's an exciting final table at APT Hanoi. And then on the other hand, you see that's opening with ace-7 off from UTG.
Well, he is the out-and-out chip leader. It certainly is his right. With the blinds now having gone up to 30k, 60k, NASA is the only one with over 100 bigs. An absolutely monster stack to have at this stage at the final table. Action to Huang, who has king 10 off in the big blind. Thanks to the blind level increase, is now sitting only on 11 big blinds, has had to put in 2 of them with the big blind plus big blind anti-combo, evaluating his options.
This is actually very complicated because Liu just lost a big chunk of his stack. So, you know, he's thinking maybe I can lather up here. You know, Huang before was the shortest stack by far, and then he was more willing to gamble and, you know, spin it up.
That's
but
a great
now,
point.
with someone being at proximity to his stack size, you know, he will fold a lot of good kings and good queens at the button, at the big blind.
And there you see it,
Against-
he's no
Yeah,
longer the
well,
shortest
my-
stack,
yeah.
as you said.
Exactly. I think that's what he was considering. If he was still the shortest stack, I think a good king, he would have jammed in hoping for some fold equity.
He did not want to waste that extra 1 big blind to see the flop get caught in a tricky situation. 11 big blinds versus 9 big blinds of the shortest stack does give you some room to maneuver, get that pay ladder, but must say he has not been in that pay ladder mindset, perhaps still not looking to go for first place prize, 145,000, as opposed to the next place, which is 16,000 for 8th. All players, of course, guaranteed $12,000 already. That's 289 million VND.
So how does it work in terms of banknotes in Vietnam? So do you have like a banknote that has many zeros on them?
Yeah, I believe the minimum banknote here is 1,000. And as much as we have fun with it, you know, this is my 3rd or 4th trip to Vietnam. I think they could just reduce everything by 3 zeros, because the minimum note is 1,000. I mean, the minimum note in a lot of countries is 1. So you can just reduce the 3 zeros and probably be the same thing. But it is fun to think in millions and billions.
Did they have coins in Vietnam?
Ah, that's a great point. Do they have coins?
Oh, high rollers.
I don't bother with coins, Steven.
Let them eat cakes, shall we?
Let them eat buncha.
That's the one, yes. All right, let's see the flop then. Flop comes Jack 9-4 or a rainbow board. Van Sang is pretty standard hijack c-bet there. Gets a fold. He would be very happy with that. And have you tried any of the French food in Hanoi as well? Because obviously Vietnam has a bit of a French history.
Yeah, but I do believe that the southern part of Vietnam, just because of historical context, is the one that is a little more French influenced when it comes to the food. But I have had some excellent banh mi's, those lovely Vietnamese sandwiches, ever since I've been here. I have to say that's one of my favorite go-to, sort of like quick snacks, or maybe like sometimes I'll order from Grab, which is a local food ordering app. Banh mi is my go-to over there. But once I'm done with the event, and in the past as well, spent a couple of days in Hanoi. Excellent city to grab a lot of local street food, some really popular joints. Love me some pho, some bun chai I mentioned, and some other local delights. And in case that is something that sounds appealing to anybody in chat right now, and anybody watching afterwards, make sure you join us at our next summer series stop in Da Nang, somewhere I hope to see you as well, Stephen. Another lovely town in Vietnam and a lovely destination to play poker and super family friendly as well.
That sounds good to me.
Good little pickup here
So
by
Liu,
Lou. Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
11 big blinds jam. Just take it down. That was it's slightly out of line, but not too bad, I suppose. Slightly out of line, I would say.
And with that, the two shortest stacks are now even, both at the 11 big blind mark. We're
Some
still
might actually
waiting.
call it an ICM suicide because it's very clear that was that's another stack. You know, that is very small and very close to you, and you know, risking it all with King Jack off. But hey, he got through. So, who am I to say?
Well, all the players waiting for that first elimination to relieve some of that ICM pressure, not just ICM, which is to say, you know, very mathematical pressure, but also just the mindset of having come into this final table, now having grinded it out for a level or two. You want something extra for your efforts. Like I said, you've probably already had a night to wrestle with the fact that you're going to be 12,000 US dollars richer than you started the day. But you want something more for your effort, and of course you want to give yourself the best chance for $145,000 up top. So that first elimination is an important one. We're still waiting to see which way it goes. Kim picks up the blinds with the pocket tens and probably getting a lot of respect with his raises, irrespective.
Considering he did limp with kings, must be something bigger than kings.
Yeah, all the possible hands bigger than kings. Love to see
There are
him
6
rocking
combos of aces.
the Asian Poker Tour patches, by the way. Both Ling and
Yeah.
Kim. Very cool, very cool.
Well, if I was there, I would be making them wear a natural 8 patch as well.
You're, of course, a Natural 8 ambassador, Stephen. And we, in fact, I have a Natural 8 patch as well. We were giving those away in Taiwan, and a lot of players rocking those.
It's a really good place to you can play big, you can play small. It's a nice, really nice place for MTT, for sure.
Absolutely. And
Just
for
a
a lot of
personal
our
plug here. Sorry, one more thing. Every Wednesday evening, if you are a Cantonese speaking person, my friend Alan Lau, King Loon, and we every Wednesday at 10 p.m. we do a stream of the Super Millions, the weekly high roller event. We commentate, we have a bit of fun, we do giveaways. So tune in at Natural 8 Hong Kong on YouTube every Wednesday night at 10 p.m.
Awesome. I cannot recommend that enough, and I will surely be seeing you there. And I was just about to say, we actually have a lot of Natural 8 qualifiers for some of our signature APT events. I already mentioned Da Nang, of course. We were just coming off the heels of APT Taipei, coming into Hanoi here today. But also, we have a signature event coming up in Incheon, Korea at the end of August. That's going to be the APT in Incheon, and we're going to have qualifiers on Natural 8 for sure. So there's ways that you can actually not only qualify, but actually play day one of the signature main event on Natural 8. So keep a lookout for that, and for all things relating to our upcoming events, and of course, if there's anything you want to know about the current events, go to the website, apt.poker. Kim shows the king again.
Kim is such an exhibitionist. I bet he doesn't wear any clothes at home and doesn't draw his blinds.
Well, either that or he thinks he's playing some home game. Kim, $145,000 up top. Poker is a game of information. What are you doing, sir? He's just keeping it friendly. And you know, sometimes that has some positive value as well. Your players tend to play back at you less, but Kim is just showing how it can be done in a very different way, just breaking all the rules.
Oh, I'm way too bloody cynical to think that way, I'm afraid.
Kim actually had an amazing result at the APT Taipei. He came, I believe it was 3rd place in the single day high roller. netting him about 26,000 USD. But his total lifetime earnings are just around the $40,000 to $50,000 mark. So talk about an opportunity to triple your lifetime earnings score here in one event.
So there's an hijack open from NASA.
Go Takumasa, says somebody in chat. Go Takumasa indeed. Love to see it. Had a shout out for NASA as well. Nishant Sharma, one of the top pros from India, and actually is out there in the field today. Hopefully in day 2 of the double stack. Saying NASA, LFG. LFG indeed.
No, don't show. Come on. No need to show. Stop. Don't make it too friendly.
This is the highest stakes home game I've ever seen.
Well, come to Hong Kong. I'll take you to some interesting ones.
I don't doubt that.
So many years ago, when Hong Kong had its kind of first poker boom about 10 years ago, a lot of very rich and powerful people in Asia would travel to Hong Kong to play home games. And we're talking 10,000, 20,000 USD blinds cash games.
Jesus.
Yeah.
What is this? Andy Beale's home game? That's crazy.
Yeah, well, you know. Too much money, I guess.
Hey, I appreciate anybody with too much money who decides to put it into playing poker. Much respect.
Yep, and it's not the kind of money that you and I can earn. You know, we can't take advantage of that. It doesn't matter how little poker knowledge they had. You know, 10, 20,000 USD game is beyond the reach of most mortals.
Dare I say, Stephen, that might be the point. They don't want some grinder in the mix with sick poker fundamentals. I think it's...
Well, you saw a picture of me earlier. You know, I dress up nicely. You know, I don't wear, just don't look at my bottoms, and then I look presentable almost.
Yeah, that's the standard Zoom rule. I think Winnie the Poohing it, some people call it, or Donald Ducking it.
That's absolutely correct. Aces. Here we
What
go.
a sight. You're 10 bigs at the final table of the main event, and you just see those 2 red aces staring at you. It's just beautiful.
And then he's now praying to the poker gods that someone has kings or queens.
Or maybe
Or
ace
ace
king.
jack off. Ace jack off would call off a 11 big blind jam from... Nope.
Yeah, no
Not
action.
quite lucky enough.
Next break, 41 minutes, as it says on the right-hand side of your screen. If we do have an elimination before that, by the way, simply because we ended up having a 9-handed final table, most of the action across multiple days on the feature table was 8-handed. We will just take a moment to reset the feature table. Just need to make some production changes to the card reader and such. So we're 41 minutes to the next break, unless we hit an elimination, just so that everybody in chat can schedule their own breaks accordingly. But we do hope you will stick around with us for the remainder of the day. The audience is going to grow, the action is going to grow. It's going to be a great day of poker. And if you are supporting someone on the feature table, or the final table rather right now, make sure you let your friends know. Make sure you let us know any stories you know about them. Spread the word. And if not, just hit like for us on the video. Helps us get the stream out there to more and more people.
Okay,
about
so I
6-5?
thought I I thought I'd be smart to use Google Translate to see what the Japanese comments are, and it makes no sense. Excellent. Okay, we move on.
Well tried. I appreciate the effort. How about 6-5 here for Akshay Nasa? Under the gun +1 has decided he has a good feel of the table, has seen how passive certain players are, opens up the 6 high, under the gun +1, gets the queen jack off to fold, cut off, gets the king to fold on the button. And the short stack now has 10 deuce, is giving some smiles, would be an indicator that he's going to fold this hand. Akshay Nasa just getting it done.
Imagine him calling it off with 10 high, hey? That would be something to talk about for 2 weeks.
This is what experience gets you.
Mm-hmm.
Having a feel for the table, I mean, so many hands being shown down, sometimes voluntarily. You and I have made our feelings clear on that subject, but that is a lot of information for a player with the caliber of Akshay to just absolutely pounce on. I mean, you do not open 6-5 under the gun +1 unless you're very, very confident in what's going on the table. It's time for him to exert the fact that he's table captain. He is wearing the boss t-shirt, by the way. I just noticed as I said it. My word. How about aces?
And the boss has aces.
What a world. What a world. Dream scenario, open 6-5 off, under the gun +1. Ace is the very next hand.
Oh. Okay, now we need a pair of jacks to call it off. How about that? Okay, big blind. Ooh, come on, Huang. Have something good. No. Oh well, that's another walk.
And does Akshay show? He does show.
Oh. Boss mode.
Akshay's trying to say, well, I had kings the last hand, not 6-5, and aces this hand. I'm going to have queens the next time, so just fold, fold, fold.
Well, this is interesting because now this table is televised. You know, you can't really BS too much, can you? Because people will see it.
Yeah, it's a great point. The stream, of course, is delayed by 30 minutes. So when the players do go on break, they do get access to their phones. They can go look up the stream. But, you know, the breaks tend to be 15 minutes all the way until we hit dinner break in late evening, which is going to be an hour. So it's not too much time to go and catch up on hands. You're better off just trying to see any big hands you were involved in. Sometimes people do have friends and family watching, and maybe some rails at the venue as well. That's a more ideal scenario. Maybe they can sort of update you at the end of every 2 hours, 2 levels when we hit the break. But it's probably not something everybody comes prepared to do. All in, says
Oh,
Wang.
there's a jam there.
Small blind to big blind. We talked about ICM suicide, but the king on the small blind is just too good to consider folding with 10 bigs. Understandable as well. There's not only the big blind, but the big blind ante to fight for. Certainly a very profitable shove, despite having the equal stack on his right. Wang has just never been afraid to get it in there. Akshay has a slight decision with a jack high. Could be considered a theoretical call in a heads-up scenario, but he needs to understand that Wang has to have him beat to be getting it in at all. This can't be a pure bluff that a jack 9 will ever be ahead of.
He'd be very lucky to get a flip here, I'm afraid. Natural 8. Natural 9. Jack 9. It's a beautiful baccarat hand.
Are you a big baccarat guy?
No, 0. Cannot.
Lucky. Lucky, lucky.
Cannot. Yeah, I just see sadness in the game, I'm afraid.
I agree with you, by the way, in a lot of table games. I understand the exhilaration it can bring, but I love roulette and craps and all these other games, but as a poker player, when I make, let's pick a number, a $10 roulette bet, I don't see it as a $10 bet. I just see it as, oh, I'm paying minus $1 to have some fun right now.
Correct. Correct. Which is fine. I think games like roulette is a bit slower, so you end up spending, if your unit bet was $10, you end up spending maybe $30 an hour, if a bit less maybe, and it's okay for entertainment. But I think something like Baccarat that goes so fast, and I just don't see the fun of it, I guess. Less so, yeah, and it's noisy, and I don't know. I'm not a big fan, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and fair enough. I mean, to each their own. Like, a lot of people don't get poker, and I don't get those people. So,
Yeah. Well, my background, I used to work for a sports book, so I used to be a bookie. So my sense for EV and house edge is very strong. So I just can't do it. I can't get myself to do it.
you're like a chef who's seen the back of the kitchen.
Yeah, or the cleaner who cleans the toilet. Who knows how dirty it gets. Now, once again, like people think, working as a bookie, doing the odds is a glamorous, is a really analytical, really amazing job. But it's just when it becomes a routine and becomes a grind, you just go through the motion and make sure you do your work properly. A bit like poker in many ways.
Yeah, certainly the elite players. I mean, it just looks like a day at the office for most of them. They're just so unperturbed by any of the proceedings.
Yeah, and you respect the game. You understand the variance. You understand the, nothing is out of the ordinary in many ways. And especially for the, for the younger pros as well, because they must have played like millions of hands. They have seen it all. Doyle Brunson, rest in peace. He would probably have played 500,000 hands in his life. An internet online kid can do it in 3 months.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild, the experience you can get online just in terms of number of hands. Jacks for Lou. Another welcome sight when you have 11 bigs. Jacks on the hijack. Was willing to get it in with King Jack off. I suspect Jacks is going to be good enough. It's actually cutting out raising chips. I like to see this.
Interesting. He's inducing. Ooh.
EJ has an ace on the small
A4.
blind. Quick fold. 7 deuce.
Oh, we got a gamble.
Does make me think of one of our fellow co-commentators, Mr. Gregory Lau. Greg goes all in. Stay loose, play 7 deuce, he says.
He must be a fun person to play against.
Oh, absolutely. He runs a home game that he actually streams out from his home, where they play all kinds of fun games, 7 deuce games, slap bets. If you're not familiar with Greg Goes All In, I should say, check out his channel. That's what it's called, Greg Goes All In. Hilarious poker-related videos, sketches, self-proclaimed meme lord, and a presenter and a commentator here at the APT. Always glad to have him on board and in the booth. Truly hilarious stuff, by the way, Steven. You should check him out.
I got to meet him in Taipei. Yeah, very good guy. Not much fireworks so far, for the first 2 hours.
Yeah, whether it's because of the card distribution or the style of play, I certainly would not call it fireworks, but no lack of interesting strategies on display. And I'm very curious to see how that amounts to interesting hands down the road. I'm, of course, referring to all the limping we saw, some of the hands being exposed, some of the more passive plays, which has induced a lot of action from the likes of Akshay Nasa. And there we go, raising 9-8 off from the cutoff. Not the most aggressive open we've seen him make, but certainly in line with the kind of play we've seen from him so far. I think he has the suited jack on the big blind and quickly defends it.
Ooh, wow. See, I didn't expect that to happen. The flop comes 8-7 deuce. Natsa hits a pair, top pair. A small C bet should do the job. What? Sorry, I was wrong.
Oh my word, what a time to try and really force the issue here. Check raises with the jack high. Some backdoor spades and backdoor straight draws, but really nothing else to write home about. Has decided that this board should really favor the big blind flatting range versus the opening range of Akshay Nasa, and will be probably disappointed to see Akshay continue in this hand. Very curious to see what happens next. A spade would make it very interesting. That's a 10. Does give both players straight draws. Got shot for Ling. Still jack high. Does he want to continue telling some sort of a story? 980k in the middle, 2 million behind, almost an exactly 2-to-1 SPR.
It's interesting because Natsa's range is quite uncapped here on this board.
Wow.
You could
Reaches
have
for chips,
He's-
even.
yeah,
He's loading
I-
up
I-
the
I-
second barrel. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, you were saying his range is uncapped, and that is indeed true, but this is becoming a serious matter. There's a lot of leverage in this bet as well. Betting 525, a call from NASA would make the spot 2 million, leaving Lin 1.4 million behind. So, and is essentially threatening the rest of his stack. But he's doing it to the one player who can afford to call off the rest of his stack.
So during the break, that's going to come up soon, I'm going to put 2 post-it notes on my monitor so that I can't see the players' cards anymore. Because they're not helping me.
A call from NASA and an ace on the river. What a situation Ling has found himself in. He has jack high on the 8-7 deuce 10 ace board. Looking fairly confident and stoic. Forget about any live reads we mentioned till this point. He seems calm and composed and is looking at the rest of his stack. He needs to decide whether this is the moment. 2 shorter stacks behind him. He'd be down to 23 bigs, but 2 short stacks have close to 11 and 12 bigs. So an insane ICM pressure as well. Does give up and is going to have to show down his jack high. He's going to get the bad news. Not just that NASA wins the hand, but the fact that a jam might have worked.
Wow.
And
That
talk
turn
about-
bet was amazing.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Stephen. I was just saying, talk about the
It's okay.
rich getting richer. I mean, NASA opens light as he's been known to do. Did not get action with aces the next time around. This time opens 9-8 off. Flops the top pair on the board and gets the playback from a player we thought was relatively tight so far. Now up to 128 bigs, 7.7 million in chips. That is an absolutely dominating chip lead.
And now the 3 short stacks have to be very careful and very aware of the ICM consequences. Because the 3 of them are so close together. And with the levels going up, their stacks, the effective big blinds will be even smaller.
NASA now
And that's
has
why I did question his play on the turn. You know, he really thought he could rep something pretty strong to take down the pot, to blow NASA out of the pot. But because NASA, from a late position, was actually reasonably uncapped his range. And that board didn't necessarily only favor the big blind. So
Oh my word, look at
maybe
this,
that
Stephen.
There you go. Well, maybe we get elimination then.
And Huang is all in. The two short stacks with Ace King and Ace Queen. When Sang had opened with a suited ace under the gun, surely he's going to find the fold here, given the action behind him.
Ace King flatting, eh? Wow, that's
Quick
worked
call
this
from
time.
Liu. Huang is going to get
beautiful
the bad
Ace King
news.
suited.
Huang was the shortest stack, so you are right, Stephen. We might be looking at the very first elimination. Liu would have only one big blind behind were he to get sucked out on by the ace-queen. But as it stands, he is in a great spot to effectively double up and scoop up Huang's chips. Are we about to lose the Korean player? Huang Jong-ho has had an absolute roller coaster run coming into this final table. At risk now. Needs a queen to get things going, or some combination of straight or flush cards. And the rest of the
He does
table,
have two flush draws, you know, diamonds and clubs.
yeah, two flush draws as they say, and the rest of the table has to be just absolutely rooting against him. We talked about everybody wanting the first player to bust. Anti-railing, as they call it. Off to the board, a
Nothing
king-high
personal.
board.
That's a king.
Does have two clubs in it, the flop. A 10 would actually give the straight. So Huang has actually added a lot of outs with this flop. Looking for a 10 or a club to continue to have some hope.
His equity hasn't actually changed much comparing to pre-flop.
Absolute brick on the turn. The 3 of diamonds does not change a thing. A 10 and a 10 only. A 7 of clubs wraps things up. First elimination is the player from Korea. Walks away with 289 million Vietnamese dong. That's good for $12,000. And we are now down to our final 8 here at the APT main event. And as I had mentioned, 23 minutes to go till the next break, but we will take this opportunity to actually reset our RFID table, make it adjusted to an 8-player final table, and we will take a break and we will join you shortly. It's going to be a quick one. Do not go anywhere. We are down to the final 8 here, playing for 145,000 up top. So stay tuned and we will see you soon.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
He's live. Live for the triple up. Courtesy of that dead money.
So AJ all in for his tournament life with King 5 suited. As flop comes. King in the window. And a King 9-6.
AJ said, hold up, hold up. Don't let him cook just yet.
Turn the 9 of spades.
2 outs once for Barry.
Needs an ace and only an ace. Or AJ is getting the double up here. River. Boat. 9's full of kings for AJ here, getting a big double. More than a double, as a triple.
Triple's up, mate.
Wow.
Win may go back to back against Jung.
Ooh.
He's run into the 10s.
Oh, wow.
Chan gets
Goes
out
all
the
in.
way, and Jung could go from shortest stack to table captain in just 2 hands. If he can hold here with the 2 red 10s. Win. Absolutely nothing wrong with this jam. Small blind v button.
All in for his tournament life. 10 in the window.
Another set for Jung, but does need to fade the gut shot.
As the turn brings a king, picking up more outs here. No longer just a gut shot, but an open ender here. And it's not going to come, and that's going to be an elimination for Nguyen Nang Chuang of Vietnam. As Jung goes from being our short stack ninja now to being table captain in literally 2 hands.
You're right, you're right. Wow, he's going to take the spot with the queen 4. Rather than waiting. Wow. Pachara, the potential double KO spot. He had one earlier on in the day where he eliminated 2 players. His kings against 8s against 8-7. A very similar spot where there was a 2 big blind stack.
Henry, the chat is insisting that Thailand is running hot. I must say, I have no option but to agree at this point.
Well, listen, there's 5 cards to come. Michael looking for a king, some diamonds or some spades. Sasa looking for a queen or some funky straight. Hand number 148 to get us from 15 down to 13. Would come with a pay jump as well. For everyone else, the 10-10 tray board rolls off. So far, so good for Pachara. 9 of clubs on the turn does give Michael a couple more outs. No dice as the pair or the 4 rolling off on the river, and a double elimination. We're going to lose Michael Leck in 14th and Sasa in 15th, and Pachara with his 2nd double KO of the day.
Peter Kim in the big blind heads up here. Does have a defendable hand. Is going to defend. Looking for some very specific flops. As flop comes. Wow, how about that? How about that? Chan makes top pair, but Peter Kim flops bottom 2 with the heart on the flop.
That is sick.
Gonna check it over to our pre-flop aggressor. He's gonna be feeling pretty darn great with top pair here. But Peter Kim with a disguised 2 pair, straight draws about. Oh, this is gonna get spicy.
50k bet, fairly standard, but Peter Kim with almost a mandatory raise. You mentioned the straight draws that are possible, but it's also time to start building the spot at a time when your opponent has a range which might continue pretty wide. I'm thinking things with backdoors, overcards, things like queen 10s, queen 9s. Want to get value from all of those while you can. Raise it to 160. Chan, of course, with a hand much better than those hands. Off pair with the queen kicker. Certainly too strong to release at this point in the hand.
Oh my gosh. And Chan goes all in.
Wow. This is going to get instantly called.
And gets a call. Peter Kim not out of the woods yet. Is a 3-1 favorite to win, but has to dodge 27% equity. Needs to dodge counterfeit outs. Needs to dodge the queen. Needs to dodge the jack.
One of my least favorite situations in poker is to be ahead with bottom two against top pair. I don't know why, but it just feels like you're not as much of a favorite as the equity suggests.
Peter Kim! Queen on the turn, dagger to the heart. Needs an 8 or a 5 now. It's not going to come. Peter Kim gets it in so good here near the money bubble of the high rollers on day 2 and is eliminated. But stoic as always, an immaculate professional walking away from our featured table. Good game to Peter Kim of US of A. Ayaz in the chat, please and thank you.
How did I just call that?
Jacks running hot on this table. Carmen with jacks in the high jack. Looks down and says, oh, hi jacks.
I see what you did there.
Thank you very much. Gonna raise it up to 50K as the blinds increase to 10K, 25K, 25K.
Very smooth.
Gonna get all the way down to the blinds. Let's start with the small one. Bye-bye, hits the muck. 9-4 suited. Oh my god! Aces for Chan. The Pocket Rockets. The American Airlines. The pre-flop Nutter Butters.
Raise, he announces, well, doesn't really matter what free information you gave in what hand when you get aces on the big blind against the hijack.
And when they're
3x.
playing effectively for 16 big blinds behind, I think it's gonna go all in here.
You don't feel great about it, but you just know in the back of your head it's something you must do. Your opponent can easily have 8s, 9s, 10s that you would absolutely dominate. Many hands that would likely take the flip against you. Perhaps some fold equity as well, depending on how your opponent likes to navigate situations. So, not too many moves left up on offer for Adam here.
And also notable is that we're near the money, and Carmen is covered.
Does go all in, despite being near the bubble. Is going to see the bad news. Really hard luck there for Adam to run into the aces, and respect for jamming it in there despite being on the bubble. It's exactly the attitude you need. Adam with over 600,000 lifetime earnings. Really no spring chicken. Knew what he had to do. Gets the bad news. Drawing 19% equity to hit a jack.
No jack on this flop. Adam all in for his tournament life with the jacks. Needs to find a red jack. Needs to find an 8 or a red jack on the River of Dreams. It's going to be the deuce of hearts. And Adam from Australia is going to be eliminated here on our featured table of day 2 of the high roller. GG's in the chat for Adam. And if you feel so inclined, some ayas in the chat.
Prize in Taiwanese poker history, and second to ourselves, obviously. Yesterday saw that record being broken
By our very own main.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A very warm welcome back here. We are coming to you live from Hanoi at the APT Summer Series Hanoi 2023. We are covering the final table of the main event. Before we went on break, we were playing 9-handed. We kicked off the final table. We did have the very first elimination. We lost the player from Korea, Chong Po Hwang, walking away with the minimum guarantee at the final table, which was 289 million Vietnamese dong. That's good for 12,000 US dollars. But for the final 8 players here, it is all to play for. First place pays out 3.4 billion. That's right, with a B. VND, that is good for 145,000 US dollars. We're looking at the highlights from earlier, including the elimination here. My name is Vidur Singhal. I am here with my co-commentator, Stephen Lai. Stephen, we are down to the business end. 8 players left. That bubble, so to speak, of the first player being eliminated has been burst. How do you think the remaining players are feeling right now?
Well, they're 2 very short stacks right now, so you know they will be playing. Well, hopefully they will be playing quite tight, and then hopefully the bigger stacks will try to bully them to accumulate more stacks, and that creates an interesting dynamic for a final table, doesn't it?
And one of the bigger stacks to worry about is Akshay Nasa, one of the most active players on the table, the player from India, an absolute crusher in his local Indian poker ecosystem, but also a crusher in the Asian poker ecosystem. He has won a main event in 2019 at the APT, this time looking to clinch his first main event title in the new era of the APT. And what a title that would be. Not just $145,000, by the way, but the insanely impressive Golden Lion New Era APT trophy. In case you don't know what we're talking about, either wait for one of the beautiful shots we have with the trophy in the front, or check out the video that we put out during APT Type A with Michael Soisa describing the thought process that went into the trophy. But that is really the one to shoot for. So Akshay, in an absolutely commanding chip lead, 2 short stacks as you mentioned, Stephen. What do you think the middle stack should be approaching the strategy of the final table right now with?
Well, middle stack should be attacking other middle stacks. That's the standard MTT play. Don't poke at the tigers and the lions, the deep stacks, and then the middle stack should fight amongst themselves, because the short stacks will stack off quite easily, because they are down to about 10 big blinds. Oh, speaking of which, EJ has gone all in from the hijack.
850k. Blinds at 30k, 60k. 20 minutes left in the level. 850 represents about 14 bigs. Speaking of poking the
It's
lion,
actually a clear attack. It's a clear attack on the short stack on the button, or shortish stack of the button, and knowing small blind is a very tight and passive player. Oh, and Van Sang has caught off with ace queen.
we might be looking at another elimination right after we've come back from that short break to reset the table. EJ, player from Australia, has gone in with the king jack off. Win Sang has woken up with ace queen on the big blind. Easy call. Ace queen versus king jack. 37% equity. Not so much now with the ace and the queen on the flop. Looking now for a 10 or a 10 only, and we might be looking at our 8th place finisher. 8
That
on
was
the turn.
unexpected.
Does not change much.
I didn't think EJ needed to jam that soon.
Well, let's see if he's somehow rewarded with a 10 on the river. Not so much. The ace locks it up, and he is out in 8th place. EJ Derecho from Australia walking away with 367 million Vietnamese dong. That's good for 16,000 US dollars. Wow, that was quick. We'd barely gotten time to settle back in as we came back from this break. And we lose another player.
The short stacks are laughing all the way to Ho Chi Minh right now. Ooh, 23 big blinds. That's more than I thought. I thought he was going to have 14 to 15 big blinds. So 23, that's playable, actually.
Well, of course, we had two very tiny stacks, but they're the ones who actually tangoed against each other. The ace-king versus ace-queen, I believe that was. So, of course, the shortest stack now, you just pointed out, Ling. He is the one who did poke the bear, dance with the lion, as you said. Made an ill-timed bluff attempt, double barrel with the jack 5 suited from the big blind against Akshay Nasa, widening the lead Akshay had over the remainder of the players. About 23 million chips in play. Akshay has something like 7.5 million of them, 7.7 there you see. That's good for about 20% or so.
During the break, I had a chance to speak to my contact in Taiwan, and he was telling me that, he was correcting me to say that, Liu did learn a little bit of poker from some friends from a CTP recently. So he's not completely amateurish.
Well, that's not surprising to hear. You don't get to the final table of the main event by being completely amateurish, but how about flopping a set?
No, you do, because you flop a set.
Easy. Poker's so easy. And the guy who just picked up a lot of chips has top pair and is now leading out into the set of Liu. Takumasa is in the middle. Takumasa, excuse me, is in the middle with a straight draw as well.
What? No, don't do anything silly like that. He's not folding.
Looking appropriately pained. Sort of a Hollywood scenario. Looking constantly at what I assume is a tournament clock, which has the blind level on it. And does make the call. I like to see this. Despite the board being pretty wet, we did see a player get a tad too excited with the set. That was Kwong in seat 1. Early on with the pocket tens. This time around, Liu keeps his opponent in the mix, but sees the unfortunate ace of hearts, probably one of the worst cards in the deck. Does not stop Wen Sang from leading out and firing more chips into the middle. Has grabbed about 200 of them. 150.
I respectfully disagree here, because the ace of hearts means the opponent doesn't have a nut flush draw, right? So, you were worried about the continuation bet being a draw, and it's likely to be a nut flush draw to continuation bet. And the ace appearing means he wasn't drawing.
Great
so
point.
It's actually a pretty good card. Now this is less good. King of Hearts is less good. Well, definitely terrible for Van Sang.
Makes a blocker bet.
You will be.
I do not want to see a flat call here by Liu. We have seen
exactly.
him flat.
I was going to say, I almost used the S word. It would be stupid not to raise.
I think he asked for the pot to be spread a little bit, so you can decide
Good,
how much to
good.
raise. Or so we hope, in terms of whether he's raising or simply calling. Yes, there are bigger full houses available, but your opponent has just bet one big blind. That is weakness if I've ever seen it. Throws in a bunch of time
And
bank
I'll be
cards. In case you're just joining us, that simply means he gets as much time as he needs to figure out what he wants to do in this hand, and any unused time bank cards, 30 seconds apiece, will be returned back to him.
I would almost call it contempt to the game of poker if you don't raise. And that's a race. That's a good race. Solid race. How much Mandarin do people speak in Vietnam, in Hanoi, do you know?
I'm not too sure, frankly, simply because as a non-Mandarin
You don't speak
speaker,
Mandarin?
I'm not able to really tell the difference, but I have a feeling it's not too much. I think a lot of people do face not a language barrier per se, but yeah, the locals do obviously speak only their own language. That's understandable.
Because for some reason I thought I heard the dealer saying something in Mandarin about the race. Oh wow, what a fold. Good fold. Suppose one card flush. It's not that difficult to fold. And I think it's a bit of an exploit fold there as well, because he was marking Liu not being able to raise with anything less than a flush.
And with that, Liu has actually climbed up to the middle of the pack, fourth in chips with only 7 players left. What a journey it's been. Found the double up effectively, having eliminated Huang as the first player out. Now flops the set and got bet into 3 times. One big blind bet on the river. Did raise it correctly when he made the boat. Did not get paid off, but still a nice little pickup there, and has put himself in a good position to try to go for it all. The man in charge, Akshay Nasa, has a real holding under the gun. 7-handed, pocket 3s under the gun, reasonable open, even if you did not have the chip lead, but with Akshay having the overwhelming chip lead, could certainly be doing a lot of raising from any position. 14 minutes to go till the next level, and the next level jump is a big one. I always like to point this out to people. Going from 60,000 to 80,000 in terms of percentage is the biggest increment that is on offer. 33% jump in the big blind. If you do the reverse math, it means all your stacks are relatively reduced by 25% when it comes to big blinds. And that means the short stacks will feel the pinch. That 23 big blind stack is going to be down to something like 19, and it's going to be time to really get your chips in the middle. Also, when you're 7-handed, that big blind plus big blind anti-combo comes around much quicker. There's no place to hide.
Well, he certainly doesn't look too nervous about it. He has the skills, he has the cards. What can possibly go wrong?
Went to Kwong, perhaps the quietest person on the table so far, not just because he has a mask and is not engaging in banter, but also because he's simply been playing his cards, and the cards have not been hitting him with the deck, but he's been on the tighter side as well. Did find the set with the pocket 10s, added a little bit to the stack he came in with, has sat, watched 2 players get eliminated, and let me just point out the minimum payout now, 500 million VND plus 534 to be precise. So we're in the $500 million range, Stephen. 23,000 USD, that's good for.
Still, you know, like obviously having 5 million is a lot, but you know, 25,000 USD is nothing to be laughed at. It's a good score. It's a good score. Takamasa raised from the 3-bet from the button. Oh no, raised from the button.
No, you are right. It's a 3-bet. The cutoff actually limped with the king jack off, and I think all the early limping has turned even very experienced players such as Win into limpers. Limped 60k is the blind, king jack off, got punished with the 3-bet, from Takumasa, or the raise as you called it. And Akshay actually calls from the big blind with the 8-6 suited.
Well, let's see the flop. Flop comes Queen 10-6 with 2 spades.
I think
Bottom pair for NASA.
Sang might be cursing himself for folding his king jack.
Correct. Still, Masa has the top pair and the top kicker, and it's going to be quite an easy continuation bet. And he does.
Takumasa has had plenty of tricks up his sleeves. We saw him navigate top pair, top kicker when he had ace king in a blind versus blind situation. Very interestingly, very effectively. Did check the flop in that instance. This time the board being as wet as it is and him being in position. Plays it straightforward, makes a reasonable, healthy continuation bet. Gets the perfect turn, an absolute break, 3 of hearts.
That changes nothing for the board. And I think another barrow would be another street of betting would be required.
These pots are getting big, above 1 million in chips already. 2.2 million behind in exactly 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio, and does check for pot control, perhaps more so for deception. He's not worried about all the cards that could be. Yeah, there we go. That's one of them. The spade, dangerous cards that could come out, but he also knows his opponent, Akshay, is very aggressive. Might be willing to be in that call off anything mode, get Akshay to bluff at it.
I think that the problem is that 3 changed nothing in terms of board texture. So if he was ahead, then he would have been ahead on the turn as well. So no reason not to bet, really. But hey, he got himself into this river spot, and he's going to put a pretty big bet into the middle, which is how many? Half the pot? No, just over half.
And the way the hand has played out, certainly Akshay's exact holding would likely have found a fold on the turn. But now, considering the check on the turn, Akshay might be thinking there's a chance he's good, and Takumasa is turning some sort of a missed 2 high cards or some sort of a Broadway missed straight draw into a bluff here. You do expect
the clearest combo would be King Jack. Right, King Jack with 1 spade would play this way, probably. You know, probably with the King of Spades as the blocker. But don't overthink it, NASA. You have a crappy pair, just fold it.
It's always tempting to be the hero. Make the hero call.
Didn't we get a question like that yesterday from the comments? You know, is it more important to make hero calls or hero folds?
Yeah, we did, and my answer was pretty simple. More important to learn how to fold, because you have to do a lot more folding than hero calling.
But I you know,
he does make the call.
Ooh, that's a little bit crazy. But I don't think you get to hero fold that often, because hero folding means you have a very good holding. You know, you're folding a nutty, kind of your high percentage range, and that doesn't happen that often. Whereas hero calling, like this one, you know, happens quite often.
What a great pickup there by Takumasa. Now up to 3.9 million in chips. I mean, that check on the turn, interesting as it was, ended up getting him paid off massively from the chip leader, and perhaps the first misstep from Akshay Nasa, showing that, in fact, he is not invincible on this table. Takumasa making a dent in his otherwise massive stack. The chat goes wild. Takumasa exclamation point, says Wanko. Freeman 48 says Takumasa looks solid. Agreed, Freeman. He does look solid. He's had some premium hands and has just extracted a lot of value from them. Most recently against Akshay, before that against Liu. Once again, the combination of running well and playing well is hard to beat. And look at this, talk about running well. Ace King again takes another look at the blinds. We are approaching the break here. Blinds are going to go up, as I said, in a big increment to 80k. Maybe something he is taking into account as he opens Ace King from the cutoff. And Kwong on the big blind does have an ace. Usually a very standard spot to just defend.
And he's deep enough, 34 big blinds is a good spot to take the flop. Flop comes Jack 10-3. It's a rainbow board. Slightly favors the big blind at the moment.
You are right about Jack 10-3 favoring the big blind. Takumas, of course, has a very reasonable hand to continuation bet, 2 overs, the draw to the nuts, Broadway straight. Also, players of this caliber have noticed how tight or perhaps passive Kwong has been. Perhaps that gives them the extra marginal push to comfortably continuation bet, knowing that folding is quite likely. And there is the
thank
trophy.
you, Kai. Oh, look at that. That is shiny.
That shot that I was talking about, trophy in the forefront, players at the back. It's almost like the lion is the one who is overseeing these entire proceedings, and all the minions are just trying to fight to have a piece, to have the right to take the trophy back home, perhaps on its own seat on the plane, which is what I recommend when somebody from outside the country where we're having the event wins. I think if you win the main event, you can afford to buy a separate seat for the coveted Lion trophy. And if it stays local, I'm not sure. My suggestion, take it out to dinner.
What a fine idea.
Just you and the trophy having a meal.
Or use it as a cat protector at your next home game. How about that?
It's more like a table protector. Greg goes all in, just put out a video holding the trophy up. I was watching him shoot it outside. And as part of the gag, he was pretending to be tired from lifting it. And when I watched him put the trophy down at the end of the video, he actually was tired from lifting it. That thing is a beast.
I was going to say, Greg, you are a weakling. But no, maybe... Oh, I actually held that main event trophy in Taipei, and it's actually hefty. Very hefty indeed.
It really is one of the coolest trophies out there, isn't it?
Well, I remember talking to Fred in Taipei, and he said he created one iconic trophy, and he has no problem creating another one. And he has done that. Pocket Queens, UTG +1 open, very, very standard. 10-8 suited from the small blind. I don't know what he's considering.
How about a raise?
Raise.
Well, after all the snide comments have made about Kwong being on the tighter side, he has found the 10-8 suited in the small blind and converted it into a 3-bet raise, bluffing into the under the gun +1 open off Wen Sang. Might be getting some bad news, but look at the stack sizes here, Steven. Both of them are middle stacks. There's a lot of ICM pressure. The pay jumps are getting massive. Everybody guaranteed 23,000 USD. Next player out, 31,000 USD. Wen Sang not bothered, shoves all his chips in there. Kwong caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He's going to have to let this one go. Power poker here by Wen.
But that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. How the middle stacks, should behave with, 2 overwhelming chip leads. The middle stacks should be attacking each other. So, it's a little bit unfortunate that you walk into queens, but, I think the game plan wasn't that bad.
But to your point, how do you approach the situation with queens if you're really trying to play at a very high level? Knowing that, considering the ICM pressure you put, hands as strong as, let's say, pocket tens, were Kwong to have that, would be put into the blender and perhaps find a fold given the ICM pressure. How does that change how you should play something like queens, or do you still have to just get it in there?
Well, I think the stack size was, he only had 23 big blinds from the small blind, so it's a little bit too shallow to be too fancy. So, I think putting it in is never going to be wrong. There's not much room for a click there, I'm afraid. So, yeah, just put it in. It's, you capture all your equity and you get some ace queen, maybe sometimes pocket jacks to call you off, which you'd be very happy about. No point being too fancy at that spot.
Takumasa understandably has some pep in his step, given the recent flurry of chips he's acquired. Akshay Nasa, I mean, yeah, he took a big dent, but he still has 111 big blinds. Of course, blinds are going to go up, so he's going to be down below the 100 mark for pretty much the first time on this final table shortly, depending on how this hand goes, of course. Does find the 3-bet with the ace-7 off. He is not going to be pushed around, and there's a simple rule in tournament poker. When you're the second biggest stack, you have to tango with everyone but the biggest stack. Akshay knows that rule very well and is asking Takumasa, hey, do you know that rule? Turns out he does.
And he does. I must. Okay, so he's a line he's a bet I'm gonna lay to you. Okay, so let's do an over and under on Takumasa's age. How old do you think he is?
Oh my word, Stephen! I'm not even from this part of the world, Asia, East Asia. It's really tough for me to tell. But sure, I'll set the line at 24. Let's say 20, 25.
Oh, easy over, man.
Easy over.
I would actually say 28 is the line.
Okay.
I'm not cheating. I have not Googled him. But I think 28 will be the line. So if someone from Japan, hearing what we just discussed, can give us the answer. So I would say 28.
I will go under, and I will happily bet you a beer next time I see you.
Let's do that.
Does have that, I mean, forget aesthetically, which is, I guess, what we were referring to when trying to guess his age, but he has that young gun energy,
True. Yes, true.
Well, speaking of young gun energy, how about the 3-bet with the 6-4 suited? And this time, yes, he's putting all the pressure on the middle stacks, but he has run into a real hand. Liu has pocket tens. And Liu has been fairly sticky.
Yeah, I think he's picked the wrong person to apply that pressure, because Liu has been very, very standard.
Yeah, but it's important to just remember the dynamics that are being attacked here. Liu once again limped, something he has been doing from the very start of the final table. A big hand that he faced was limping with pocket fives. Liu actually smiling. He limped with pocket fives. Nasa actually punished him and got a big bluff through with a triple barrel with the king 10 off. This time around, Liu has pocket tens, has played the same way. Nasa has flopped a piece of this board, bottom pair.
By the way, I just lost my bet to you. He is 24, according to Y.
Nailed it. What a line I set.
All right.
Looking forward to that beer.
Well, I look forward to having it with you.
Standard continuation bet, about 1/3 pot. Liu going nowhere. Can't be too comfortable with the jack on the board. His hand is way too strong to fold right now. And unlike the board and the hand where Akshay had king 10 off, this time he actually does have a piece of the flop. Does he want to realize his equity? He does. Checks behind. A 3 on the river. 2-pair now for both players. Liu quickly checks with the tens. Akshay takes the showdown value, gets the bad news. Once again, the chip leader facing small dent in his stack, perhaps not too noticeable right now. Lu showing down that he's check calling, limb calling rather, pocket tens pre-flop. Some discussion between Lu and NASA about what the players might have had. By the way, I call Akshay NASA because that's what the entire Indian community calls him. NASA is just a fun, fun name to say, and of course reminds you of the space organization.
Is that his real name or is it like a nickname?
It is in fact his real name, yeah. But you know, Indian players tend to go by their first name as opposed to the last one, but not NASA. Okay. NASA has to be NASA. Akshay, a very, very common name in India, including one of the biggest Bollywood actors.
There you go. Well, I have to say I have the number of Bollywood films I've seen. I can count them in one hand, I think. I saw the action film last year on Netflix, RRR.
Yes, I was just about to ask. Global phenomenon, that film. What did you think?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's well, my apart from my gambling addiction personality, I was actually a politics student when I was younger. So, the colonial history, etc., is fascinating, and they made it into a superhero movie. Wonderful. You can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, pretty cool concept, yeah. In case anybody is listening in chat is interested in checking out RRR or RRR as they call it on Netflix, I can highly recommend. Just sit back, grab popcorn, and enjoy for the next 3 hours the craziness you see on your screen. And I can, not profess to watching too many Hong Kong movies as well, but Hong Kong cinema, of course, had an amazing sort of few decades becoming globally famous. So I have seen a few and absolutely love it.
The 80s and the 90s, I think Hong Kong were absolute kings of cinema in Asia.
Totally. And across the world, I'd say. I mean, seen a lot of 80s, 90s. And of course, some of those directors, the
John Woo,
John Woo, of course, Wong Kar-wai, absolute legends. Did Ang Lee come out of Hong Kong as well?
He's Taiwanese, but he had I would say Taiwan.
Okay.
Ang Lee, yeah. But and then the big movie stars too, Jackie Chan, and then Tony Leung, who recently appeared in a Marvel movie.
That's right, and he was amazing in that movie as well, Shang-Chi.
And I guess I'm going to give you another line. Okay, how old is Tony Leung?
This one I do know. I think he's in his late 50s, maybe.
Early 60s, I think.
Incredible. Love Tony Leung. I love Infernal Affairs, actually. One of my favorite.
How good is that?
Spy movies, action movies.
He was born in 1962.
Bit of a
He
situation
looks better than
brewing
Yoda.
here. Oh, yeah, he certainly does. Bit of a situation brewing here, I was about to say. It does go check on the turn, so the pot is going to stay relatively in control. 1.2 million in the middle, 1.9 million. When Sang gets the check mark, Takamasa had found himself with bottom pair. When going for value.
Judging by the way he's played so far, he's not getting a penny out of Takamasa here.
You're likely right, but he is going to add 1.2 million to his existing chip stack. It's going to be pretty comfortable. Middle stack now. All assuming Takumasa doesn't pull some sort of funky trigger, of course. And we have noticed that Nguyen is not afraid to go for value in marginal situations. We saw him arguably value betting the kings with the king 6 versus the flop set of Lu on 3 streets. The river bet was perhaps a blocker bet with the 4 hearts on the board, but was not afraid of the ace having come out. This time not afraid of the flush completing and the queen getting paired up. So very impressive stuff. Sometimes you can just tell the experience and the talent that somebody has with just a couple of hands. And I think when Sang, of course, we have been watching him across day 2 and day 3, but really showing what he's made of at this final table.
Oh, he's very impressive indeed. And I remember him playing well yesterday also. But Kim, you know, he's been quiet, just like yesterday.
Yeah, C3 Jongwoo Kim, of course, is still technically second in chips, I believe, and that completely tracks from what we saw yesterday. He had a huge chip stack, and he's very, very big on maintaining it and keeping it that way. Picking his spots wisely, staying tight, perhaps has a plan of just following certain opening ranges, playing premium hands. It's working for him so far. That kind of strategy does get you deep up the ladder in a final table, especially if you start out with a very healthy chip stack. But the question is whether he's wanting to go for the win or not. A man who is definitely wanting to go for it all is Winman Sang. He does open up 9-8 off on the button.
And Liu, picking up suited ace, is asking whether he could raise, I think. No, it's just a call. Flop comes King 3-3. Classic ABB board. Ace 5 is still good at the moment. 9-8 has no kind of draw or any kind of improvement ahead. But
Does
it's
have
still a
position,
continuation
does
bet.
have the pre-flop aggression, and does have the heart, as Tony G, excuse me, might say. When Sang is the champion, says somebody in chat. Certainly is possible as things stand. Sang is just going for it any chance he gets, including this one. One barrel fired. It's the second one being loaded up. Nope, decides to check this one. Whiffs the river as well, 7 of spades. Quick check from Liu, and this is the key decision point, isn't it, Steven? Is this the moment you're going for it? Or do you give your opponent credit for a king or a pair they might not fold?
Well, not giving the credit. That if you think your opponent is a bit of a calling station, then you can't bluff him. So, you know. But on that board, it's actually quite easy to fire the river.
Not the path that when Sang chooses is now down to 35 big still. 5th in chips, 2 shorter stacks behind him. Perhaps one of the reasons he did not fire out. Lots of ICM pressure now in play. 23,000 guaranteed to all these players. That's 7th place prize. Next pay jump takes you up to 31,000 USD. That's over 700 million Vietnamese dong. And the pay jump after that, somewhat similar. Another 8,000 USD, 923 million VND. 2 players that are shorter stacked than you can net you almost double the earnings if they eliminate before you, and that has to be considered in every decision one makes.
We are all slaves to ICM. That's my conclusion.
Well, that's one way. There's also the other meme going around these days. ICM is for poor people, as they say. Maybe.
Well, I think if you respect the game, you know, you've got to think about ICM. You know, it's part of the process.
And if you respect money, might I add.
You know, every penny you earn extra appears on your hand and mob. So it's like a computer game. You get more points.
That is true. That hand and mob score is really the first thing people go to when they talk about what you've done in the live poker streets, at least in the live tournament poker streets, I should say. Another interesting situation brewing. Ling, who has been quiet for a while, finds king-queen suited. He is the shortest stack and opens it up. And Gwen Sang is just unafraid, going for it with the 3-bet, not giving Ling enough credit despite the undergun +1 open. 3 bets from the cutoff.
No, his thinking must have been, is too good a hand to give up, yet flatting it will open it up for NASA to do something funky. So he took the 3 betting line.
And Ling makes a pained expression. It would be weird to continue after this, to be honest, but there's a chance that Winsang did not see it.
It's actually quite easy to fall in love with King Queen suited pre-flop. You know, you feel like, oh, I'm flipping with most hands, but it's easy. But you know, but you're forgetting that you're losing to all the ace. Like there's so many ace that's ahead of you pre-flop.
And of course, the
Ace
chances
8,
of you
ace
being
9. You know.
yeah, and also the chances of
Yep.
you being dominated go up exponentially when you've been 3-bet. Of course, Ace King and Ace Queen smack the 3-bet range. Once again, I'm a bit confused. Yeah, there we go. He does fold. I was about to say that after you make a pained expression like that, I think he'd already decided what he's going to do there. Good fold, though. Was behind. Did make a reasonable open, but fortunately for him, he is now officially down to 13 big blinds. Certainly the shortest stack here, and I believe he has one more hand to go before he has to put up 2 of those blinds, one as the blind itself and one as the big blind ante. So he will be facing the heat of being the shortest stack, slowly getting into that danger zone, that 10 big blind range where you want to be going all in or folding. Ling finds absolute rag, 6 deuce under the gun, so as I mentioned, he will be down to 11 bigs once he posts next hand.
Takamasa wakes up with King Jack suited. From the cutoff, and he raises it up. Alright, I'm going to use Google Translate again. Someone's left a comment in Vietnamese that I'm not fluent in. Google.
We might be heading to another Takumasa v NASA situation. Ace Queen on the small blind, the unsuited variety. Goes all in, max pressure. Talk about ICM. He's not fooling around. There's no 3 bets to deal with. He's asking, do you want to be eliminated right now? Or do you want to ladder up? Let's go. Makes it look easy, but not easy to jam 40 bigs there. You really need to have a sense of what you're doing. Do not try that at home, ladies and gentlemen. Akshay Nasa just beasting his way into that pot.
It's exactly the right strategy as well, because you know medium to good stacks are so prone to be attacked by the chip leader, because you have too much to lose. You have way too much ICM pressure.
It also has this sort of table dynamic EV that I keep talking about, where he is now discouraging the likes of the middle stacks. Takumasa being the perfect example, somebody who's a good player, has a lot of chips in front of him, to even think about opening these relatively strong hands, knowing that anything can happen behind them. Really just trying to arrest their gumption, but there is no lack of gumption. Pocket 5s this time from Takumasa. Hijack opens it up. Too strong to consider folding, of course, and very curious what NASA does here. Lets it go, 7-4 off.
I have a feeling Takamasa has, well, maybe that's just a bias, but he's probably one of those players who have played 500,000 hands online. So he understands so well that he is, you know, he can't just bow down and let the chip leader bully him. So he needs to open his range. He needs to play his normal game.
Well, he's 24, as we found out, so he's certainly a young gun. It's tough to say what experience he has. He either does not have any live tournament results that we can find on his end mob, or he's chosen to delete them, which could actually signal that he's some sicko who does not want his his name out there yet, but his name will certainly be out there after today, irrespective of the result. He's made the final table of the APT and is in position to try and win it all.
He's probably booked his ticket to Vegas after today.
That's right, the World Series of Poker is on as well. Continuation bets puts the appropriate pressure on the short stack. And more interestingly, Kwong not only is a short stack, but is not the shortest stack, which means he has a lot of ICM pressure to deal with. Does not want to be the next one eliminated. Lets this one go. We did see him fight back with the 10-8 suited against Win Sang. Did not work out in that instance. Win Sang actually had pocket queens. So that Kwong is down to 16 bigs. The shortest stack remains Ling with 11 bigs. And I believe Ling is on the small blind now, so maybe closer to 10 bigs effective, in fact.
Mm-hmm. Well, we are likely to see an elimination before the end of this level. So we played 50 hands already today. He's actually gone pretty fast, you know, it's a bit of action, 2 eliminations, 50 hands. No, I'm not bored yet. How about you?
Certainly not, and there are some final tables where you can find yourself a little bit in that autopilot mode if you're one of the players where, you know, you just see standard opens, standard folds. But with Akshay Nasa spicing things up, some of the card distribution going in the favor of action, and of course the shorter stacks getting in there. We did lose, of course, Wang, who was one of the shortest stack, but also one of the most active players on the table. Certainly that mantle has been taken up in terms of active short stacks, and here's an opportunity to be an active short stack. Open from under the gun by Win Sang, but Ling does have a real hand in the small blind. The fact that the open was from under the gun might be giving Ling some pause here. Ace 10 is a strong hand when you have 10 big blinds left, but he does get to see the next 5 hands for free. He is the small blind right now. In the big blind anti-structure, he will not be posting any more chips in the middle. Does he want to go with something here, or does he want to wait for a better spot?
How likely are you going to get a better combo than Ace 10 in the next 5 hands? That's the question. But you do have to respect in UTG Open.
Goes with it.
And he doesn't.
You love to see it. He is absolutely right to do so in this instance. I doubt Win Sang will want to call it off. He's getting good pot odds. However, the short stack has gone all in from the small blind against the UTG Open. Queen 10 suited not going to be good enough. Well done by Ling. Bumps up to 15 bigs now and is now tied at the bottom. 15 bigs for him, 16 bigs for Kwong. Very interesting situation. If anything, the middle stacks are just under more ICM pressure now, something that Akshay Nasa might notice and try to exploit.
And he did against Takamasu earlier from the big blind. Takamasa, yeah, sorry, Takamasa earlier.
Which we haven't pointed out, by the way. Speaking of his name, I was a little hesitant because I wasn't sure how I was going to pronounce this. But Takumasa does have a nickname, and for all of you Takumasa fans in chat, do correct us if we get this wrong. But his nickname is Oreru Koku? Or Orukoku?
Orukoku.
Forgive me if I'm saying it wrong, but that is fun. That is a fun nickname right there.
Let's see what it means. I cannot tell.
Orukoku. I love nicknames that are longer than your name. That is a sign that it means something fun. It's not just a convenience play. You have a nickname, Stephen?
No, they usually call me Guang Tao Lo. The Bodhi man. Because I have very little hair. So they just call me the Bold Man.
Okay. Once again, a longer nickname means something, you know? Very curious what Orukoku means. Let us know in chat. Kai asks, how do you think players who aren't accustomed to the lights and pressure of a streamed final table prepare for such an event? Great question, Kai. I'm sure you've seen your share of streamed final tables, and you've seen how some players can get a little bit erratic. I think not so much the lights and the pressure of actively being there. You are, of course, given this fancy setting. You're exalted above the rest of the playing field. But more so when you know that friends and family might be watching, or perhaps the fact that this hand will go out on the internet and be available for future generations of all time to see. You might be trying to make less stupid plays. In terms of preparing, I think the right thing to do is just forget that they exist. Just try to play your best and be willing to go for it no matter how stupid you look. Usually when you make some erratic play that looks stupid, down the road, you're just proud of yourself for making it to begin with.
I cannot agree more. Speaking from experience, you know, I've made enough stupid plays on TV. It's very straightforward. Button raise from Kim. And got through.
Please don't show your hand, Kim. Okay. I want other players to think that.
You.
Oh, and it's also 30 minutes delayed, so I'm literally talking to the TV right now. The point being, Kim did raise obviously a premium holding ace queen, but a button open is going to be very, very wide. It's good to maintain the image that he is capable of opening all kinds of hands. Not just because, I mean, in a cash game, a lot of players try to maintain a tight image so that, I'm actually not sure why people do that, because I'm not one of those people. But of course, you do get more folds. But if you are, in fact, playing very tight, you might want to have the opposite image.
That's what people often say about me, because I look a little bit crazy, but I actually play pretty tight. So it's good to have that contrast.
Yeah, a lot of people, you know, Hollywood and then like posture before folding when they've been caught bluffing or caught opening too wide. But frankly, I feel in a tournament, when you're playing against players of this caliber, you want people to know that they're bluffing. You want people to know that you're capable of bluffing. Your ranges have to be blended so that your opponents are put into tough spots.
Ace was suited.
Yeah.
Ace was suited open under the gun, and then got click back. A 3-bet from Kim with an ace queen off from cutoff.
Kim is in position, so he's going to be fairly comfortable. Well, even more so now that he's flopped. An absolute gin flop, queen high, dry board. But I do respect that he was willing to 3-bet against the chip leader, not take some sort of passive line. He is rewarded with this flop.
It's very often the case that people find offsuit ace more difficult to play, and they will end up putting more money in pre-flop to take it down. You know, I think if Kim had, you know, ace jack suited, he would probably have flattered that UTG open. Oh, he's going to show the queen, yes, of course. This is such a friendly game. What's going on?
Akshay asks him, if I go all in, you call.
Yes.
He's capable. So, the gap between first and second place is tightening. Akshay still has pretty much the chip stack he came in to today with. However, he has seen some minor ups and downs. Given the blinds are where they are, he's now left with about 80 blinds. Still the overwhelming chip leader on this table. Second in chips is Kim, although he is leaning more towards playing tight, playing premium holdings. It has certainly been working for him so far.
I'm very happy for him because he's getting those premium holdings.
Well, waiting patiently, certainly. The top 10%, 20% is what he's playing.
Oh, he's playing tighter than that.
You're probably right.
He's playing tighter than then top 20% for sure.
A limp from
Okay,
the
on the
cutoff.
button. Yeah, this is
What is going on here?
not advisable,
Cutoff limping
especially
is
with
it's just not a thing.
and with ace jack, with 10 jack off as well. It's very difficult combo to play. He's going to get punished. He's going to face a raise here. Nope.
Don't forget, Lou likes limping.
Good point.
He's limped 5s, he's limped 10s. This time he just calls the limp from the cutoff. And
So he
Win.
flops top pair.
yeah, Lou does, and a win actually flops the double belly buster.
For what it's worth, is as good a flop as you could get.
Lou's hand is extremely underrepped. A lot of his hands tend to be underrepped considering he limps a lot, but Ace Jack is just extremely strong here. And if Win Sang does not hit, well, never mind. Nuts. The perfect card too, because it gives a straight draw to Lou as well. I mean, Lou is pretty much bound to continue in this hand. His hand was underrepped to begin with.
And it's so concealed.
Big bet coming. Big bet coming. And why not? Win Sang has the nuts, wants to start building this spot. Bets about 80%. 400k, and now Lou, as we just discussed, has such a big piece of this board, does have that straight draw as some backup. His hand very well could be something like a queen or just a smaller pair that would play this way. Might be thinking he simply cannot fold here because of all those dynamics. Does put in the time bank chip. He has been insta-calling in a lot of spots. This is not one of them. Certainly weighing his options. And how is he to perceive a limp on the cutoff, by the way? What does he think Wen Sang might have?
Just, just think if he 3-bet, no, if he raised 3 from the small blind, he would have taken it down already.
Liu looking pained. The player from Taiwan. This would be a very impressive fold if Liu can find it. Win has shown a lot of aggression on previous hands. He's continuing that aggression, but the bet size is what might be throwing off Liu here.
He's actually reasonably polarized here. Van Sang could be betting
Wow.
pocket tens like this.
Liu just makes the correct fold. Called when ahead and folded when behind. Very impressive. Sixth sense almost.
That's that's actually very, very, very good fold.
Making it look easy too. Was very pained about it, but just folds it right off the bat when facing the heat. Would have been drawing dead to a chop. Talk about excellent timing.
He does have a bit of a presence about him, doesn't he? Liu. He's
Certainly
got that
does.
physique. He looks serious.
He certainly does. He's going to be happy to see that one on the stream later on. Well played, sir. Sometimes you just win by folding. Sometimes you own your opponent by folding. I was pretty close to one of those times.
I'm still finding it a little bit questionable to flat the small blind with ace jack off. Difficult.
Yeah, I certainly agree, and let's not forget the limp on the cutoff as well. So, all kinds of non-standard plays happening, but certainly an interesting spot that developed on the turn was navigated very well by Liu after choosing to limp in the small blind.
I guess I just don't have that kind of creativity and instinct post flop to to play so passively pre. You know, I compensate for my lack of ability post flop by being a little bit more aggressive pre flop.
Liu only has one previous cash on his poker resume, which came in an APT short deck event. You mentioned he is a regular at your home club, the CTP, or now believe it's called the Asian Poker Arena in Taiwan, the venue of the APT in Taipei, just last month.
Well,
What an
he
impressive-
spends most of his time in Vietnam because he's a businessman in Vietnam, but he does go visit CTP or Asia Poker Arena whenever he has time, which is an amazing place. And I must tell everyone to find the time to go visit Taipei for poker.
Agreed. Had a great time there last month, not just for the event itself, but they have a nice cafe, it's in a nice building, great venue.
And for somewhere so
Oh my
kind of
word.
modern and west. Oh, we're getting
Akshay
it in,
has
are we?
jammed on the button, and Ling has a hand way too strong to fold on the big blind. Is in great shape to find the double up. And Akshay, not really a misstep, pretty standard jam, not just because of the hand he had, but the ICM pressure he could exert. Could finally be facing a reasonable dent to his stack. Needs an ace to try and eliminate Ling.
Well, you know what they say. Whenever you have an ace, you have 30%. So that's what he's having right now.
I believe Lou is trying to say that he's rooting for Akshay, as is everyone. Trying to get the pay jump. Fist bump for good luck, I believe. Fun to see the
Nothing
camaraderie.
personal.
How about a 10 on the flop to just end matters right then and there? Some weird backdoors available with the clubs, of course, the backdoor flush available, but drawing to 6% equity, Akshay.
A bit of chop out as well, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
never
chop out.
easy. Chop
Flush
out
draw.
and the flush draw. Ling looks disgusted, still smiling. Wrap it up, he says. Spare the board, maybe. Don't you dare,
Yeah.
dealer. That would be too brutal. Clean river. Yes, says Ling. I think we heard that before we saw the board. So a good result there for Ling and a bad result for everybody else trying to ladder up. And the short stack has found the double up. Akshay now down to 5 million in chips. For the first time, he is below the 6 million mark. Still 62 bigs, still a lot of chips, and I think it's going to be the chip lead by a very small margin right now. But this is a very different dynamic than this final table started with.
I'm sure he was prepared to gamble and he knew what he was doing. And, he just walked into tens and was a bit unlucky.
Yeah, fairly standard spot, shoved into effective stacks of, I believe, 15 big blinds or so for the 2 blinds. I think he's going to be shoving much lighter there than ace-9. Did run into tens, it's all part of the game.
Like I said before, if you have an ace, you have 30%. Not bad odds. And plenty of folding equity.
I suppose that leaves seat 1 Kong now as the shortest stack.
Oh, he has a hand. UTG, Van Sang picks up ace king.
Andy Lowe says hi to you, Stephen, in chat.
Oh, hello. Hello, Andy.
And somebody from India, Himalayan nature lover, says NASA rocks. Ship it bhai, bhai meaning brother. Keep up the support, guys. NASA does rock.
Well, I'm very glad to see we consistently are getting over 200 viewers on this stream. It means we're not doing such a bad job after all.
200 viewers, but dare I say a disappointing number of likes. So if you are watching the stream right now, guys, do me a favor, do Steven a favor, just take a moment and hit like. You'd be amazed at how much it helps the stream, it helps the YouTube algorithm know what to push out. It's not just as cursory as it might seem. In fact, Steven, you know, they pushed out the Twitter algorithm, they made it open source, and a lot of people analyzed it. And likes were a huge variable to figure out, for the algorithm rather, to figure out which posts to boost and get in front of more people. We can only assume YouTube is similar.
So, 200 viewers. I expect to see at least 100 likes. How about that? Smash that like button for us, please.
That's all we're asking. If you don't want to subscribe, that's okay. I don't know why you wouldn't, but that's okay. Just hit like.
That was the sound of a very desperate man. Okay, back to this hand. Ace 10 suited from the big blind. It's easy defend. Even possibly a 3-bet, but he defends. It's very playable. Suited ace. Flop comes Jack, Queen Jack 3 rainbow. No help to Natsa with the ace 8 off, and no backdoor draw either. Van Sang has a backdoor spade draw, so he's sitting very comfortably. With his ace 10 and the gut shot, he would think his ace is a clean out as well. Here we go. Backdoor draw, but it's a paired up board. This is a good check back. River comes to 6. I don't think that changes anything. And an ace high with a 10 kicker will play.
Yet another dent
Pretty
in the
standard,
stack of
pretty
Akshay.
standard, pretty standard play there. No
Agree with
point
you.
risking any more chips there for Natsa.
Definitely agree with you. It's a fairly standard hand in terms of the action, but that dent to his stack does take him down to no longer being the official chip leader on this table. And that is a dynamic to take note of. Not to mention the player who accumulated more chips in that hand now, very comfortable third in chips, is Win, who has just gone from strength to strength on this final table.
Well, he's pulled down his mask. He means business now.
Akshay not slowing down, but there's something to be said about the table noticing that he's lost a couple of hands in a row and then is opening very consistently. Might be something the table takes note of. Takumasa defends very wide, but they were suited, you might be thinking. Hearts would be disaster. Top pair for Akshay, top kicker. Small piece for for Takumasa rather as well. Akshay has not really missed a chance to continuation bet. Stays balanced, does so when he has top as well. And Takumasa, well, if you defend 5 deuce and hit a deuce, I suspect you have to continue in the hand.
You can't really ask for more. Well, I suppose the only thing that you can ask for was a flush draw, but little did he know that his flush draw would have been terrible for him. Well, it did decide to peel and hits 2 pair.
Pink. Akshay needs to decide whether he wants this hand to try and go for 3 streets of value. Of course, he isn't ahead anymore, but he might be thinking that he is. At the same time, it is tempting to sort of convert it into a 2-street hand. Check back for pot control. Of course, betting here, unless he faces a raise in position, also allows you to make this into a 2-street hand and yet charge for draws on the turn, as he probably thinks he's doing right now. 8-7 and 4-3 did make a straight. Takumasa could clearly have those hands. I mean, he has 5 deuce after all. Actually, I'm afraid bets
That
4.6
5.
million.
That 5 was far from being blank, actually, for the big blinds range. 5-6 got there. 2-5, obviously. 3-4.
All in, says Takumasa. Arguably ICM suicide, but he does have the best hand and is looking to get paid by perhaps hands such as overpairs or charge a lot for any hands that have equity such as spades. Akshay surely knows that this is a very, very strong bet, considering the short stacks that are still in the mix. Takumasa would need to have a real hand to be doing this. Not sure how Ace-9 performs against most real hands here.
You could easily be drawing dead, actually, Ace-9 against this line of action. 5s, 6s. 6-5. You know, not easy.
Lots of support for Takumasa in the chat. Will be happy with the spot he's found himself in. Has jammed with the best of it. Akshay.
You were saying that could be considered an ICM suicide. I think a call here is definitely an ICM suicide.
Absolutely.
Not because I saw the cards, just as played. The range against the range, you just cannot call.
Yeah, and I almost use ICM suicide a little bit disingenuously there. Usually ICM suicide would mean it's some sort of a bad play. This is certainly not a bad play. I guess what I meant to say was Takumasa's thinking was ICM be damned and just goes for it. There are these 2 short stacks to consider. One in particular, Kwong, 14 bigs, 1.2 million. But at one point, you just have to decide to just go for it. Try to give yourself the best chance to win it all. Some cheers, I believe, for him in chat. Kin Win says top place will receive a prize of 130,000 USD. Close, but in fact it's more than that. 145,000 USD is what the 3.4 billion VND top prize is good for. JP Win, he says. I can only assume he means Japan and is supporting Takumasa.
Do they tax you for your poker winnings in Vietnam?
Very low, I believe, 10%. Don't quote me on that,
Yes.
but I think it's 10%. I think I know this because a lot of Indian players love to come to Vietnam for exactly that reason. It's actually 0% in Cambodia, another good destination for poker because of that, and 10% in Vietnam. And in India, it's clean 30%. Gets pretty rough.
Must be difficult for the operators as well because, you know, they have to adjust the rakes a little bit, the
Very
fees,
difficult.
just so that to compensate, right?
I think a lot of the true grinders and pros to whom these kind of calculations actually matter, you know, they tend to come out to just hang out with their friends at these series. It's not so much plus EV. And then when it comes to trying to get to the best poker destination, the best poker experience, the best fields, and the biggest prizes, that's when they come to Asia, come to the APT. One of the big reasons that Akshay Nasa is sitting here today is exactly that.
He has not stopped, does it? UTG opens with ace-9 off. Nothing is stopping that man.
I think it's opened 4 of the last 5 hands, actually.
None of which was aces. Flop comes King Jack 10 with 2 hearts. Very coordinated and very much a UTG continuation bet.
How about the quick C bet that takes it down? Akshay just unafraid of that extremely coordinated high card wet board. Has the ace, has the 9, just goes for it, takes it down. So Akshay is not stopping. 4.3 million now, actually only third in chips. Takumasa did not realize this, but has climbed up to second in chips. Jongwoo Kim now first in chips. He has, of course, been the quietest person on the table, so the second and third place in chips have been the most active and seem to be just going for it. Jongwoo Kim, patient as always, still waiting it out, playing premium hands, while the shorter stacks try and find a spot where they can get busy.
Just noticed they've changed the dealer as well. This is a new dealer.
Yeah, the dealers have just been amazing, by the way, Stephen, throughout this series. I'm not talking about just on our feature and final tables, which of course also require special skills to deal. You can notice the headset that the dealer is wearing. But the feedback on all the dealers has been just amazing across every APT I've been to. And by the way, a lot of these dealers stick with us through different venues, through different stops at the APT. Huge shout out to the
And
dealers.
I have to say as well, the floor staff that traveled with the APT has always been amazing.
Stole the
with
words right out of
APT.
my mouth. Was just going to commend them as well. Just absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
And, you know, these little things add up. We were just talking about things like tax and other reasons why players might choose one venue over the other. But these little things contribute to your overall experience also. I mean, I remember being in India. It is tough for operators, but sometimes they bring in new dealers for these tournaments. Not here at the APT. A lot of experience on the floor.
Once again, Kim plays premium hands and hits top pair, top kicker. On
Easy
a
life.
monotone board. Monotone board though. Ooh, still bets, which is a fair continuation actually. And then that's cannot continue. And that's the end of that.
But you will notice how passively Nasa played, considering the opponent that he was up against after that board came out. I could have seen him fighting back against a lot of weaker opponents, but Kim is just going to have premium hands so often. And look at those stacks, by the way, Stephen. They've all sort of blended together. I believe 6 out of 7 players between the 65 and 45 range. So only one player short stack. Does lead to a lot of ICM pressure, but really anyone's game right now.
Oh, I'm loving this. This makes it so much more exciting.
And let's not forget the incredible tournament structure we're dealing with here, especially at the main event at the APT. Another reason, of course, why players, especially top tournament players, players who care about things like the tournament structure, might choose the APT. 1 hour levels, small increments, just allows for so much play, so much more deeper stack poker, so much more high level play. There's no need to turn final tables or really any stage of the tournament into what we might call the bingo fest, where people are just shoving all the time.
Donkament.
Donkament. LOL donkament.
But at the same time, you know, ABT gives you that variety as well. You know, you get the big buy-ins, you get your daily single-day high rollers, and then you get your nightly turbo. You know, everyone is happy at the APT.
Just yesterday we had not just the single day high roller, but the super high roller, the $5,000 buy-in happening. And wouldn't you know it, the table right next to that, the $200 turbo.
Isn't that wonderful?
How about this 3-bet, by the way? The lose as hell open from the cutoff. Considering that Akshay was in the big blind, I think Takumasa decided to make the most of the opportunity. Queen 5 off, this guy is here to play. And Akshay, realizing exactly what might be happening, bumps it up with ace-8 suited. Once again, do not try this at home, and the aggression is just insane coming from Akshay. It's put Kwong, the shortest stack, in a tough spot. Jack 10 suited. May have decided to peel a flop or maybe go all in. Has to let this one go, and I suspect Takumasa is going to have to sheepishly fold the queen high. Akshay getting it done, not letting the fact that his stack got dented over the past hour or so slow him down in any way. Talk about going for the win.
Well, the only way to regain the chip lead is to be aggressive. I think that's undoubtedly true. You know, you can't just sit there waiting for good hands. You know, and he's got the mental strength to do that. Wonderful
Mental
player.
strength. That's a good way to put it. Sometimes I just feel like, how does he know? How does he know Takamasa was opening that wide?
I don't think he did. I don't think he cared that much. I think he was just putting the pressure on, you know?
Yeah, to your point, he didn't need to know. He just had the mental strength.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, he's got a game plan. He's going to execute it without fear, which is extremely difficult. You know, we can talk about studying. We can talk about, you know, putting the numbers through your GTOs over and this and that. When you're at that table under the spotlight with all the cameras, you end up chickening out a lot of the time and making mistakes. And that's why live poker is still most fascinating. You know, one day those AIs and whatnot, the simulation, the Monte Carlo simulations will complete the GTO tree, and, you know, humans will no longer be able to beat the machines. Live poker is still fascinating. It's still going to be very watchable indeed.
And personally, I don't worry about that time. And if you look at what's happened with chess, computers beat humans at chess with that seminal moment, I believe, in the late 90s when IBM's computer
Deep
beat
Blue.
Gary Kasparov, Deep Blue. And here we are 25 years later, and chess has just had the most incredible growth of any esport, if that's what you'd like to call it. It is just one of the most watched sports online right now. I mean, I was watching the World Chess Championship, hundreds of thousands of viewers watching live. Something we hope to achieve in poker one day, particularly at the APT.
And there are so many chess YouTubers as well, and very watchable YouTubers too.
Yeah, I love a lot of them. Hikaru Nakamura comes to mind, one of the top 10 players in the world, constantly on YouTube. Perhaps a content creator first and a chess player second at this point, but does manage to just battle it out with the best of the world, probably, perhaps even one of the top 5 players in the world at this point, despite just being a content creator non-stop.
I think humans just like to compete, don't we?
Absolutely. At least a certain section of us.
King 9, let's open it up. Come on. You know you want to. Off he goes. Puts in a word race.
And this
King
is kind
9
of,
off from the cutoff. It's okay.
this is kind of what I meant about players not being too worried about having a pristine image. On one hand, Kim wants to show every time he opens that he had a good hand. Akshay opening what I think would be 6 out of the last 8 hands. He's not worried about players knowing how wide he's opening. He's just challenging them to battle it out with him.
And he's not really getting, you know, that much resistance, to be honest. And he's climbing back up. He's now the chip leader again. You see? It'd be interesting if there was another player who has the same amount of aggression as NASA battling it out at the final table.
I think Takamasa has tried. I would certainly give him a lot of credit. I mean, if he were to go with some sort of a measuring stick, I suspect Akshay Nasa would win that battle when it comes to pure aggression. But Takamasa is certainly here with a game plan to win it all. He is just going for it in spots. He is having to deal with Akshay being a few spots to his left, but has done a great job so far. I was definitely pleased to see that Queen 5 off open, but obviously got instantly punished by the aggression of Akshay. Very curious to see how things proceed over the rest of the final table.
I think as well he's a bit of a thinking player. He comes across as pretty experienced in MTT. And, you know, when he kind of accumulated to a certain level of number of chips, I think he kind of automatically slow down. You know, he kind of trying to balance out his momentum a little bit, and which is very normal to do.
So about a minute and a half to go till the next break. I suspect this might be the last hand before the break. It's going to be a short one again. We are getting to that business end as we keep calling it. Once again, 7 players left here at the APT main event here in Hanoi. Each player guaranteed 23,000 USD. That's good for over $500,000 in Vietnamese dong. First place prize.
UTG limping. Oh, stop it.
I think we have to stop being pained every time Lou limps. He has a balanced limping range for what it's worth. Actually, he doesn't because he does not limp bad hands, but he's balanced across his medium pairs and big pairs.
Oh dear. Okay, I'll take that. Flop comes 239. It's a rainbow board. Takamasa flops top pair. Al flops the pocket 8s.
Goes check, check, and now everybody has a piece.
There is 0 folding from the Japanese player here.
It is very interesting what that limp UTG does to the players behind him. Probably throws them off a little bit, keeps ranges super wide. In this case, it only got down to the blinds, who of course will have almost full range here. Takamasa raises it up with the 9. Has the ace of diamonds, some sort of a backup plan.
Liu is a big guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's massive. Yep, and
When
give up
let's
and give
go.
up.
Well played. So there we go. Takamasa actually now probably tied for second in chips with Akshay. First in chips remains Kim. There we do see the chip stack. 61 bigs for Kim. Akshay and Takamasa just tied even, as I said, for second in chips. One short stack in the form of 14 bigs. We have hit the break. When we come back, of course, blinds will be up. The shorter stack will be even shorter, so I suspect some action flying about. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Make sure you stick around. 14 minutes to the next level, as you see on the screen in front of you. My name is Vidar. I am joined by my co-commentator, Stephen Lai, and we will be right back after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Event, 2 million USD in the prize pool, double our guarantee of 1 million USD. It's been an overwhelming success. Jolie as the short stack here, 2 big blinds. Gonna use the tank folding strategy. Everyone knows what he's doing. He knows everyone knows what he's doing. So they're talking about they're talking about it out loud. He's like, and he owns it. He says, "Listen, I'm sorry," and the people at the table say, "Don't worry, we get it."
Yeah, $900 pay jump, or 860 to be exact, between 21st and 20th. Does eventually announce himself and move his final 2 bigs into the middle. Obviously be forced all in the next hand.
I'm surprised Jolie doesn't have any more time banks, just the one.
100. Exactly 100.
Chan gonna get out of there. So round to the blinds. Oh, Pachara. Couple of kings in the small blind. Get the Thai flag in the chat. Channel your Thai energy. So he's going to click it to 180 to incentivize the big blind coming along for the ride. See if he wakes up with anything.
Pocket 8, wow.
Oh, this might go in, Greg. Especially given the dynamic. Jolly kind of all in with any 2. Pachara going to be ISOing incredibly wide here against the any 2 range from Jolly. Would not fault Cheng for pushing his final 16 bigs in the middle.
And that is exactly what Cheng does. Cheng of Taiwan goes all in here. And a snap call.
Such a sick injuries from Pachara, man.
Wow. Pachara does cover everyone here.
He does indeed.
So 2 players all in for the tournament life. Chung and Jolie.
Yeah, you get 20 players for sure.
A 3-way all in.
So I'm gonna make 2 sevens go come in. Like
Jolly just confirming that Cheng would obviously get the pay jump. Ace Queen 6, clean as it comes. And now Cheng drawing to 1 out alone. The Jack of Diamonds completing the board. Pachara with the double elimination, Greg. Up to 2.2 million chips. But more importantly, everyone's securing a couple of ladders.
Ogura with the pocket queens, the senoritas, the ladies, the queen. Gonna raise it up to 50K. Pocket pair and pocket pair violence here in the pot with the pocket 5s. Is thinking, I want a set to be mine. I'm gonna go ahead and mine a set. Pocket pair on pocket pair action here, folks. +1 versus +2. Kevin Choi likes to make sure he takes the time to make the right decision. Also balances out his tanking time, his tanking range, if you will. Small blind, Lee, short stacked, 8 bigs, king 10, gonna fold. Going through the blinds is devastating when you're short stacked, losing 2.5 big blinds each time. 7 deuce, stay loose, they never do. Heads up now. Queens versus 5s on a hand 72. Should have played 7 deuce. As flop comes, king jack 8, 2 diamonds. Neither player hitting a set, and even queen's not feeling the most comfortable with a king on the board. Does have the queen of diamonds as some consolation. Ogura gonna start with a check. Nepot gonna start with a stab, 50k into 160.
Always unpleasant to have that 1 over show up on the flop. Takashi probably fairly comfortable at this stage of the hand. As it happens, he's 92% in equity. Were this to go to showdown.
Makes the call, turn, deuce of hearts. 5 of diamonds would have been spicy. Checks it over again to Nepot. Pocket 5s with the worst hand.
Talk about a brick. Nothing changes. Back to Nepot. Call on the flop should signify that he could be behind, but does not seem to slow him down. He takes another stab at it, and given the sizing, I'm a little unsure what this bet is supposed to accomplish. 100k into 260. Certainly any draws are pretty much forced to continue for that price. Perhaps he thinks he can get some, I guess, pair of 8s, perhaps some jacks to fold.
10s.
Not too many hands better than 5s.
10s, 9s
would
maybe.
fold there.
Does make the call. River. 9 of clubs.
Queen 10 does come in. Diamonds do not.
And does Nepot fire the triple barrel here? Like to exploit the flop check by Ogura here. And does make a chonky bet now. 300k or so into 460k. Perhaps some thought about the small bet sizes on the flop in turn allows for weaker parts of Ogura's range to.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A very warm welcome back here. We are coming to you live from Hanoi, the summer series of the Asian Poker Tour, and we are down to the final 7 players at the main event. We just saw a lot of action in the previous session, including the highlights you're looking at right now. This was the all-in, from Akshay Nasa. The short stack of Ling managed to survive the all-in and actually find the double up. It's been an increasingly sort of turbulent ride for Akshay Nasa, who came in as the chip leader, has managed to find himself second in chips, but the stacks have become slightly shallower with the blind level increasing to about 100k now. I suspect we're going to see a lot of action. So thank you so much for joining us. My name is Vidar Singhal. I am joined by Stephen Lai, and we are going to be covering this down until the finish. One player will be champion, will be crowned, and will be given $145,000 for his efforts, including the Lion Trophy of the new era of the APT. Stephen, how are you feeling? Ready to take this down to the next session? Probably going to see a lot more players find their way out of the field and a lot more storylines come about.
Thank you, Vidu. I got myself a nice cup of green tea during the break, and I'm feeling very calm and ready for some possibly ridiculous, possibly unlucky, but most likely exciting hands ahead.
Well said. Well, firstly, thank you for making me feel bad for chugging my iced coffee with sugar during the break, as opposed to the far superior, healthier beverage of green tea. But, you know, being here at the venue, I guess the excitement and the enthusiasm around me is just too much. I need more of that adrenaline, more of that caffeine in my system, because it has just been an amazing series here. Of course, we are here in Hanoi, a lovely city in Vietnam. And in case you are joining us in the chat, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitch, in case you like the idea of participating in one of our series, don't forget, we do have the next summer series in Da Nang, Vietnam, coming up at the end of July, followed by a signature event in Incheon, Korea, which is just going to be a massive field. I believe the guarantee there is already about $1 million for the main event. And of course, all our series have not only the main event with massive prize pools. The guarantee for this event was about 500k US, exceeded that very comfortably. 17.7 billion VND was the ultimate prize pool. That's about $720,000 US. But of course, we have all kinds of events, almost ranging from $200 to up to $5,000 in buy-ins. So check that out. All information on the website, apt.poker. As we come back to the action, and I do take a look at the chat on YouTube. Shout out to the production team, says Mihir. Thank you so much, and thank you on behalf of the production team. It has been an amazing job that they've done so far, as they do at every stop. Also, Mihir, clearly Indian, says NASA living up to his t-shirt. His t-shirt says boss. Akshay Nasa, still one of the commanding chip leaders, not precisely #1 in chips anymore, but certainly the most active player.
He's definitely making his chips work for him, for sure. You know, he's taking a lot of chances. He's applying a lot of pressure. He's showing the signs of a good champion here.
Spicy turn card. The backdoor spade flush draw comes in, and Liu does have the king of spades. Let's check again, however. Check mark for Wen Sang with the ace-8 of hearts. Check again, and what is this? Is this a value bet, Stephen?
I have no idea. I cannot. I would have checked, but must be a bluff, right? You can't show down.
If this
Otherwise, you check behind, wouldn't you?
bet works as a value bet, I am suddenly thinking that Win might be destined to win this one. Oh my word, it's about to work.
Oh my god.
How
Shows
does he
how much
do
I
it?
know.
Sips his tea and gets value out of ace-high on the river from one of the tightest players at the table. Some smiles from Ling in seat 2, and I believe a curious look from Kim in seat 3 as well. Players take note. Win is now
How did he
4th in
do it?
chips, but how did he do it indeed? That's one of the sickest value bets I've seen in a while.
You know, you were asking whether that was a value bet. You know, 99% of the time, most players would think the ace high is a good showdown on that board. or just simply check behind. There's nothing to thin there. You only get called by better. But somehow he found a value bet there.
It wasn't even the best ace high. It's ace 8.
I know. Imagine if you got called off by ace 10 or something like that.
Shortest stack, by the way. Blinds up to 50k, 100k now. Kong, seat 1, local player, is down to 11 bigs and was under the gun, which means the very next hand he will have to post $100,000 dollars, 100,000 chips, excuse me, for the big blind and 100k for the big blind ante. It's going to be down to 9 bigs effective in his stack. Should be super interesting to see what proceeds. A lot of players will be attacking him, but a lot of players will certainly be attacking the threat of him, applying ICM pressure to the middling stacks.
Correct. I think that's a very key strategy to have for all the viewers who are aspiring to be an MTT player. Is, you know, you don't want to attack these smallest stacks too often, because they will be willing to stack up against you. And in Hold'em pre-flop, generally you get 35% equity. So it's not, you don't want to do that too often against a small stack, because they will stack up against you.
Bit of
Whereas if you
domination
apply
rotation happening here,
Sorry.
by the way.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Stephen. Just looking at
No, that's
NASA was
okay.
clearly about to bet out, and Takumasa finds the check, by the way, on the flop. Did not continuation bet with the ace queen of hearts. Very curious how
Which is
Takumasa perceives
Very
this bet.
curious. Yeah, exactly. Very curious, because that board was obviously a c-bet spot for the pre-flop racer from the button, and NASA completing the big blind without any aggression. The king is very, very good for the button.
This would be an incredible fold if Takumasa can find it. I mean, talk about losing the minimum with a monster or premium hand on the button. Certainly.
Well, you have to consider this as well, because the 7 actually gets the 5-6 there, and then the big blind defense has a good solid chunk of 7, a good solid chunk of pair on this board. So it's not that easy of a call.
Takumasa did make the call on the turn. 8 of diamonds on the river. Completes the diamond flush. Once again. Smacks the big blind range. Nasa needs to decide how he wants to try and extract value. I suspect he knows he still has the best hand, given the way the action has gone. Takumasa could have diamonds.
He takes the one at a time approach on the time banking, which
Yeah,
I
indeed.
appreciate.
He's not one of those players who just shoves the whole tower in there. Yeah, but unlike a lot of players on this table, based on the action we've seen so far, NASA is not the kind to slow down on this kind of a this kind of a river. In fact, he goes pretty big.
And that's a very easy fold for Takumasa.
Some distance now.
It's hard to find a
between-
bluff. It's hard to find an ace high that's good on that board, to be honest.
Of course, yeah,
Against a
relatively
big
easy
blind.
fold. But with that, NASA just has inched his way back into the chip lead. He, of course, came in with over 6 million in chips. Now has about 5.1, but is now technically the chip leader, the most active player on the table by far, even when he did not have the chip lead. Jongwoo Kim, who is the other person with 5 million in chips on this table, has been playing fairly tight, playing the premium hands, getting out of the way.
I completely forgot that he was still playing.
And I think that's the way he wants it, Stephen.
Good, he's doing a very good job. If you were to ask an AI image generator to generate a Korean man's face, I think Kim's face is It will appear. He looks so Korean.
Once again, that is, of course, a compliment, yeah?
It's just, of course. And then it turns out that he's not Korean. He's just got a Korean passport. Turns out he's like, I don't know, from Mongolia or something. No, he looks so Korean. There's no denying that.
Look at this.
With the
click
hair,
three
he's
bet.
got the Korean hair. It's crazy.
What is going on here? Win opens fives from the hijack to 200k, the standard 2x open. Takumasa perhaps not adjusting to the new blind level, I want to say. Just raises it 150k more. That's 1.5 bigs more. I think Win is priced into call with no matter what he has and manages to find a beautiful flop for pocket fives. 6-3-4. Open ender for Win. And of course, fives quite likely to be still the best hand. Of course, has to be wary of overpairs considering the 3-bet sizing from Takumasa.
Van Sang can't ask for a better flop than that, can he? On the rainbow, open-ended, his fives are probably good some of the time. And, and he checks, and then it would be an easy call of the continuation bet. So let's see what Takumasa does.
If I had to bet, I think there's a fairly significant chance that Takumasa missized his 3-bet, did not adjust to the new blind level. Certainly a non-zero chance. A continuation bet and a quick call from Win. And a perfect turn card. The brick seeming deuce does put the 4 to a straight. Win now has the straight with the fives, however, very tough for Takumasa to assume his opponent has a 5 with the open and the call to the 3-bet.
And the only chop outs are the fives.
Oof, a
ace
slight-
doesn't,
Yeah, a slight
Ooh.
misstep from Win. Donks out on the turn. Suspect he thinks that his opponent is checking behind quite often on the turn, but be that as it may, not too many rivers you're afraid of. And when that's the case, it's usually a good idea to check, let your opponent do the talking and maybe some of the bluffing.
And I think if I was Van Sang, if I didn't have such a premium hand, if I didn't have such a nut advantage, or mixing the two, check raising that spot is absolutely perfect. But nope, he decided to donk into a hand that could never call you. So, well, that's a takedown. And, well, he's slowly, I think he's slowly climbing up as well, Van Sang. So let's see. He's one of the 2 players that are, active and making plays. Or one of the 3 players, actually. One of the 3 players. Natsa is making a lot of play. Takumasa is doing a lot of interesting 3-betting. And then the next one will be Van Sang.
Yeah, a slight
Those
misstep
three
there
will
on the
be my
turn.
pick.
I mean, they call it donking
Yeah.
for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Does pick up
But
a nice
those 3
little spot.
players I just mentioned, I imagine they will be the favorites to become the final 3. Yeah, they have the right kind of play, right kind of strategy to run deep.
I agree with you in terms of the 3 of them individually, but in terms of them being the remaining 3 players left, I have a feeling they're going to be squaring off with each other at some point before we get down to the final 3. When you're the most active at the table, chances are you're going to run into the second most active player at the table at some point.
If not the second, third.
Exactly.
Oh, it's so, if Kim makes it, to the last 3, it's going to drag on. I think the final table will drag on for a long time.
That's true. And, once
Reach
again,
a
I
bit
want
of
to
a
highlight.
stalemate.
Yeah, exactly. I want to highlight the structure again. 1-hour levels with relatively slow increments. It's just meant to extract the maximum good poker possible to really encourage not just shallow stack, shoving all in kind of poker. And if you have someone like Kim who is really, really precious about his chips, that does lead to a sort of slowdown in the pace of play. But let's see where we get to. At the moment, Akshay found the open rather, from the button with King Deuce off, and Kwong has appropriately picked this spot to go all in. Pretty impressive stuff, to be honest, to be in such a good position, even if he does get called. As it happens, he's very likely to get a fold. If for no other reason, Akshay might not want to show down his hand either. Great
Once
pickup.
again, I said this earlier. When you're down to below 15 big blinds, your fold equity drastically reduces. So you got to put it in. If you go down to 8 big blinds, you get snapped off, like by any 2, and then no one is that much of a favorite pre-flop in Hold'em. Unless you have aces. You got to when you put your money in, you got to have some sort of fold equity. Otherwise, there's no point. So pushing 11 big blinds with King 9 suited is a good play.
And mind you, he had 9 big blinds to push, considering he just picked up the remaining 2 big blinds in that hand. So for him to actually find fold equity, get his opponent to fold, pick up chips uncontested, is an absolutely smashing result.
Correct. So I was talking about having a football match to watch at 10 p.m. Maybe it looks like I have to be multi-screening. If I start commentating and go, oh, Man United has scored, then please, viewers, forgive me.
So I believe you
Commentating on
said
2 things at the same time.
the FA Cup final, is it, happening
The FA
today?
Cup final, yeah, at Wembley
Manchester Derby.
in London. Yes.
And you will be supporting Man City.
Well, vaguely supporting Man City. I don't really care that much about either team, but if I have to pick one of the 2, you have to be Man City. Man City is going for what they call a treble, so winning the domestic league that they did last weekend, and then the FA Cup, the domestic cup, and then also the Champions League. Oh, Kim has pocket kings. Here we go.
In case anybody's only joining us right now, Kim has been very, very tight at this final table. And in the lead up to this final table, a race from him is likely to get a lot of respect, and he does have his opponent covered. Takumasa does have the ultimate drawing hand, Jack 10 suited. Calls fairly
And he
quickly.
finds a
And
call.
could be a recipe for disaster here. 1.1 million in the middle. The effective stack, 2.9 million for Takumasa. Perhaps mercifully does not catch a piece. Does have the 2 overs and the gut shot to the nuts.
And the get shot. And they also the backdoor flush draw also. It's kind of no folding.
Well, Jongwoo Kim has gone fairly big. Obviously, these days it's pretty standard to down bet when it comes to continuation betting. Actually, something like 1/3 pot these days the standard. Kim, with perhaps the lack of his pure tournament experience, has just simply gone half pot here with the kings on the dry board. Could be too much for Takumasa to continue to just try and draw to his gut shot. The spot is ballooning
And
up.
And possible flush draw on the turn. I think if he didn't have 2 spades, he would have given up a lot quicker.
Cuts out
Oh,
the chips, puts it in
Oh,
the
that's a
middle.
call.
2.1 million in the middle, 2.3 million in Takumasa's stack. A 10 or jack would be disaster. Ace is very interesting. Kim is not going to be a happy camper, but has to realize that given the action, an ace is not a huge part of Takumasa's range, given the continue on the flop.
maybe I'm thinking a bit too much, but Kim is giving away so much timing tell. Is so eager to put that bet in. Takumasa, I think, is clued in and decides to fold.
I really like that bet by Kim, by the way. 510k into the 2.1 million. Did not go too big. Obviously, looking at the cards, we can tell that it looks like he's a little bit worried about the ace, but after all, given the tight range that Kim has been playing, pocket aces would play the same way, and certainly hands that have the board locked up.
I think pocket kings on that board, in that spot, pretty much max valued.
True story, and Takumasa takes a hit, and let's not forget, Kim is our chip leader and has now extended his chip lead. I might be learning a little bit something here, Steven, about how to play premium only on the final table. All this table captain nonsense that we've been taught. Clearly a waste of
Well,
time.
I tell you what, I'm gonna give you a free MTT class, okay? This is, you know, and then you'll be learning the absolute opposite. Trust me.
Well, what's the point? How will I win the main event if I want to learn the absolute opposite of what our chip leader here is doing?
Oh yeah, sorry. The opposite to the winning strategy cannot possibly be the winning strategy, can it? Ace high is good here.
NASA doing what NASA does best. Opening, firing, c-betting, taking it down, putting pressure on the opponent that has just been hurt in the previous hand. Now has queen high. Just some backdoors to write home about, but that's it. Lets that go, and NASA now officially second in chips. And Takumasa at the 20 big blind level. Still fourth in chips, but look at that. 11, 18, 19, and 20 big blinds are the four shortest stacks. We have an interesting situation brewing. 3 big stacks, 4 short stacks. No clear chip leader. Super active players. One of them has been reduced down to 20 bigs. Takumasa. Kwong still the shortest stack with 11. And we're talking about the difference between 7th place payout, which everybody is guaranteed right now, $23,000. And we just mentioned 4 short stacks. 3rd place payout is $64,000 US. That is a huge amount to try and fight for. The ICM pressure should start rearing its head soon.
It's a very classic spot. 3 predators versus 4 survivors. You know, that spots happen quite often in a final table. You know, when I learned my trade in MTT, I started off with sit and goes. So 9-handed sit and goes or 6-handed sit and goes, and then we oftentimes this kind of spot is how you practice the final table. You know, it's a shame that sit and goes are not as popular as it used to be, because sit and go is beautiful way of learning ICM. You know, it's a very, you know, it's almost you becomes almost mechanical that you understand the intricacy of ICMs and how to play a final table. So I highly recommend people playing more sit and goes.
I could not agree more. I am also sad to see sit and go sort of fade away from the poker world, the online poker streets. But just so you know, Steven, I am actually a huge fan of heads-up sit and goes. And it is actually my preferred form of playing poker, especially I almost find it meditative. I fire up like 4 heads-up sit and go tables, constantly making decisions, like probably 100 decisions a minute, you know, if you're playing 4 of them. And it is excellent training for heads up in this case, because after all, if you're an MTT player that focuses on MTT, you don't get to play short-handed that much. You have to make final tables to play short-handed. So it's excellent practice.
Yes, I cannot agree more. I used to be able to do 12 6-max sit and goes at the same time.
Very cool. I can do up to 6 heads up. Binks the turn,
6 heads up
Akshay.
is difficult. Oh, wow. There you go.
Akshay probably thinking, it's my time. 5-4 off in the big blind. Defends. Relatively whips the board apart from the bottom end of the straight draw, but just hits it on the turn. Laying once away, gave away a little bit of a smile. Akshay is a very experienced live poker player. He will have noticed all of this. Now, Steven, you've played a lot of live poker. Chewing gum, don't you think opens you up to all kinds of tells that you might not realize?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And one more thing as well, chewing gum is not great. And another thing is leaving your hands at the table is actually really bad for giving out tells.
Very interesting. I did not even notice that. Yep. Very true.
You know, I often say if you play live, just keep your hands like away from the table until you have to pick up the chips. Your hands are twitching. Your hands, the veins. If you are like pumping, if you're getting too excited, your hands, your veins will show that your blood's pumping fast. No point. Just leave your hands underneath the table. No one will accuse you of indecent activities under the table. Just leave them off the table until you need to pick up chips.
That's a great pro tip. For those of you in chat, first of all, thank you for joining us again. Thank you for sticking around after the break. We're very, very happy to have you. We'd love to hear who you're here supporting. All my Indian folk. In case you're supporting NASA, why don't you shout him out? In case you're supporting Lou, good news for you. Pocket Kings for the gentleman from Taiwan. Flats.
I love your little rhyme there. Lou,
wish.
it's good.
Why,
Very
thank
good.
you. I'm a poet and I don't even realize. Oops, missed a chance to
I
rhyme
didn't
there.
realize that you wrote poetry.
I can't say I'm surprised
don't
to
want-
see Lou flat call with the Kings. It is completely in line with his behavior, if I can use that word, so far. But
Strategy.
certainly, yeah, let's say strategy. Might get punished here because he has let in the short stack of Kwong into this hand, who has flopped top pair and an open ender. Actually has more equity than the King's three-way. And Kwong needs to decide, is this the moment? 860k in his stack, 1.1 million in the middle. Not really a better flop you can hope for when you call from the big blind with 8-6 off. We could be heading to an all-in situation here if Kwong decides to go for it. Actually just calls.
Ooh, wow. That's so risky. It's actually risky. He's actually
1.4.
gambling more than anything else here.
Absolutely. How about a 6?
Okay, I stand corrected. And then he jams. Snap call. Here we go.
Not a snap, but I suspect maybe a crying call. I mean, yes, there's 4 to a straight, but
You're not folding. You have 10 outs.
we have 10 outs and 5 big blinds. Taking his time with the decision. Never easy to put your tournament life at risk. 4 to a straight on the board. I think he put himself into the spot by not jamming on the flop. There we go. Gets it in there.
Here we go.
Is at risk of elimination. All kinds of outs for the Pocket Kings. A 7, a 5, or a king. And of course, chop outs to the 9 and the 4. Players certainly should take note of the fact that Liu is capable of having Pocket Kings when he flats the raise on the button. As it happens, the shortest stack Kwong is all in. 2.5 million in the middle is in a good position to suddenly find himself with a healthy stack here. If he can dodge all the outs, that is one of them.
Oh!
The 6 actually does give him the full house.
Full house.
He will now have 2.5 million, a very healthy 25 big blind stack. And all the other players are very disappointed to see this result. They, of course, wanted the ladder.
Nothing personal, I'm sure.
I believe Ling say 3-bet pre-flop, man. Well, that's not the game plan Liu has come in with. And now Liu has found himself the shortest stack with just 5 big blinds. Very disappointing result there. Not much he could do once he decided to let the big blind see the flop for cheap, and it came the way it did. That is a hand he might be thinking about for the foreseeable future. Could have 3-bet and had things go very, very differently.
The local players are doing well here.
Indeed they are. Most notably, perhaps, Van Sang. a local legend in the making. Very impressive scores so far. Looking to have his all-time best score exceed the 110,000 he has won in the past in a single tournament, with the first place prize today of 145,000. Kwong, of course, now on the comeback trail. And of course, Ling still surviving, doing well for himself. 7 players left. Hakumasa looked
Right.
tempted.
Ace Juice suited. He's going to stack off. He doesn't need to gamble. He doesn't need to. Oh, he is going to gamble. Okay.
Surprising decision.
I know.
If Ling loses this hand, he will be tied as a short stack, as opposed to being the clear second shortest stack with a very, very short stack behind. Binks the 8 though is rewarded for his gambling mentality. Deuce on the flop and a club. Could be some interesting turn cards to give hope to Liu.
A club would be interesting.
3 is not so interesting. An ace or a deuce is what Liu needs. The man from Taiwan is at the end of his saga, perhaps, depending on this card. A 5 cinches it up. 2 pair for Ling, who actually managed to chip up all the way to 23 bigs. But we do lose our 7th place finisher. Applause all around. You love to see it from the floor and the final tablists as well. Out in 7th place, Liu has hit the end of a sun run, but walks away with 534 million Vietnamese dong, 23,000 US dollars, and a smile and some words of encouragement for the remaining players. You love to see it. Just great attitude all around. Well played, sir. GG.
Well, I think they formed a bit of a friendship at this final table. It's the friendliest final table I've ever seen. You know, everyone's showing each other's cards. They were chatting. They were, you know, just general good vibes. You know, I'm very glad to see this.
The real trophy is the friends we made along the way. Is that it?
Well, I can't actually say those words, but probably true.
Sometimes the real trophy is the real trophy also. Especially when it's the incredible APT Lion.
And who wants to be a billionaire? It looks like Aces is in for a shout here. So, I don't know whether you know this, but to put it in perspective for someone living in Hanoi, you know, how much is that money? Is that the amount of money you can buy a house, buy a small flat, or is it just, you know, what kind of money is this?
Well, I can't pretend to be the expert, but you know what I can do is firstly comment on what this would mean in India, and then combined with the fact that I've noticed that Vietnam, and in particular Hanoi, is slightly even cheaper than India in terms of at least cost of living as a tourist. $145,000 in India, they have their own sort of metric system when it comes to currency, but it would add up to something like what is known as a crore, essentially like 10 million Indian rupees. And a crore is an incredible amount of money in India. You're called a crorepati, which means, technically it means the husband of somebody who has a crore, but essentially you're somebody who has a crore. Like, it just takes you into a new class of wealth. And $145,000 in Vietnam surely goes even a longer way. So these are just life-changing scores, particularly for the local players, of course, in Vietnamese dong, 3.4 billion. Really, in any currency, we're talking 6 figures in USD, 145,000.
Well, sorry to, you know, reply in a very terrible downer here, but in Hong Kong, with that money, you could buy a parking space in the downtown urban area.
I have heard. Back to the action, by the way. How about getting 3-bet when you have aces? By the tightest player at the table from the big blind. Chong Woo Kim making a rare misstep when it comes to overplaying his hand, and is now in the blender because he has been 4-bet jammed on by the aces. Lets it go. 3.1 million now for Kwong, who was the shortest stack by far not too long ago.
I do wonder whether that's a case for flattening there from the button against Kim.
Yeah, we
I'm
have
not sure.
noticed Kwong actually sort of overplaying hands, which is to say does not really trap with his absolute monsters. We saw him 3-bet on the flop when he flopped a set of 10s. This time around, he 4-bet jams with aces. Ace is one of those hands where a lot of people tend to just flat and string along any opponent. But fair play, does get himself a healthy bump to his stack.
And more importantly, he didn't show his aces. Thank God for that.
6 players left here at this final table. Everybody guaranteed a minimum payout of 722 million VND. That's over 30,000 USD. You were talking about how expensive Hong Kong is. I've been to Hong Kong just the one time, and it was a long, long time ago, almost 15, 20 years ago. And I can only imagine what inflation has done to prices ever since. But I was just blown away by how expensive things were.
Well, you know, you were in Taipei before, right? And then you go out for dinner, and it's 4 Taiwanese dollars for 1 Hong Kong dollar. And on the menu, everything was the same price as Hong Kong.
Oh my word.
So that means Taipei was a quarter the price of Hong Kong.
That's crazy.
And Taipei is a reasonably developed city, you know?
Oh, extremely. I was very impressed, actually. It felt very much part of the developer world, as they call it.
Don't expect much fireworks here. Juice completes the flush, but nobody was drawing to that flush. So ace high, ace 8. We'll chop it up, see who can steal this pot from Van Sang here. Shows down, and it's a chop. And another thing I noticed about Taipei as well is I've been going there for the past 6 years, and I remember the first time going there, the English ability, the English language ability was pretty low, and it's improved so much in the past 6 years. You know, it's really getting into the Western English language world, and it's something good to see.
Yeah, I think probably a testament to what an impact they've had on the global tech industry. Obviously, very well known as the semiconductor provider for the world, and semiconductors are basically what runs our modern world, including the stream you're watching right now.
Sometimes better than others, I must say.
Frankly, as somebody who was not exposed... Sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Sorry. Well, we've been very, very fortunate to not have much of a glitch today at all. The stream has been very smooth. So credits to the operation team.
Yeah, the production team killing it as always. We did hear that apparently it might be raining outside. And by the way, there was a power outage here in Hanoi, a planned power outage, which is part of the reason the stream and the final table started a little bit late today. And full credit where it's due. Stream has been absolutely smooth.
And I love the setup of the final table as well. It's just so striking, you know, that lovely black contrasting the spotlight of the player.
Especially the player right now, the white hoodie against the black contrast, yeah?
With that sharp APT logo.
Love it, love it.
Poster boy. Poster boy.
Blind versus blind showdown here. A limp with the king-9 suited, a relatively strong hand, from the small blind by Win. Takumasa finds the pocket jacks, a monster, with his 20 big blind stack, raises it up. Win continues and now has whiffed the board. Monotone, queen high. Takumasa cannot be loving life too much with that board. Dangerous in many ways, but does have position, does have a strong hand. Win's range is extremely wide, limp calling the small blind.
but he's not going to have queens. He's not going to have aces or kings. So I think it's. I would take a stab there actually if I was Takamasa. Not much ace queen there either for a small blind.
But no lack of heart for Gwyn.
Correct.
He's taking a stab at this. Recognizes that Takumasa is getting extremely short in chips. Can apply all kinds of pressure to Takumasa's stack. Certainly too early to consider folding, I would say, but the bet is big. 450 is about a third of Takumasa's remaining chips, and once he does call, if he does, the stack to pot ratio will be 1 to 2 in the favor of the pot being 2x Takumasa's remaining stack. We're off to a very, very interesting river here. A diamond would be very interesting in terms of how players proceed, but a blank will also put Win to the test. Does he want to commit to this bluff? How about the ace of diamonds? And how much does Takumasa hate this? And instantly reaches for chips, is ready to put Takumasa all in, it seems like. Goes for it.
Oh.
And it works.
Snap
Takumasa outplayed for sure on this hand. Perhaps starting with his decision to not continuation bet. Just compounded into something super ugly, and he's now down to the 10 big blind range. Man, poker comes at you fast sometimes.
I think it's one of those spots that a lot of players struggle with, which is the monotone board, especially BVB. And, my 2 pennies worth is, if you don't have any of the flush cards out there, it's very advisable for you to take to continuation bet. It gives, your opponent is likely to be able to pay you with 1 card. Like it's very difficult to flop a flush, and if you unblock all the flush cards, that means your bet will get called by a 1 card flush draw. And then when the 4th card comes, you have to fold. There's no decision. It's so much easier. Now he's thinking, did he really have a flush? But it's all because he didn't take a stab at the flop. The continuation bet was very important there.
And that was enough for Win to just pounce on and take that pot away, actually giving himself the chance to take the chip lead. We're about to see the chip stacks. Here we go, 5.7 million. We have a new chip leader, ladies and gentlemen. Man, Sang has just shown us how to do it. There are literally 3 chip leaders at this point, but surely the 2 most active ones would be Van Sang and then Akshay Nasa. Incredible stuff we've seen. Van was the chip leader for a huge portion of day 2 and in fact day 3. Took a huge dent to his stack multiple times before coming into his final table. Now has climbed his way to the top of the leaderboard, and perhaps it's the reason we've not heard from Akshay Nasa as much recently as from him. Takumasa, who was certainly in the running at some point to be the chip leader, now down to 10 bigs. Finds ace-jack suited on the button. Very welcome sight, I'm sure. This has to be going in. Really only one move to make here.
And he must have traveled on a time machine forward half an hour to hear your commentary to make that decision.
Really messing with my brain in terms of how time works there for a moment, Stephen.
Well, because you have to travel forward, right, to hear what we're saying now.
One of Takumasa's supporter, referring to the previous hand where he had to fold the pocket jack, says, I want to give Takumasa the jack of diamonds. Indeed, if he had the jack high flush, that hand would go very differently, and perhaps Win realized that with the check on the flop, the jack of diamonds was very unlikely. 12 big blinds now for Takumasa with that pickup. Still the shortest stack.
I noticed they've changed the dealer. Another beautiful Vietnamese dealer has sat down. I love the outfits as well. Those traditional Vietnamese kind of longish dresses. It's
Yeah,
very
we've
smart
actually
looking.
been discussing the dealer outfits as one of those extra sort of, I don't know, aesthetic pleasing points of coming to the APT. All the dealers wearing traditional Vietnamese attire. I believe it's called, I keep getting this wrong, it's either Ao Dai, which is how it's spelled, or Ao Yai, which is perhaps how it's pronounced. Forgive me. but it is a beautiful sort of long flowing sort of robe. All the dealers, especially the ones at the feature table, wearing this. And we did take a moment to shout out the dealers and the amazing floor staff. I've had the pleasure of meeting a few of these dealers at other spots, other stops of the APT as well. Super trained, super professional, and super fun as well. One of them had this sort of APT tattoo. Some of them get their nails manicured to say APT. Maybe it wasn't a permanent tattoo, but during the stop, she was sporting it. Another monotone board, but a brick turn. Akshay with ace high. Ling has the best hand with the 10 so far.
Impossible to bet into the big blind on that board. So it was a very good check and hoping for a cheap showdown.
Akshay trying to evaluate if ace high is ever the best hand here. If it is enough of the time, he will check back, but he decides to convert his hand into a bluff. You'd love to see this. Wants to fold out perhaps some slightly better aces. Not that there are many. I guess only ace 7 in fact, so I take that back. Quick call there from Ling.
Yeah.
Reluctant, but we'll get the good news.
There's no doubt at all that he had to call off that 10.
New
And
chip
Sang
leader,
is
as we
the new
mentioned.
chip leader.
Yep.
Kim coming second. Actually, the three of them are very, close to each other. But Takamasa is in emergency mode right now. He needs a double up quick.
Six-handed, big blind plus big blind antes come at you quickly. No place to hide. It is one of the, I wouldn't say downside, but one of the dynamics of the big blind ante structure, which is extremely efficient and super useful to most live MTTs, is that even when we get down to, say, 6 players, soon 5-handed, 4-handed, the big blind ante remains the same. So you're actually posting a lot more in the middle, and you have a lot more to fight for. Forces you to be active.
Did I say this to you yesterday, or was it Henry? I don't remember. But when the big blind ante system was first introduced, I couldn't get my head around it. So I used to pick up a small chip every hand to put aside to save it for the big blind ante, so that I could evaluate my actual situation properly.
Yeah, you did mention, yeah. And that's a good way to start out in the transition from, especially if you're online where they actually do have the regular antes, to live where you have big blind antes. I'll tell you where I had to adjust. My first big live tournament in India, I happened to make a super deep run and end up heads up in one of the main events. And as I just told you, I played a lot of heads up sit and go. And we're playing for a massive difference, at least in Indian rupees, of the price pool. And I asked the guy who I was playing heads up with if he wanted to strike a deal. This guy was gambling on blackjack during tournament breaks. So I had a feeling we were not going to be able to negotiate. I'm trying to tell this guy, hey, I play heads up all the time. Like, why do you want to do this? He didn't care. Then we get into it, and I'm like, I'm just going to own this. I just need to know what I know what to do perfectly in every scenario in heads up. And then I realized there was a big blind ante. Completely changes the game.
Especially for heads up, it just changes completely all your lines. The whole mode of thinking is different. Ace queen misses. The flop comes deuce, deuce, 4, rainbow. And then a bet and a fold.
Impressive stuff, Standard play. Quick c-bet on the dry board, but not worried to bluff into the chip leader and the most active player on the table, Man Sang. Wong takes that one down. Comfortable middle stack now.
So I'm actually in Hong Kong talking to you in my tiny little study that has been converted into a studio. It's now 8:30 in Hong Kong. What time is it in Hanoi?
Just 1 hour behind.
So 7:30. All right. Well, I don't see any players ordering food at the table.
Yeah, I think they want to stay
Must be
focused.
dinner time.
I think the next break will be effectively dinner break for these guys. They're trying to probably stay dialed in, make the best decisions. You don't want to be distracted by chawing down something at the table. At the same time, you don't want to be hungry either, but players did start out slightly late, 2:30 p.m. today post-lunch. I'm sure they're still not in dire mode when it comes to being hungry. Takumasa forced to fold there with the king 3 off.
It's surprisingly energy consuming playing, a tense final table.
Absolutely.
You do get hungry.
I believe they weigh chess players before and after classical chess game. What did they say? Classical, sorry, chess games, which are the long format, 4 hours each, give or take. And the top players who are just constantly evaluating chess lines in their heads, which is to say using a massive amount of brain power and visualization power. I mean, they're down like thousands of calories after a classical game.
Oh, no doubt. Okay, so there's a comment here. Van Sang, his name is Zhang. The word Zhang in Vietnamese means light. There you go, Mr. Light.
Wow, good to know.
Thank you for that. Ace Jack from the cutoff. Opening. And he's getting 3-bet from the button.
From the light, from Sang.
The light.
Talk about ICM
this
pressure.
Space Agency, NASA, is on the big blind with King Queen off, which is a very pretty hand, but probably not a very good hand to 4-bet.
I do want to point out that the open was 3.1x off the big blind from the cutoff. And Sang, unafraid of the kind of hands that Kim has shown down so far, decides to bump it up. I do suspect a lot of these players went back home and reviewed the tape, as they say, which is the stream yesterday. And Kim was opening pretty big with hands that arguably could not sustain a 3-bet. Hands such as Ace-Jack offsuit, etc., where he did not want action. If I was to give Sang a lot of credit here, I would say that is something he has researched and looked into. And I might think NASA is on the same boat, understanding that Kim's opening range is a little bit flakier than usual. Late position, big open.
I think it very much depends whether NASA thinks Zhang can 3-bet light there. Because it's a difficult spot to 3-bet light. And he pushes.
What an awareness of the game. I think NASA just realizes that Kim's big open has induced something in Sang and has bumped up the action to 1.8 million. A cold 4-bet from the big blind with King Queen gets it through. Power poker there. Give it up for Akshay in the chat. I mean, that is incredible stuff.
Wow. He turned a very difficult spot into a piece of art there. It was amazing.
A piece of art, yeah. Not easy to commit. Was it a third of his chips, give or take, on a 4-bet bluff there?
Well, he was committing, like, when you've committed a third of your stack pre-flop, SPR becomes 1 if he gets called.
Indeed.
And you're basically committing. And
the old fake commit.
yes. And, he's willing to do it with something that is not so strong, really. King, Queen off.
What a move, says Devansh in chat. What a move indeed.
He's still my pick for the championship, by the way.
After
just in
that
case
move,
you didn't know.
yeah, it would be hard to to pick someone else. I mean, somebody capable of having the dynamic, having a sense, excuse me, of the dynamics of the table, really punishing that big open from Kim, the non-standard bet size, and realizing that Sang is good enough to go after it with hands that cannot stand a 4-bet. Meanwhile, Takamasa makes another good pickup, finds another good hand on the button. He has been stealing blinds per orbit. And as I'd like to remind our viewers, if you steal blinds every orbit, cannot go broke, you win the tournament.
So next level is coming up in 6 minutes.
That's right.
And that is proper critical time for Takamasa.
I love thinking about how 120,000 as a big blind represents 3 players' buy-ins. 3 dreams.
We've come a long way. We have come a long way.
Indeed we have. I mean, these 6 remaining players have battled it out for 4 days. Some of them might in fact have had 2 day 1 entries. That is a lot of poker to play to get to this stage. Do not want to make any missteps.
Very standard. In fact, you know, he could be 3-betting a little bit wider against a button open from NASA as well.
But is that what NASA is thinking? Thinking that his opponent might be 3-betting wide. After all, by the way, we saw Kwong 3-bet with 10-8 suited as well. NASA has the classic 4-bet bluff hand, the suited ace wheel hand.
Are we going to get a repeat? Are we going to get a deja vu of him NASA clicking, and then the small blind clicks again, and then a 6-bet shove with ace 3 suited?
Not sure we're deep enough for that, but I'm certainly rooting for it. It would be exciting.
I'm expecting something like this at every final table of an APT main now.
Yeah, we've been too spoiled by Type A, the ace 5 6-bet bluff that you're referring to. Need a different sort of variety of player perhaps, but as it happens, Kwong gets this one through and is now comfortably in the middle of the pack. Takamasa still at the bottom. Akshay now did retain the chip lead with that King-Queen 4-bet. Still the chip leader.
And then quietly sitting third is Kim, who is always lurking, waiting for his spot. And we're so used to having your mobile phone with you when you're playing MTT. You know, you're looking at Twitter, Instagram, whatever. But at the final table, all the phones are put away, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and I think it's actually a great thing for a lot of these players, forces them to focus. I know some of them do complain that they cannot listen to music, which is something that they're used to doing. Fair complaint, it's just also very important to protect the integrity of the game. You don't want somebody with headphones in there. Opens up the potential for somebody to communicate non-stop to the outside world, but does force players to stay dialed in.
NASA to the moon, indeed. Yes. Well, he did have a pair of rockets earlier during the session. But he most certainly doesn't only play rockets. 3-way to see the flop. And we have ace, jack, deuce with 2 spades. Kim has actually hit his top middle pair. Wow, that's a pretty crazy pot here, because UTG actually opened with 6-3 suited, and then there's the big blind who hit the middle pair.
Bets into two
Complete
pairs. Yeah, with
Complete
complete
air.
air. And how about Kim defending the Jack 3 off? I mean, as ugly as a hand can get, finding the Jack, getting the 6 high to bet into him, and now the double barrel. I think everybody knows Kim's image at this point. Question is, do they know Sang's image?
Well, he is the light. It's a shame that the final table isn't played on Sunday. You know, I can make many Bible jokes.
Well,
With
how about a
the
Star
name
Wars
being
joke?
light.
Because he is certainly acting from the dark side of the Force right now. 600k with 6 high. Putting absolutely max pressure on his opponent, who just has a weak Jack here. Lets it go and
Woohoo!
just showing how it's done.
This is the way.
This is the way. The old Star Wars. Are you a fan of the
Mandalorian, eh?
Mandalorian? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Baby Yoda. You cannot not like Baby Yoda. It's
There we
impossible. Right? And you know those little stacks of green chips? It looks a tiny bit like a Baby Yoda.
Okay, we're reaching a little bit, but I'll take it.
I have not been drinking, I promise you. You know, whoever is listening. No, Mandalorian is good. And I'm looking forward to Ahsoka, the new series coming out. Maybe in
That's
2 months'
right.
time.
That's going to be a good one for sure.
Yeah, Ahsoka was always a favorite of mine in the cartoons, the Clone Wars. This is getting
you're,
very nerdy now. Very
You're a proper
nerdy.
fan, huh, Stephen?
Yeah, I do like my Star Wars. Oh, my wife loves Star Wars. In fact, when we got married, she walked into the church in the Darth Vader theme. She walked in going dun 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 dun. It's
Wow.
very amusing.
That is hilarious. And ominous.
Well, you know, she's got the power over me, that's for sure.
Levi in the chat says NASA to the moon. That's well said. Perhaps a turn of phrase we might have come up with, Stephen. Chat putting us to shame. Man, that boss shirt is just so OG. Almost out of line.
So iconic. It's so good.
To show up to a final table, having a monster chip lead over everyone, with a shirt that just says boss is just hilarious.
I wonder whether when he packed his suitcase, he deliberately put that T-shirt in the suitcase.
If it wasn't deliberate,
Just for this.
it was his subconscious for sure. It was his brain just making him do it.
And you know what? He's got the moves to back it up. You know, he's not some meek, you know, kind of weak player who, you know, he does boss people around, which is very great to see.
How about this for trying to boss people around? All in from Sang. A misstep. Surely Ling
Whew.
is going to call it off here. Ace Queen suited is smack dab the top of his range.
You're not winning any Oscars here. Come on, let's just get on with it.
I actually don't think he is Hollywooding. I think he is considering folding. It's the ICM pressure, of course. There is a short stack of Takumasa. Throws in the time banks. There really isn't much to think about, but the situation, the final table, the money at stake, the ICM pressure, it can all get to you. Standing
You know,
up.
if it was Kim jamming me, then I would be, you know, folding a lot more. But it's the light. The light has been playing very light. You know, he's jamming light, that's for sure.
A dream scenario for Ling if he would just flick in the call. An extremely light hand is shoved against him. I'm not sure
But,
what
you
he
know,
thinks he's... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
But
Steven.
joking aside though, he's he's thinking, okay, maybe he will have 70% equity.
Does make the
It
call.
might not work out. It might not work out in the ICM either. If he plugs the numbers in, it might actually be a bad ICM call.
I
I'm not
definitely
sure.
understand that. Yeah, it could be what he was thinking about as well. But after all, you want to put yourself in the best position to win it all. The next page up $8,000. Meanwhile, the difference between sixth and first place about $115,000. And this situation would be a big boost to getting there. Queen on the flop.
Oh, there you go.
Great result. A king and a king only for Sang is needed to upset this spot. A queen locks it up.
There you go.
And Sang perhaps getting carried away with how well the aggression was working so far. Makes a bit of a misstep, runs into the ace-queen suited of Ling, and is now fairly crippled, down to 24 big blinds. Meanwhile, Ling, who once again was by far the shortest stack at some point, up to 45 bigs, and that might be good enough to tie him for the chip lead.
The man with the name Light jammed Light and got caught, I'm afraid.
Well said, well said.
Nice hand, he said.
How about the rest of the table getting a glimpse at the kind of moves that Nguyen has been making? King 6 suited, 3-bet jamming.
Takamasa was thinking, oh, please. Knock him out. I can lather up one more space.
And there we see it. Lin is actually almost exactly tied for the chip lead. How quickly fortunes turn. We are getting to that stage of the tournament, not just because of the blinds, but because of the number of people left and the stack sizes, where one pot can make all the difference. Not just to get you the chip lead, but sometimes a tournament-winning pot can be just around the corner. Queen 10 off.
Hijack position, Queen 10 off. It's not going to be... Oh, no. He's got his chips and he's going to play. He's going to open it.
Seems to have a different gear lined up for whenever he has enough chips. The moment he picks up what I said was almost a chip lead, starts opening light.
Now you chip leader, huh? No, I think it's still you. You about five?
Oh, I love this.
The two chip
You're
leaders
the chip leader, huh?
debating who's actually the chip leader.
Do you have any green behind or just blue? Green. Three green. No, behind blue.
He's so boss mode, isn't he, at NASA? He's so relaxed. It's good. I like him.
More than five. You more than me a lot. You more than me a lot.
Have you ever
Flop
played?
comes.
Go
No,
ahead,
sorry,
Steve.
have I ever played? No, you go, you go.
The way these guys were battling, and then Ling saying you have more than me by a lot, which of course, understandable. These guys are trying to eyeball each other's stacks. We can actually see the actual numbers; they're exactly tied. Does remind me of the game Settlers of Catan, where you're always trying to deflect and say somebody else is in the lead, so the other players bounce on that player.
Yes.
Akshay does have a piece of this board, but the gut shot to the nuts is enough to continue, but it seems like it's going to be enough for him to raise it up. A small raise on that board that favors the big blind range. Unfortunately, Lin actually has top pair, decent kicker here. Wow, facial expressions again.
I think that combining with the table talk before he made the call, it's very interesting. Okay, usually when people ask, about the opponent's chip stack, is when you have a very good drawing hand. So pre-flop wise, usually a suited hand. But on this board, there was no flush draw. So I don't know, apart from repping some sort of two pair from the big blind, I don't know what the race was about.
I think he was just trying to fold out high cards from Ling, considering the way the action went. Goes check, check. Ling made all kinds of faces and then actually called on the flop. Actually, I'm sure noticed that, was a bit confused. Now has 7 high, absolute bottom of range on this board. Has to decide whether to bluff or not. Has seen Ling call off a bluff before on a 4 to a straight board with the king 10. This is a crucial, crucial decision point. Lets it go. It's going to lose this one. Ling gets the good news and is now a clear chip leader with 6.7 million. What a turn of events. Akshay taps the table.
Wow.
And how about that? The local Vietnamese player, 55 bigs in pole position on this final table at the main event.
It's just it's pretty crazy, you know, like he basically gave away his strengths on the flop when he got raised on the flop and he pulled a face and then NASA just picked it up and went, okay, I'm shutting down now. I'm not gonna do anything else from now on. No, and he's the chip leader. And he opened light with Queen 10. And none of it was correct.
Amazing. Sang recently been burnt by his aggression. Perhaps the reason he finds the fold. Also his chip stack has been dented. There is the shortest stack to his left. Takumasa also finds the fold on the button. Jack 10 suited in the small blind. And I think this might be the first time that we have a small blind, big blind confrontation between these two.
Correct.
Time to see what small blind strategy Akshay has come up with. I'm not surprised to see it includes raising.
Especially from NASA. You know, he's playing against a 26 big blind stack, which is, you know, if he clicks back, it's going to hurt him. So, you know, of course, he had 8-5 suited, so he's not playable. But, you know, if he had anything that's a little bit more playable and clicking back, it'd be a very difficult decision for NASA. 10 jack suited is such a playable hand post flop. You know, I would actually limp a lot of the time so that I can handle a raise from the big blind.
Yeah, but I'm
To
sure
see the
his
flop.
raise was also opponent dependent. You know, Kwong has made some moves. I'm not saying he's been tight or passive by any means, but has certainly done so at lower frequencies than some of the other players. And these are all variables that Akshay must have picked up on and factored into his raise with the holding that he had.
I'm sure.
Queens
Oh.
for the active player. Exactly what you want to see. Raises with the small chips.
Interesting.
Well, I think that those are actually the only chips he has. Sometimes I like to pick up on that. What chips people use to make raises. Small chips tend to appear weaker.
Because you're showing, you kind of, you know, falsely showing a bigger stack. There's a call, well, it's pretty standard.
8% equity going to the flop, about as bad as it gets in No Limit Hold'em. However, the gut shot straight draw does help. Equity actually goes up on the flop. So we have the new chip leader versus the man who made him the chip leader. Win does have pocket queens, overpair to the board. Makes a big bet. 500,000 into 680. Unfortunately for Win, is actually going to induce a fold from his opponent. A small bet might have gotten a continue. Link simply cannot call.
Oh, here we go.
I know he's made.
Come on, he's got a gut shot. Come on. You got to gamble.
It's one thing to call it the gut shot. Against this sizing, less likely. But after he's made facial expressions, smiles, comments, banter, I am not sure how you can even consider continuing here. We talked about Hollywooding earlier. I think this might be that. And hey, why not, man? He's in the chip lead, soaking it all in,
Yep.
bantering.
Exactly. And I like I said before, the general vibes is very positive at this table.
Absolutely.
You know, people are pretty friendly towards each other.
And how about that pace of play as well? You know, not too much tanking at all. You'll see so many tanks and like intense decision making at final table, especially when the stakes are this high. These players are just getting it done, moving things along, not wasting time, wanting to see more hands. You love to see it. Ling, by the way, has over $55,000 in live tournament earnings so far. How about adding a minimum of $31,000, which is the 6th place prize, and being in the chip lead at this final table with 6 players left, he could triple, or almost triple, his live tournament total winnings just today. Does have an APT
And like
title.
you said, you know, 3 billion VND is a lot of money in itself anyway.
Yeah, he's of course a Vietnamese local, so I'm sure he's thinking about it in the VND. 3.4 billion, of course, 1st place prize. He does have an APT title, by the way. Came during February's APT, which was also in Hanoi. Won the Mystery Bounty Hunter.
Oh.
No
I
spring
wonder
chicken.
what kind of bounty he got. I wonder what kind of bounty he got.
Yeah, must have been a big one because that paid off 20,000 US dollars total, 473 million.
Ooh.
That's a pretty big prize for the bounty hunter.
Yeah, yeah. I must confess, I've never played Mystery Bounty live.
Me neither. Seems so fun.
Yeah, I know.
Have you ever played any of these fun events? I was discussing with Henry yesterday. We, of course, have all kinds of events here at the series. That includes a Super Hold'em, if you're familiar with that game, Steven. 3 cards.
3
dealt.
cards, right?
That's right. Sort of a mix between Hold'em, PLO, and some other blasphemous gambly form of, of poker. As well as, I believe, you know, short deck events here as well. And Crazy Pineapple.
Crazy Pineapple I used to love. Wow, he is going for it.
My oh my. The chip lead and the gumption combined with the ace-10 off on the button means that it's NASA's turn to be pushed around by the new chip leader. Lets it go. Power poker there by Ling. NASA commenting on the fact that he's letting this one go.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad Lin is utilizing his chip lead. It's good. It's good to see.
Widens the gap between himself and NASA with that very pot. 6.8 million now. Actually, the stack that NASA came into this day with. Akshay, NASA still second in chips. Stacks are getting shorter.
And I'm getting ahead of myself here, but what are we streaming tomorrow? What events are coming up?
The stream tomorrow will be for the high roller. It's always the way we cap out the stream schedule at the APT. It's a fun event because you get to see some, well, obviously high rollers by definition, but also the quality of poker is just so high. It's one of the reasons we stream it out. Sometimes main event final tables will include all kinds of recreational players. We've seen some sort of non-standard plays today with the limping from some of the players that we lost in the early rounds of this final table. Tomorrow is just about the poker. You and I are going to have to try to get our analysis hat on and really figure out what some of these elite players are doing. But the event schedule tomorrow includes many, many events, including some of the smaller buy-in events, as we were discussing, turbos. Today, of course, is, I believe, the day 2, which is the final day of the double stack Hold'em event, which had 2 flights. That just means it's a deep stack event, which also means really good quality of play. Did have the super high roller yesterday, and all these fields have had amazing turnout, just like the rest of the series. The APT growing from strength to strength. We had an event, or the series rather, in Hanoi in February, and now we're here in June. Already seen growth between them.
Poker boom in Asia. It's not a joke, is it? It's not a lie. It's really happening. On a 7-5-3 juice board, Takumasa is way ahead right now, but Natsa has a gut shot.
Yeah, very interesting things to note pre-flop. The fact that Akshay opened, firstly. It is 6 max, king 6 suited. Is under the gun is relatively late position, 6 max, but Akshay never lost a pep in his step, and now gets checked down. Takumasa shows down his ace high. Akshay shows a king as to gain some credibility that surely he's lost a long time ago.
Probably yesterday.
Indeed.
Do they have a mini main event at Hanoi?
They do have a mini main event, and in fact, what was really cool, Steven, was that the bubble boy of the main event got the opportunity to pull from 8 envelopes that include various prizes. Perhaps monetarily the biggest one was to just get the buy-in for the main event back, but he did end up pulling a ticket to the mini main event, which I think is a 15 million VND buy-in.
It's pretty cool. Nice consolation prize.
Certainly cushions the blow of being the bubble boy at this amazing main event.
Oh, we've got a dealer change here. Another dealer's just sat down.
The chip leader, the pep in his step, the man who gives away a lot of live tells, but still manages to make the right decision every time.
Exactly.
Mr. Ling from Vietnam finds the ace in the hijack, opens it up. And Akshay, probably the only player not worried about his opponent, not worried about battling with the chip leader, does have an ace on the big blind as well.
And he calls to see the flop. And here comes King 6-3 with 2 spades. Both of the players missed, but Ace 8 is going to utilize his range advantage and just put a small continuation bet in there. And there's nothing much to think about, and that's an easy fold.
Steven, you might have started a little bit something here by calling Sang light, which is what we've been informed his name means in Vietnamese. Because P Nasty in the chat says, went from 2 million to almost 7 million in 2 hands, referring to Ling. Thank you, light.
There you go. Well, we had our plea earlier asking our viewers to click the like button on this stream, and we've got a lukewarm response. So I'm going to ask again, please, whoever is watching, 227 of you, please help us by clicking the like button. Of course, I would like you to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell. But if you don't want to do that, a simple like will do us a massive favor indeed. Doesn't cost you anything. Oh, here we go. 24 likes now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for listening to our plea. Really helps us please the YouTube gods. Well, how about
It's
a
very
limp?
hard to maintain. It's very hard to maintain a YouTube channel these days,
Extremely. Well, we were discussing how Akshay had actually raised with the Jack-10 suited. Of course, the stack size is now different. He's been sort of pushed down to 30 big blinds, but this time he actually limps with the 8-5 suited in the small blind versus big blind situation. 8 high still good, and now best with the pair.
Very good. It's a very correct play to limp a lot of your range, especially when your stack size is not actually that deep. So we're talking 24 big blinds effective. A lot limping would be useful here.
I'm actually very big on limping from the small blind. Every strategy has its own merit. That's the one I choose, just because I was mentioning how I play a lot of heads up. So I certainly see myself having some sort of an advantage post flop, even out of position. And I'm so used to heads up, which is exactly what small blind versus big blind is, that I'd rather just play a lot of hands.
Yeah. And BVB, you know, most hands are not that far behind. You know, the equity, they run pretty close. Of course, you would get your queen 8 versus pocket queens with 8%, but that doesn't happen that often. So, you know, just get your hands that are playable post flop limping in so that, you know, you don't blow the pot too much, and then you get to see the flop.
Another thing I find is that if you limp and get raised, if you're limping stronger hands as well, and you actually, I guess that would be called a 3-bet or some sort of a 4-bet, when you punish the limp raise, you don't get as much credit. It just seems like you're fighting back. You're able to get a lot more money in with premium hands as well.
And then, you know, going back to the theories again, but the limping range and the raising range of heads up BVB it's actually been solved. And, you know, if you look at the solutions, you find limping plays a very big part in the range, more than you think. So go ahead and study and, you know, get your GTO solvers out. Many versions available. And you discover many interesting spots that you never thought about before.
Well, how about this for the small blind, big blind? Limp, jam from the chip leader, quick fold.
Yeah.
Ling might have studied the
Standard.
spot, or just might realize ace-9 is going to be super good and can put so much pressure on the person who is now only second in chips. Takumasa has been grinding the short stack. He's actually up to 14 big blinds. Was at, I believe, 9 or 10 at some point. So well done on him. Next break and next blind level is going to be in 34 minutes. Currently at 60,000, 120,000. I believe the next one would be 7140. Oh, excuse me, I think it would be 8160. So once again, we reach that portion of the game where we have a huge increment upcoming. As much as the structure is beautiful here at the APT, there is that one increment that is actually plus 33% in blind levels, which means your stacks get reduced by 25%. So I suspect the short stacks will be feeling the pinch once they get there.
And it doesn't matter how generous you are, you know, the staff still needs to go home. You can't play all night. Pocket fives versus ace king. Interesting. So it's a very standard cutoff 3-bet here. But I think what we should look out for is how big he's going to 3-bet.
Yeah, does he want to leave his opponent enough room to induce a light 4-bet jam when he has ace-queen? And considering his image, and that's the image that he plays with all the time, I think he knows that he's not going to get as much credit as the next person. And pocket fives for Kwong as well on the button. Perhaps meaningless since he's going to fold, but if this hand goes all in or continues, Sang will not have any
So
fives to look
pocket
forward
fives
to.
is having terrible odds for set mining right now.
Yeah, to say the least. Infinitely terrible. Look at this, reaching for chips fairly quickly.
No. P nasty. Fives are not dead. He can still hit a straight. And ace king doesn't have to hit. You know, in theory, pocket five's still ahead. He's a made hand. And because he had a time machine, he traveled forward for half an hour and saw one of the hands folded were pocket fives. He decided to fold. Very wise use of the time machine. By the way, they don't have a time machine. I'm just messing around. Yes, no more fives in the deck. I understand that. No, I've still got very good faith in Natsa. I think he will get out of this spot, and he's got the heart, he's got the skills, and he's definitely the boss at the table, despite his slightly damaged chip leading presence. And he has hands too. Pocket nines racing from the hijack. Oh, this could get nasty.
What a dream
This could get
scenario. I
very
mean,
nasty.
you're the most active person on the table, especially pre-flop. And when you do start picking up hands, and players have hands like pocket sevens, they tend to fight back. Look at that raise incoming. Over 600,000, I believe.
Well, we haven't seen all the hands yet.
850.
Pocket tens may appear. Pocket tens may appear. No,
All the way back to
to
Akshay.
NASA.
Is this an auto all-in?
Theoretically, yes.
Combined with Akshay's image, he knows he's been opening extremely frequently, whether light or not. And Kwong is likely to fight back at some point with marginal holdings such as sevens. There we go, he gets it all in. He just knows where he's at all the time, doesn't he? And Kwong is now surely in a tough spot. This is not an insta-call hand. I suspect he thinks he's flipping at best, but his stack is now going to be reduced to the same size as the shortest stack if he is to fold this. Another thing he might be wondering.
Oh, I thought he was picking up the chips to call.
Kwong has to know he cannot be ahead in this scenario. He is going to be flipping at best. This does not look by any means like some sort of a 4-bet bluff. Of course, sevens will be flipping against the likes of ace-king and ace-queens that might behave the same way from Akshay, but completely dominated by the hand that Akshay does have, and all hands nines through aces also play the same way. However, let's not forget, in case you're finding yourself with, wow, he makes the fold. I was about to say you do get pot odds when you make calls like this, but Kwong makes the right decision.
Yeah, he's actually reasonably easy fold, judging by the ICM as well, with all the stack sizes. 14 big blinds, I know, is a bit shallow, but is still playable. And he just had to take it on the chin and go, okay, well, you might have outplayed me, but I'm an ICM slave. What else can I say?
And well done to him for doing that. Makes it look easy. As I was just finishing my thought, I mean, you're getting pot odds, right? You might be flipping at best, but you're getting like 3-1 on the call at least. It is not easy to make that fold. You're tempted to sort of gamble it up in a manner of speaking. Try to put yourself in like position to take the tournament down, but those 14 big blinds also allow you to survive. ICM is really a way of saying survival is more important than picking up extra chips. That's the way Kwong does it.
And ICM summarizes it so much better than those wordy words, eh?
Independent chip model. Doesn't have the nice ring to it, but somehow ICM does.
Yeah. He makes it sound very serious. In fact, in horse racing, there's a similar concept to ICM when you're working out the combinations for a quinilla, which is winning, picking the top two horses, and he uses a very similar way of looking at the odds to work out the quinilla. Is pretty much the same as ICM.
A quick jam from Takumasa from the big blind with the ace-10 suited. Gets Sang to fold the small blind, and I suspect with that we have a clear short stack in the form of Kwong in seat 1. Let's take a moment
So at this
to note.
moment, I would, sorry, at this moment, I would not want to be Zhang right now because he will be the target of the chip leaders.
Great point. Yeah, of course, with the ICM pressure, the middle stacks are the one feeling the pressure. I was just about to say, let's take a moment to note that all three Vietnamese final tablists still on this table. 3 out of the remaining 6 players are the locals. Absolutely amazing showing by the local Vietnamese players.
Did you see a big presence of railers? Were there a lot of people railing the Vietnamese players?
In general, yes. Of course, today is only the final table, so a lot of the crowd is on actually the upper floor where some of the other tournaments are happening.
Oh, of course.
Unlike
There are 2
Taipei,
floors.
where of course it was just 1 floor.
Unlike Taipei, where there's just a massive queue for every event.
Wow. Bit of ICM suicide, as they say, all in with 20 bigs for Queen 10 suited. And has Akshay made the call? Finds Ace King and makes the call. Sang at risk. Certainly an ICM suicide shove there. Perhaps the hand would have gone similarly in a different manner, but as we have it, Ace King versus Queen 10, we are at risk of losing. Sang.
Best case scenario for Sang for the snap call.
How about the open ender for the Queen 10 as well as the diamond? Never easy, an
Never
absolute
easy.
flip going
Never
into
easy.
the turn. This is incredible.
Not
Absolute
yet.
brick on the turn. A queen, a
Wait
10,
for
an
it.
8, or a king. 13 outs. Could this be too many outs? Or just the right amount?
Wait for it. Oh, and
Too many outs. Ace high wins it all. Sang is eliminated in 6th place. Goes out for 722 million Vietnamese dong. Applause following him as we do see a shot off some of the outer tables. So we lose
and we
the
have
player.
a new chip leader.
Well, the new and old chip leader. I guess no surprise Akshay is on the top of the list. Did find the ace king against the jam there. What do you think of that shove, Steven? Bit of ICM suicide, no?
Absolutely. You know, judging by the fact that they are 2 much shorter stacks than him. He has 24 big blinds, is very playable. Queen 10 suited, you know, is not that great of a hand. To me, is even from the button, because of ICM, I would actually make a tight fold instead of jamming.
Let's face
And
it,
even
Sang
opening, even open folding is not too bad. Ooh,
Sang was just always going for the win. You know, when you've been chip leading the tournament for as long as he did, then you come into the final table. He did lose a huge chunk of his stack going for that 3-bet jam with the king 6 suited. I think he just had the mentality of going for it non-stop. Nasa woke up with the perfect hand to snap call, ended up holding despite being flipping on the turn. And perhaps, just perhaps, this tournament is meant to be for Akshay. Back in the pole position with a very comfortable stack. And all the players, although will be happy to have that elimination, climb up the ladder. Now all of them guaranteed 923 million Vietnamese dong, 39,000 USD. We're getting into that billion territory soon. But they should be slightly worried to see where the chips ended up.
And you know what? At the moment, the one that will be under attack will be Kim, because he's the middle stack. And he will just, well, I don't know, he just, you know, from his tendency, you know, he's, oh, well, speaking too soon, I suppose. He just opened ace deuce off from the cutoff.
Well, we are 5-handed now, and ace is extremely strong 5-handed. He opens to 310k, which was the size he chose when the blinds were actually 50-100. Then got absolutely punished in 2 spots. This time it's a more reasonable open, something like 2.7x or something.
Not
what
with 60 big blind.
What a squeeze
ace
spot
10.
here.
Ooh.
I think this is
Wow,
an
he needs a
automatic
lot
squeeze.
of, he needs a lot of guts to squeeze jam there.
Does help that he is the shortest stack, no ICM pressure. Yes, one of the tighter players on the table has open, but it is 5-handed. Ace is an absolute monster. And the loosest player on the table has called. Perfect squeeze situation, gets it all in. And I believe is going to get good news. Kim certainly cannot consider calling. Akshay, despite the pot odds on offer, at 7-6 suited.
2 with 35.
It's funny. It's funny because I'm sure he's totally aware of each player's stack size. But of course, he still had to ask.
Especially when it's this close, by which I mean, perhaps if it was maybe 300,000 fewer chips or maybe more chips in the middle, I think he'd be forced to call. He's one of the few players who has enough chips where he can simply go with the pot odds. So new short stack now. Takumasa with that perfect squeeze. Wong is now outside the pure danger zone. Things are getting serious and heated here. 5-handed.
He's been playing very solid, actually.
Absolutely. By the way, any supporters of Wong in chat? We have lost our first Vietnamese player. Sang went out, 6th place. 2 local heroes or heroes in the making still left.
One of which is the second chip leader.
That's right. That'd be Ling in seat 2.
Ooh, 9-5 suited opening for the button. So sexy.
50.
You know, one thing I'm starting to realize, Stephen, is that Ling is pretty balanced with his smiling.
Maybe he's just an all-round happy person.
No.
He's
there's
checking
no
in the dark.
There's no such thing. Checked in the dark to the chip leader.
Oh, please stop.
Highest stake home game I've seen in a while.
Oh, stop.
Is Queen ready?
He's asking ace queen already.
And that's
I'll call.
called.
Oh, ace queen? I'll call.
Listen, if I'm Akshay, I'm worried that this man is extremely strong. He is way too relaxed, bantering, calling it off. Yes, on one hand, it does look like a draw, but a lot of draws have a lot of pairs on this board. Exactly, Akshay checks behind. I'm not sure you can continue with the air. Queen would be a disaster for the 9. Does not hit the queen, but ends up with ace high. The last time this happened, Akshay checked behind with the king high. Does he want to give the free showdown when he has 9 high himself and is certainly losing the hand? There is no hand that calls on the flop that Akshay is ahead of.
Ah, he's still betting. Good man.
I think he has to. I mean, he's bottom of the range against a man who is just happily checking behind as though he's in a cash game. Sort of revealing the strength of his hand as to not being too strong. Did not bet the river, of course, Ling.
So, from my experience, a lot of the players who check in the dark have a pair, have a small pair. So, NASA is really targeting a pair of 7s, a pair of 6s, something like that.
And all ace highs that might play the same way. Clearly Ling has exactly that, but of course ace highs would be drawing to the nuts on the flop, find it difficult to fold. And NASA makes his bet look like a small milky extraction value bet as well. 260k into about 950. He
I
knows
think
that.
neither player is that worried about the flush, though. The spades is kind of irrelevant here.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, Akshay did not size his bet in a way that would suggest that he has a flush. You know, players tend to go polarized when they have something like that, but this bet is so interesting. You know, against other elite players, you tend not to give the right pot odds. Wow, Ling reaches for chips. Is he tossing it in? What a hand. Calls him down with ace high. Is going to get the good news. Yeah, players are bantering about, but
9 and an ace.
slow
There you
roll.
go, sir.
I'm joking, of course. It's clearly all in good fun, including from Akshay's side, taking the defeat pretty well.
No, I think if I was NASA, I heard my opponent saying 9. I know I'm beat, right? Because
Of
9-5
course.
is not beating any other 9.
I think Akshay knew he was beat the moment that chip got tossed in, but he certainly would have expected to see a hand stronger than ace high there. And Ling just smiles his way back up into the chip lead. This is getting really fun, Steven. Some interesting hands going down here. Credit to Takamasa, by the way. Has been quiet for a while. Grinded his short stack. Has jumped 2 pay ladders, if I'm not mistaken, ever since he became an extreme short stack. Still in the mix. And being patient.
He's doing that very, very well indeed.
I really respect players who are extremely active and then are able to be extremely patient. If I could say so, perhaps Sang was not one of those players. After he did get up, high up in chips, he started making a lot of moves. But when he took a huge dent to his stack, he was still making moves. Takumasa has taken a different approach and, at least so far, has worked well for him.
You know, it's a sign of someone who has played a lot of final tables. You know, he understands the dynamic, he understands his place at the final table, what he's supposed to do, his role at the final table. It's, you know, it's very nice to see. There's a beauty in that.
Well said. 5 players left and 4 variety of flags. Love this aspect of the APT. The diversity is just unparalleled. Player from India, from Japan, 2 Vietnamese players, and 1 Korean. Asia represented at its best.
No, there's no one from Hong Kong. Come on.
Oh, there was someone from Hong Kong in the booth. Another Indian soul in the booth
Correct.
as well. Good balance here and there. A lot of our team from Malaysia, by the way.
Correct, yeah.
That's what the Asian Poker Tour is all about. Putting the Asian in the Asian Poker Tour.
Whew.
And let's not
Putting
forget,
the
we had
Asian in the APT. Sorry,
in
go
the
on.
APT. That's right, and that's probably more poetic. But I was about to say, let's not forget, we had players from France, from Australia, as far as Sweden. Of course, Peter Kiem always representing the US. He was, I believe, if not the bubble boy, then maybe he was out 11th place from the final table. Truly global, the APT, and of course, poker is a sport in general.
Wow, Kim is now a little bit loose. What's going on? All right, good spot for you, young man. Here we go.
Easy. Easy money.
Here we go.
This is like, it's like a 600k gift to Takamasa that the poker gods have given him. Giving Ling a good enough hand to open, always a must open, Queen Jack off on the button. Maybe making Kim a little bit loose with that 7-6 diamond, but he did decide to flat the small blind. Wake up with 9s, get it in, easy squeeze. Little 2.4 million, you're up to 20 bigs.
And it's just deep enough for some fold equity. You know, imagine he was down to 4 big blinds, then it's like a snap call from Ling.
Yeah, Ling simply cannot call.
And it'll be absolutely out of line if Kim called.
Not only would it be out of line, it would be the most out of character thing I've seen ever since. Well, I was going to make some TV show reference, but it would become too esoteric. But let's just say we've been watching Kim for 2 days now, and this is not the spot he likes to get himself in. He likes to have a good hand, extract value, perhaps bet against kind of hands that can pay him off on future streets.
I am curious as to what you were going to say. Go on, spit it out.
Let's see. I was going to say, have you watched The Wire, Stephen?
Yes.
There's a notorious season of The Wire, season 5, where its lead character, McNulty, just becomes some maverick crime creator, and he recreates crime scenes and makes up a serial killer in the city of Baltimore. And if you're like a TV nerd, like I am, every time people talk about doing something out of character, Talk about McNulty faking a serial killer. That's your esoteric TV reference for the day. From arguably one of the greatest TV shows of all time. Rare misstep.
That is very inside baseball, my friend.
Little bit,
Very
little
inside
bit. I did
baseball.
resist. You forced it out of me. But hey, how about any Wire fans in the chat? HBO's The Wire. Let's hear from you.
HBO has had some very, very good shows in recent years, I must admit. You know,
They're just crushing it. One of them just ended, Succession, last week.
Succession's good. Oh, The Last of Us was excellent.
Excellent show as well, based on the game.
Truly excellent. Never played the game, enjoy the show.
Same here. Loved it. Never played the game.
And we were talking about the Mandalorian earlier. You know, Pedro Pascal is now typecast as a deliverer of youngling.
Oh,
From
yeah,
APT.
exactly. I was going to say children, but you're absolutely right. Youngling is the right word.
Thank you.
Let's look at those stacks.
Taking him from A to B. 68 big blinds. Very, very playable.
Dylan
Very
in chat
comfortable lead.
says, Dylan in chat says the game was excellent, referring to The Last of Us. So I have heard, Dylan, and after we became fans of the show, I suspect Steven and I must have looked up some stuff about the game. Loved what I saw.
And I got all the spoilers for season 2 already.
Same here, same here. I'm only human. Cannot resist. Looked up Last of Us 2. Was disappointed, as was most of the community, but looking forward to the show nonetheless.
The acting's so good, you know, it's okay to be, you know, spoilers would never better than the acting is so good. You can know exactly what the plot is going to go, and you can still enjoy the show.
Speaking of enjoying the show, not to make a cheesy transition, but how about NASA reaching for those chips? Ace suited on the small blind, raising into the chip leader, once again breaking the cardinal rule of fighting other big stacks, but in fact putting the pressure on Ling to not fight the other big stack. And I suspect this one's going to go through. Amazing stuff.
Go on, give me a nice little smile, Link. Just balance it out.
Ling's energy is certainly infectious. I find myself smiling in the booth now every time he smiles.
He looks a little bit like a character from The Office. You know, he's just like a everyday, you know, like a middle manager kind of person, very happy.
Like a Vietnamese Dwight?
But he's a bit less nasty than Dwight. He's
Oh yeah,
nice.
he smiles too much.
He's like, yeah, it's nice.
To be a Dwight.
Yes, quite Dwight. But I tell you, speaking of entertainment news, I got to watch the sneak preview premiere of The Flash, the movie.
Oh, I heard it's excellent. What did you think?
Absolutely brilliant. Like, just better than anything Marvel has done for a long time. Amazing.
Wow, wow, wow. Big praise. I will trust your opinion on that. The trailer looked fantastic. Certainly Marvel has been disappointing us lately, and now I'm super excited.
I had an absolute wow moment towards the end of the film.
Very cool.
Something to look forward to.
Kim, we'll
Dylan.
try again.
Oh, sorry, Kim. We try again. Wow.
Sorry, what were you saying, Stephen? My apologies.
I was reading the comments. Dylan Ho on YouTube is saying it's time for DC to shine. Well, unfortunately, DC is going to get rebooted, so all these Zack Snyder DC heroes from the Justice League will be removed from the series. So The Flash, unfortunately, will be the second last DC movie with that cast.
Yeah, but in
So
the
after The
modern,
Flash, will be Aquaman 2, and then that'll be it.
in the modern superhero world we live in, after the success of Spider-Man No Way Home and all these other multiverse movies, I suspect we'll see some of these characters pop back here and there.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. I think James Gunn has a very clear idea what he wants to do, and you know, it's going to be exciting. I've always been like my favorite superhero has always been Batman. So,
Oh,
you know,
DC, of
watching
course.
Robert Peterson, Patterson playing Batman, it was an amazing film. And, you know, having James Gunn being in charge, hopefully DC will have his chance to shine with some new characters.
Here, here. Love me some Batman.
Oh, Batman. So good.
Five-handed, just a reminder, minimum payout 39,000 USD, that's 923 million. But with one more elimination, we will be in that billion payout zone. 1.17 billion Vietnamese dong to the next player.
There's a solid race there, 6-3 off. And a very reasonable call with Queen 7 suited from Kim. Flop comes 10-8-3 with 2 clubs.
Oh, look at this. Link slows down despite
Chip
flopping the
leader
pair.
hits.
And Kim instantly looks at his chips. Starts using his positional advantage. Link immediately reveals a lot with his face. Kim did not catch that. Makes the quick call. That is not the expression somebody who has a trap set make. How about 2 pair though? Easy life. Checks and makes Kim ask the question. Does he want to bluff at it? Does get some equity with the backdoor straight draw. Has queen high as well. Might think that could be good. Deuce of clubs on the river.
The flush got there, but I don't think it's that relevant. Let's check, check. 2 pair. 2 pair? Are you sure? Are you serious? Yes, 2 pair indeed.
Kim gets to pretend he had a pair. Be disappointed. So 4 minutes away, I believe, from the next break.
Well, I am out of green tea, so it's a perfect time for me to make some more green tea.
Well,
How's your
I was gonna
sweet,
say-
sweet coffee doing?
I was gonna say you're inspiring me to have some green tea, but as I think about what we might be in for with these 5 players after the break, I think I might load up on some pure caffeine.
Good idea.
Maybe get some food too while we're at it. The next break will be a normal 15-minute break. Give these players a chance also to refresh themselves, grab something to eat, give you, our pleasant viewers, a chance to do the same.
But make sure you come back because some very exciting poker awaits.
Some exciting Marvel DC discussion as well. I know that's a good clickbait.
Ah.
Whatever it takes for you to come join us after this break, we are willing to do. Just let us know in chat.
Within reasonable limits.
Let him ask. Let's see. We'll evaluate what's reasonable.
Well, click the like button first, whatever you do.
We got Elky, by the way, to do his GG/National Aid dance, so who knows? Us commentators are willing to dance for those clicks as well. 2 short stacks, 16 bigs each. 19 bigs for Kim, who has been crippled. Has been bleeding, I might say. Akshay and Ling tied for being the chip leader.
I don't think Kim, being reduced to 19 big blinds is that much of a surprise. He's just been very passive. Didn't really take that much of an initiative in this proceedings. Maybe after the break he will understand that he needs to pull his socks up and be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, he entered second in chips. We're of course down to 5 players. He's still third in chips amongst the remaining 5. But when you're playing passively, playing premium hands, you either need to get folds or hit some flops. Lately, he hasn't been doing that.
Like in many ways, I would say if you wait for good hands, you're actually more gambling than the players who are being aggressive. You're just leaving it to the cards.
That's a great point. It's a good way to think about it.
You know, like it's kind of counterintuitive, but the passive players are actually the gamblers, not the ones laying the big bets. Flop comes Ace Deuce 4. This is a rainbow flop. Under the gun has the range advantage here, and actually has the goods. And C-bet and takes it down.
And let's not forget, 5-handed under the gun is the hijack, if I'm thinking about that correctly. Ace 3 off, fair enough open. So Kwong has a couple of blinds and is now no longer going to be amongst the shorter stacks. Now third in chips. Those bottom 3 stacks you can see are very close. 71 big blinds for Ling, 8.6 million. That's about over a third of chips in play. Slightly fewer chips for Akshay. And the remaining chips distributed amongst the remaining 3 players. Last hand before the break. When we come back, blinds will be up. Those 15 big blinds, 17 big blind stacks will now be in the danger zone.
Okay, Ling has 10 jack suited. Absolutely an opening hand. Oh, okay, well. Yeah, it's a good fold. All right, here we go, break time.
6 seconds? Do we get another hand?
No, one more hand.
No way. Can the dealer do it?
Go on. Oh, no.
There we go, 15-minute break. And that is going to be a break for us in the booth and for you guys in the chat as well. Why don't you just keep the stream open so that when we come back, we'll just alert you. We'll say ding ding, it's time to get back to the action. But in the meanwhile, get a drink, get some food like us, and we will see you right after this break. My name is Vidar Singh. We're joined by Stephen Lai, and we will see you soon.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
continue that cannot withstand a large bet on the river.
Credit where it's due. He has converted his hand into a convincing bluff. Gets the fold.
So sick. The pot! Top! Just shows I don't need to have the best hand. I just need position, good hand reading, exploitation.
Right, guys. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're stopped at 176. We
Okay.
have 3 all-in and calls. We're going to do them in order. Our all-in player is Ivan Lee. He's been called and covered by Jai Wook Shin.
Neil tried getting a
Okay,
translation and
let's
then
see the
ended up
hands,
reading
please,
it better.
gentlemen. I have King, Queen, King of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, all in against Jack 4, Jack of Spades, 4 of Diamonds.
It's like an incredibly
Move
short
away from my
stack.
trophies. Man, move away from my trophies. You break them, you bought them. Right, dealer, let's see the flop, please.
Go on, Neil.
Flop is Ace of Diamonds, 8 of Spades, 9 of Hearts. King, Queen is still in the lead.
So it's the king, queen,
Let's
that's
see the
all in
turn card.
res.
Turn is the 7. We've now got a gut
Oh,
shot
okay.
for the Jack 4.
So Jack 10 or a
King,
4
Queen is
needed.
still in the lead. Without a Jack, a 4, or a 10, our King, Queen's going to double through. Let's see the river. It's a 10!
Brutal. Ouch. See the reaction from
Right,
the
that 10
players.
is going to make a straight, and it is going to eliminate a player. But we have 2 more. We have 2 more. We have 2 more, everybody. All right, guys.
More all-ins.
On this table, we have 2 players
Look at
all
that.
in,
Look at the phones out.
covered by a 3rd player.
Wow.
Seat number 1, Fan Chi Wei. He is all in.
And
Seat
excited.
number 7, Chan Ping Xian. He is also all in.
Oh,
they are
that's
both
excited.
covered by Takaharu Iko from Japan.
Okay, so the big
All right,
stack
seat 1, Fan. Let's see him.
has jammed
Pocket
over the
Kings,
short stack.
Cowboys. Ace 10 of Spades,
Here we go.
covered by Ace King of Hearts.
Oh, man.
Sorry, really quickly. Who's
Well, King's in good shape
okay?
for sure.
So he's covered twice.
Loving that excitement.
Wow.
He's
All right,
all
seat
in on the
7,
stone
Ace
bubble.
10 of Spades is covered by the Cowboys and the Ace King of Hearts.
This man is an
Dealer,
inspiration
let's
and
see
a
the
treasure.
flop, please.
So ace high flop would be showers for both players as the ace king
6 of
covers.
Spades, Queen of Clubs, Deuce of Hearts.
All right, some backdoor flush draws.
The flush draws are alive, backdoor straights, etc., but the Cowboys
50%
are
of the
riding
time, we're
high.
going to see a flush draw on the turn.
Christie, turn card, please. 5 of Diamonds.
Pretty clean.
5 of Diamonds has airballed all the flushes and all the straights.
Ace and an
The
ace
Kings
only.
are still riding at the moment. Needs to dodge ace either of the
Does he
2
have dice in
remaining
his hand?
aces.
2 outer needed to get us into the money.
River card.
Would be brutal.
It's the
Jack
Jack
of
of Spades. So our pocket kings are going to double up, but our ace 10 of spades has also been eliminated. Please
And
stay
there we
there,
go.
because we have one more all in.
Oh, wow, there's another one.
Wow. So we have
Where is my 3rd all in,
gone
guys?
down to 174 at least.
So
Kato is all in.
another all in.
CK has him covered. We have a queen of diamonds, 10 of spades, king of clubs flop. Show me. King, queen of spades,
A
2.
monster.
Jack of hearts, king of diamonds for an open ender.
And a monster as well, so to speak. Plenty of outs for the all-in player.
So the all-in player at risk with the open ender. Needs an ace
All
or
right,
a 9.
top 2 against an open ender. Dealer, please deal a turn card. 9. Right, that's going to give us straight. We have outs to a house and a chop.
Oh, the all-in player
needs
is the
a
one with
king,
top
a
Yeah,
queen,
two.
or a
No, the
jack
all-in player is the one with king
to
jack.
take this pot.
Oh, the guy. I'm loving these smiles.
Dealer, let's see the river card, please. It's a deuce.
Okay. Oh, wait,
We
you
have
might be right.
3 eliminations, everybody.
eliminations.
Congratulations. You have made the money.
Well,
And the
how is
largest
that
APT
for
in
a photo
history.
finish, so to speak?
Congratulations, everyone.
The position of the opener is going to play a huge role in this hand. Under the gun open, gets 3-bet, and decides to 4-bet. That is a very different range from, let's say, if he was opening from the cutoff or the hijack, because you tend not to play back if called out after an under the gun open.
Yeah, certainly going to have more 4-bet bluffs from the cutoff rather than under the gun. Let's see how Dennis proceeds. Ace King O. North of 70 effective. May even see him just make a disciplined fold here.
Seems crazy to say, but all options really on the table for Dennis. Just depends on what he knows about Eric's play, how he's observed him playing so far.
Given the story that Sai's telling here, open under the gun, 8-handed, button 3-bet, he's now come back with the 2.5x 4-bet.
What you hate to be doing in this situation is folding if your opponent has the same hand,
Right.
Ace-King. Certainly something that goes through you. Of course, you block Ace-King when you have Ace-King, but look at that. I mean, he blocks pocket kings as well. These things do happen.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT main event. I am Vidar Singhal along with my co-host Stephen Lai. We are coming to you live from Hanoi. In case you are just joining us, we are of course at the business end of the final table of the main event, down to the final 5 players. All of them guaranteed 923 million Vietnamese dong. That's good for 39,000 US dollars. But of course, the top prize play for 3.4 billion Vietnamese dong. That's 145,000 US dollars. We're looking at one of the highlights from earlier, which was actually a big hand for seat 1, the player from Vietnam, Quang, to actually double up and effectively knock out the player from Taiwan, Liu. But things are getting quite serious here, not just because of the money to play for, but because of the stack sizes and the dynamics that have been created. We have 2 chip leaders in the form of Akshay Nasa, who came in with a massive chip lead, and also another local player, Ling, who you see on your screen on the right-hand side. They're essentially tied for chip leader. The stacks keep fluctuating enough to give them the chip lead once in a while, but 3 short stacks. And they have a lot to play for, not just in terms of going for first place, but the massive pay jumps, 1.17 billion to 4th place, 1.5 billion to 3rd, 2.1 to 2nd. Steven, things are going to get pretty spicy from this point on. What do you expect apart from seeing the 2 chip leaders going at it?
Well, I was just about to say that. But on top of that, I've been very, very impressed by Ling. Since he took over the chip lead, he's been very active, picking up spots, making the right folds at the right time, yet, keeping up the aggression, which is, great to see. I am hoping Kim will do something. He came into the final table as a 2nd chip lead, and he's been bleeding himself dry, really, like blinding out. So maybe after this break, he will find another gear and try to fight for the trophy, because he's not out of it yet. He's still got a reasonably healthy stack. Takamasa, very impressive young man, younger than 28 apparently. He's been nursing a very short stack for a long while, and he's holding on. So I don't want to write him off just yet. So
by no means.
Oh, and then of course the Indian sensation. There's Natsa. He's just aggression after aggression, never gives up. He just plays his game. No fear. He's obviously, to me, the favorite at this table to take down the trophy.
Yeah, of course, aggression is always going to be the name of the game in poker in general, in tournament poker in specific, and in final table poker in particular. It is just the right weapon to use at any stage, and NASA has shown that in spades. Let's go NASA bhai, says HD Harsh in chat, a very common viewer for our APT streams. A lot of support for Akshay, of course. There we see it, 4 flags amongst the 5 players. Testament to the diversity that the APT sees at all its events, including its main event, of course. India, Korea, Japan, and Vietnam.
It's not that often to see 2 homegrown players playing the last 5, right? 2 out of 5 being homegrown. It's very, very good for the sport to grow locally.
Very impressive too. Ling, of course, is the person with the chip lead, one of the homegrown players. The other one being Quang, who is slightly shorter stacked.
Ling is definitely good for the game. He looks like an everyday average Joe, a happy-go-lucky person. Make a lot of players go, ooh, if you can do it, maybe I could have a go. Which is excellent for the poker community.
A Vietnamese moneymaker, is that what you're calling him, Stephen?
Well, let's see whether he can ship it. If he does ship it, he will be the Vietnamese moneymaker indeed, yes.
Well, he's certainly a Vietnamese moneymaker in the literal sense. The man is guaranteed $39,000, or rather 923 million Vietnamese dong, his local currency, for his efforts. Very likely looking to be a billionaire in the local currency. 1.17 billion is the next prize, and he is currently the chip leader. But this is the man always at his heels. Akshay Nasa picks up another pot.
This man is so good, and he is so very consistently aggressive. He's so consistently picking good spots to attack. That's not a bad word I can say about him. But going back to your moneymaker comparison, like Chris, moneymaker. Still, after shipping the main event, he never stopped grinding the smaller games. I saw him in Macau playing 25.50 Hong Kong dollars a few years ago during an event from a different organizer. He was just playing with other grinders, happily playing, taking selfies, he's just a happy guy enjoying poker, and that's what we like to see.
Amazing. What is that in USD? About 3.5 or something like that?
25.50. No, more like, yeah, 3.5, yeah, about that.
A little bigger than 3.5. That's really cool. I mean, that's like sort of what a lot of new players enter and like to play at casinos around the world. Very, very cool. I'd love to be on a table with Moneymaker. That'd be one for the poker stories in your local home game.
And then, of course, there'll be youngsters who had no idea who Moneymaker was. He was just a little chubby white guy. And then there were poker nerds like me go, oh, that's Chris Moneymaker.
You'd never believe this. I was on the table with some accountant, and then people kept taking selfies with him. It made no sense.
He's
the
got
brush
a very
with
good attitude. Very good attitude. Excellent love for the game. That's what we want to see.
what a lovely ambassador he has been. Not just the catalyst for the poker boom, but certainly influenced sustaining the poker boom as well. I was about to tell you my, especially when I started playing, I used to live in the US for a long time, and my brush with poker celebrity was playing, I believe I was playing 2-5 at the Venetian, and then somebody announces, hey, does nobody want to play with the world champion? And turns out Jamie Gold was sitting at the 10-20 table. Uh-oh. Kim, all in from the button with the ace-10. Understandable 3-bet jam against the chip leader, who is going to be opening pretty wide. And once again, Lin finds himself against a 3-bet jam, having the exact same hand, ace-queen of hearts. And surely this is another auto call. Last time around, he used a bunch of his time banks. He was the player who's going to be all in this case. This is a much, much easier call for about 25% of his chips. Come on, Lane. No need to slow roll here. Let's go. Does flick it in. Kim shakes his head, knows he's likely behind. Shows the ace-10. Sees the bad news. Is going to be at risk, so the person who came in second in chips is now all in, at risk of going out in fifth. Jong-wook Kim from Korea.
Oh well, still 25% chance. It's not the end of the world yet.
Jack deuce 5, 2 clubs. A little something to hope for with those 2 clubs. Does have the backdoor flush draw. Does have some backdoor straight draws as well. Can hit the 10 still.
3 of clubs will be interesting.
There we go, some chop outs. The deuce of diamonds. A 5, a jack will give the chop. Otherwise, it's a 10. Not to be with the king, and we do lose another player. Jong-wook from Korea is eliminated in 5th place. He goes out collecting 39,000 USD, 923 million. An absolutely amazing performance and a great score to add to his poker resume. Did come in second in chips, was a little bit passive, something we did call him out for, understandably. Perhaps his lack of tournament experience showing, but he can go back, having notched this final table, this 6th score. Really gets you a lot of buy-in, especially in Asia. 39,000 USD. GG, sir.
Well played. I mean, he had a plan, and he tried his best to execute that plan, and hopefully, he'll be reviewing his hands and with his friends and talk about strategies, and he'll realize he need to just dial up that aggression a little bit more, especially when he had chips.
And tough luck at the end there as well. I mean, ace-10, a great jam, of course. As it happens, the chip leader had a monster. And talking about being the chip leader, now has crossed over 10 million in chips, the first to do so at this table. Ling absolutely crushing it. First in chips with 4 players left. What a great spot he's found himself in. Was bottom in chips at some point. Makes another quick pickup with the pocket 6s. 11 million, almost 50% of the chips in play now belong to one man.
Out of the 9 players before the start of play, I don't think many people would pick Ling as the first player to go over 10 million.
Down to 4,
by the way,
Steven.
Down to 4. For the football-loving viewers on YouTube, the FA Cup match has started, and Man City scored after 10 seconds. So it's
Oh
now
my
1-0
word.
up. Straight after kickoff.
That's like when you
Boom.
sit down on a new cash game and immediately lose like half your stack. That's like what Man U is going through. It's just an upward
yeah, you
climb
have your
from,
100
from the first hand.
Yes.
As poker players, we have poker analogies for everything, of course, Steve.
It's true. It's true. There are some big games in Hong Kong where they don't take rakes. You know, they don't rake each hand. They just take one big blind from you.
Per hand?
And the game is big enough. No. Just for the session. But the game is so big that one big blind is enough from each player.
Wow.
Yeah. The biggest game I've heard being spread in Hong Kong was a 100,000, 200,000 game in Hong Kong.
Good God. Once again, reminds me of those legendary Andy Beal limit hold'em heads-up sessions. 25,000, 50,000 USD limit hold'em. But this is a different level, considering it's no limit.
I read that book actually. There's a book about that. I
as well.
forgot the name now.
I think it's called The Banker, the Professor, the Banker, and the Poker King. Something along those lines.
It's exactly it. Yeah. You're right. And then it's the all the pros on Full Tilt at the time who play against Andy Bale, right?
Well, Full Tilt
you
wasn't
had
a
your
thing yet, but
Ferguson.
yeah, they called themselves a corporation, I think.
Yeah.
But of course, there was also the main man, Phil Ivey, cementing his status as a
course.
legend by finally beating Andy Beal. Did you enjoy the book?
Yeah, I mean, it was entertaining. I don't know how much of it was facts, but it's a very entertainingly written book.
Yeah, I
you
recommend
always
it.
have to take it with a grain of salt, right? Like
Of
books like
course,
that.
of course. But
Just,
I recommend
you
it
know.
as an insight into the Vegas right before the poker boom, the moneymaker era that we were just talking about. What things used to be like. Most importantly, the fact that a few $1 million downswing could have just broken every poker pro in Vegas.
All the swapping and all the cross booking as well. Like they were selling so much action because the game was way too big for any one player at the time.
Yeah, I love the idea that on one hand, if you're a poker pro and you're getting the sweetest spot of your life, you have to do whatever it takes to play it. It doesn't matter whether it's outside of your bankroll. On the other hand, that's exactly what Andy Beal was counting on to make poker pros nervous because of the stakes and get back some edge in the game. Really cool stuff.
I wonder whether he still plays or not.
You hear about him from time to time. Apparently, Todd Brunson won $5 million against him. Heads up.
Like recently?
A few years ago, Doyle Brunson was in the room as well. Rest in peace. You could see Bobby's room with just Todd and Andy Beal and Doyle sitting on the side.
Wow. How much pressure do you want to give to your son, eh?
Indeed. Another pickup, by the way, for Ling. Talk about extending that chip lead. 75 bigs now, 4 people left. Akshay lets it go correctly, by the way, folding an open-ender straight draw. ICM pressure, perhaps, or just making a disciplined laydown. There's 2 extremely short stacks, and Ling, although he had the best hand, can really apply the pressure to Akshay.
I think we're expecting the final table to go heads up within this level. Would you agree?
I would certainly bet money on it in terms of it being more than likely, but this is poker we're talking about. Anything can happen. Going into the heads-up portion of Taipei, we had a 10-1 chip lead in favor of Punat Punsri, one of the best players from Thailand. And the heads-up lasted 3 hours. Well, maybe,
Only
just
3
maybe. Oh, my word. Kwong just heard you. Goes all in, under the gun
my
with
God.
Queen 9. And wakes up, Ling, excuse me, wakes up with pocket kings. Does give the same pained expression, although not smiling as much, and simply calls, trapping anybody who might wake up with a hand behind. This is music to Takumasa's ears, by the way, who had 6 big blinds. Again, bit of ICM suicide from Kwong, who had around 14 big blinds. What a result this would be for Takumasa if the most likely scenario of Kwong busting here happens. He has managed to chip his way up, or rather ladder his way up, from being bottom in chips with 6 players left. This is incredible. All of those rooting for Takumasa in the chat, I suppose you're saying, let's hit a king and get it over with.
A king might give a straight draw to Queen 9, so don't hit the king. You know, a low
Just
board.
deuce,
Very
deuce,
low
3,
board.
I guess.
Exactly.
Here we go. Kwong at risk. Vietnamese on Vietnamese damage could happen. A straight draw does appear for Kwong. Better odds than he had going into the flop. A 10. A queen does give him additional outs. A queen or a 9 are his 5 outs. A 10 would also help. Oh, excuse me, now the 10 is out of the running because it would give King's Broadway. So 5 outs going to this river. I'll let the announcer do the talking. GG to the Vietnamese player. What a shot there off the poker floor. At least one of 2 we have going on here as he walks away. Has to be disappointed. Finishes 4th. Bit of a loose play there. And look at this. Look at the overwhelming chip lead of Ling. 15 million in chips. Has a huge portion, over 65% of the chips in play. Akshay Nasa in 2nd place, and a tiny, tiny stack in the form of Takumasa, but who has managed to ladder up. 4th place, Kwong, guaranteed $50,000, just got eliminated. And now each of these players guaranteed 64,000 USD. That's good for 1.5 billion Vietnamese dong.
Life-changing money.
Absolutely. And Steven, you seem to have called it. You just said we're likely to be heads up this level. And here we are down to 3 players with 1 player having 6 bigs. Gets it all in. Ace on the button. Could this be it?
No, because he was, you know, off the shackle of an ICM problem, right? You know, he knows it makes no difference now. He's got an ace, he's got a jam, you know, he's got to spin it up. So absolutely perfect play by Takumasa.
We never found out what his nickname exactly is or how it's pronounced. Orukuku? Orukuku? I'd love to know. Any supporters of Takumasa in chat? Gets this shoved through as well, so now much more respectable 8 to 9 blind stack. Certainly the short stack, and not the worst result for Ling to keep Takumasa around. Can exert maximum pressure on the man he is very likely to be heads up with. Wants to extend the chip lead as he gets into the heads up.
I haven't seen that boy smile for the past 2.5 hours. Finally, you know, a little glimpse of a happy face there from the Japanese player.
Well, more credit to him for not smiling, but chipping, or laddering, I should say again, laddering his way up from the 30,000 he was likely to get when he was the shortest stack with 6 players left, to now a minimum guarantee of 64,000 and in the running to win it all with that 145,000 up top and that golden lion trophy. Would take a few flips, some good all-ins, but he can certainly do it.
Oh, it'd be such a fairy tale if he does end up winning the whole trophy, whole thing.
Kurt in chat says, masterful session, I believe referring to Takumasa. Cannot help but agree.
No, he's referring to our commentary.
Oh, I hope so. I think my self-insecurity did not allow me to think that way. But if you insist, Steve.
Well, you know, anything to
Fight the
for
demons.
my fragile ego.
Exactly.
Yeah, my fragile ego, you know.
So now Akshay, the boss from India, one of India's best poker players, has been for years and years. Actually played with him multiple times and on the Indian circuit, and he is just a man to be feared. And today we are seeing why. Watching him on stream has been a delight. Certainly has to be evaluating certain game plans.
Oh, he's, you know, if you want to talk about masterful, I think he's been masterful, for sure. Oh, there you go, another jam.
Masterful
The
timing.
ICM shackles are off. You know, it's no longer chained by the lathering dilemma that he was facing.
Yeah, you mentioned this earlier, Stephen, in terms of him respecting the game, which is to say respecting ICM. I mean, we've just been commending him on climbing his way up the ladder. This is a man who seems to know his shoving charts.
For sure. And he, you know, that's why I said, you know, he probably has played a few, well, not a few, like many MTT sessions. You know, he seems to understand the
And studied
the
as well, it
dynamic
seems
of,
like.
yeah, he's good. He's got a very bright future ahead of him. And he has nice hair. Always a bonus.
I sense some jealousy.
No, I choose to be bold. It's a decision.
Another thing he'll have, which will further him in his career, of course, is this payday, a minimum of 64,000 USD. The stare down while being all in. I love this.
Wow. He's not thinking about folding, is he? See, I am not a fan of that fold, I'm afraid.
You think so much.
Exactly my thinking.
Akshay says, what did you have? You think so much.
I think about you.
Now, we have seen Ling being able to navigate having a chip lead with 5, 6, if I remember correctly, maybe even 7 players left. But three-handed is a different beast. We were talking about getting experience with sit and goes earlier. Three-handed poker is a form of poker nobody really gets to play a lot of. And it is very difficult to know what to do in different spots, mostly pre-flop, because you're just constantly either on the button or the blinds. It does help to have an overwhelming chip lead, but certainly confusing.
I think added to the fact that we're playing a big blind anti-game, which is completely different to the dynamics of an online, you know, session.
Great point.
So it's something very different.
The big blind ante in the middle just means you constantly have a lot of dead money to fight for. You have to be extremely loose, as it is three-handed ranges run so wide that even something like a king is just extremely strong. You have to really get after it, and then with the short stack in the mix, you can expect a lot of 3-bet jams. Should be super interesting.
I would go as wide as any suited jack. And the jack juice suited is actually a strong hand, 3-handed.
How about this decision from Ling, by the way? It does not trap the ace-10 from a player who has been shoving very frequently, Takumasa. Instead, just shoves it in there. Takumasa can now get away from this.
It's actually, this one is a difficult decision.
I know what you mean in terms of it theoretically being a close situation, considering the dead money in the middle. But I think Takumasa has had such good results being the aggressor. Calling it off knowing that you're behind feels less good than trying to jam it in, pick up some blinds.
But being behind or not, you know, it's all about pot odds, isn't it?
Certainly, but I'm just trying to give you an
if
insight.
You're getting laid, if you're getting laid the right odds and you have no ICM consideration, you know, you just got to do it.
I can just relate to how weaker players such as myself might approach the situation. And there is merit to, depending on... Well, I was about to say something that Henry keeps raising as a point, you know, in terms of thinking about some marginal spots, GTO decisions, etc. It has to be opponent dependent. Henry kept raising the point that in main events full of recreationals, you know that you can find yourself in better spots, so you can give up some EV in the short term for potential future EV. And in the case of Takumasa, perhaps not against Akshay, but we just saw that Ling made an incorrect fold given the pot odds he was being offered from the jam by Takumasa. So knowing that he can find himself in those spots fairly quickly, maybe that helps make the marginal decision as well with the Jack 10 off.
But here's another perspective that you can think about. Okay, if you are a professional poker player, you always think about your hourly rate. So Takumasa is unlikely to improve his third place finish. So he wants to get that money as quickly as possible so that he gets his hourly rate as high as possible.
That is fascinating. And not something I would ever think about as a tournament player. Very, very interesting.
You would think you start thinking that when you start grinding multiple MTT online.
Yeah, you are right.
There will be spots.
I might think of that online, to be honest. But as a live player, you know, you travel all the way, you get down to the stage. I know if I'm on the main event final table, I'm probably not doing anything the rest of the day. I'm either going to celebrate or wallow. So hourly rate gets out of the picture.
You're not a true professional, young man.
Not yet, not yet. But look at this. The race to 600K from the blind.
I hope so. I hope so.
Akshay saying,
Thank you.
I'll get you back heads up. Takumasa probably thinking, not if I have something to say about it.
It will come between you and me. Yesterday I said that. Yeah. You win a big hand with pocket tens, I remember. Yeah.
I think my prediction is very likely to come true with 9 big blinds of the Japanese player here. Being three-handed, you post so many big blind antes so frequently, and your 9 BB stack doesn't play like a 9 BB stack at all. Some tournaments actually makes it half big blind ante when it plays down to 6-handed.
There is merit to that, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
Oh, there you go.
This is fascinating.
So,
Depending
is
on
it going
how...
to be Takumasa versus Ling heads up?
Very possibly could be. A 3-bet here is going to look like Ling is just trying to put maximum ICM pressure in a spot where he should be putting maximum ICM pressure from pretty much any open from Akshay. He happens to have the kings, and he happens to have an image which hasn't been getting too out of line. Takumasa makes a quick fold. This is exactly what he wants to see. Would be a bad spot for Akshay to turn his suited ace into some sort of a 4-bet bluff.
All of a sudden, Takumasa remembers he needs to put his ICM hat back on. He thought he put his ICM hat in the bin, thinking he would never have to wear it again tonight. All of a sudden, he sees a ICM spot. 2 massive chip leaders locking horns against each other. Fascinating stuff.
Akshay had grabbed a lot of chips there. I was almost excited at the idea of him putting in that 4-bet just to see what would happen. Perhaps that's the sadist in me.
Well, we are in the entertainment industry. We like train wrecks and car crashes.
Calls. 2.4 million in the middle. 5.8 million behind for Akshay.
Suited ace from the button is very playable. It's actually okay.
Akshay does not want to see something like a 9-high flop here. Ling has the goods. What a situation. How about 2 spades on the flop?
Oh.
Quick bet from Ling, feeling fairly comfortable, not to read into it too much, but what is Akshay to do? He just has 2 million is the bet.
You just bet pot on the flop.
I mean, this
That's
actually looks like he's putting insane ICM pressure, and Akshay has a hand that is simply too strong to fold, but at the same time, the 2 million bet leaves almost no room for fold equity. Wow, he is all in, and this is going to be called. This is an insane situation for Takumasa. The 2 chip leaders are all in against each other. Akshay behind and covered by the pocket kings of Ling. This is for the tournament.
Oh my god. Wow. Who set this hand up?
Perhaps praying to whatever gods he might believe in, poker or otherwise, Ling is in a dominating position to effectively win this tournament. This is effectively a flip though. A flush draw and an overcard versus the overpair of Ling. How tense is chat right
And-
now?
And possible runner straight also.
The cameraman really zoning in on the player who's actually not at risk, but perhaps displaying the most emotion. Oh, they only see their hands now. Ling is disappointed to see how many outs Akshay does have. Talk about maximizing the drama. The hands only now go to showdown. Multiple cameras on each of these players as we go to one of the highest stakes turn in this tournament so far. A spade would wrap it up. Apart from that, we're going down to the river.
An 8 would make it very interesting.
That does
Oh
hit.
my god.
It is over, and Ling sighs, and more than Ling, I'll tell you what, Takumasa must be extremely disappointed to see that spade. But as it happens, Akshay Nasa has essentially flipped his way into the tournament chip lead. The stacks of Akshay and Lin effectively getting reversed. Takumasa does not know what to think, stares away, knows he was so close to being heads up. That was a $26,000 flip, not only for Ling, but also for Takumasa. Poker is insane sometimes.
Strictly speaking, it changed nothing for Nakamasa. You know, it's the same as what happened before the hand. You know, the two chip leads, they just swapped the chip lead in position. So, you know, of course he wanted someone knocked out, but at the same time, nothing really has changed for him. I had to play, man. Yes.
Well, Akshay, of course,
He did have to play.
showing a lot of exuberance. Their banter has been a consistent aspect over the last 6 or 7 eliminations, but suddenly Akshay's has a lot more enthusiasm than Ling's. Takumasa does find it within himself to say, nice hand, which I really appreciate. Good attitude to have. As you said, nothing changed, and yet we're all human. That must have been a really, really high stakes situation for Takumasa to be looking at. $26,000 at play, as I said. And the chance to be heads up for the main event title. You know what, poker and the trophy is all for first place. You're always going for first. The glory lies there. But even being heads up at a main event has that extra edge on your hand and mob, on your poker career versus being three-handed.
Just going back to a little bit of theory, when you bet pot, and you know when your opponent bets pot, when you have a nut flush draw, you always have enough odds. You always have your equity, your pot odds is always correct to call, always. So it's actually when there's a flush board, like a flush draw board out there, it's almost never advisable to bet that big because you're overly committing yourself. You know, you're not really denying anyone's equity. If someone has a draw, then even if you bet pot, he has enough odds to call you. That's the sad truth about it.
Definitely. There was, of course, the ICM pressure as well, but the hand was simply too strong. And Akshay gets rewarded for taking that gamble, which he knew he was taking.
Oh, I think at that point, NASA didn't care about ICM. He was just like, I am going to win this bloody flip, and I am going to take this bloody trophy home.
Sometimes
With
just
an extra seat on the aeroplane ticket.
That's right,
On
an extra
the,
seat
yeah,
to India.
exactly that.
Yeah, as you said, sometimes you just demand the poker gods to be on your side. So after a fair amount of roller coastering, NASA is back into a familiar position, chip leading this APT Hanoi main event. This time three-handed with an extremely short stack, which finds Queen 9 suited a pretty reasonable holding. All in on the button.
I just need to see an ace from either player. Not from NASA. Link has a king. Do you think that's good enough?
Theoretically, it should be. However, he's just been crippled. Might not find it within himself. With the big blind ante in the mix, Takumasa is going to be shoving very, very light. Kings will be ahead of a lot of those hands, or getting the right odds against some of them.
So Nicholas, remember the class we had yesterday when we talked about bet sizing, and then on a very draw heavy board, you go small again. So dry board you go small, a drawing board you go big, and then a very draw heavy board you go small again. And I think that was a very draw heavy board. You go small again.
Ling does call it off,
Sorry,
by the way.
I'm taking up air time to to give an extra class to my student.
No, that was certainly the hand of the tournament, so to speak. And I suppose Go Nicholas is one of your students, but really great to learn. King high flop.
that's a
This could be it for Takumasa. We might be down to heads up unless a jack hits on the turn or the river. Takumasa has played arguably perfectly. And it all comes down to this. No dice.
Oh, GG.
We are now heads up with the two most likely candidates to go heads up. But what a performance by the young gun. Takumasa walks away $64,000 in his coffers, 1.5 billion in VND. The young gun from Japan showing us, how it's done. Grinding that short stack all the way from when I believe there were 6, perhaps 7 players left, and just laddering his way up, putting himself in a good spot. Almost ended up heads up, to be honest, if that spade had not come on the turn for Akshay. But as it happens, he walks away, goes to the payout counter, maybe do an interview with Greg first. GG, sir. Well played.
Oh, his performance was excellent, and despite coming third and nursing a short stack all the way through for the past 3 hours, I think his discipline and his understanding of the game is massive. He's a massive talent, and I hope to see him again at another final table very, very soon.
Yeah, lots of GGs in the chat for Takumasa. He had a lot of support in the chat. Well, we hope everybody else in chat, if not purely here for Takumasa, will stick with us as we close down the main event. We are now heads up. Akshay Nasa versus the local player Ling are going to be battling it out. $145,000 up top means this is a heads up for 65,000 USD. 90,000 USD is guaranteed to each of these two players. Maybe they'll even talk deals, maybe not. We'll let you know. We're very transparent here at the APT. We will take a short break, and so while we set up for heads up, so that when we come back, we can take this down all the way to the first place finisher and see who wins that Golden Lion trophy. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
To peel from the small, and now Kitty in the big, closing the action. So a three-way affair, a four-way affair here. Not often you see four players going to the flop, just 10 off the money. It's Kitty that's flopped best on the queen 9-7. Kim with the gut shot, backdoor diamonds, Chen with the 2 overs, backdoor hearts. You see Tsai going to continue. Chen beats him to the pot. We're going 4 ways to a turn, Vidor, surely.
Wait, what?
Kim's called. Now Kitty with top pair.
I understand Chen calling. I certainly do not understand Kim calling with the gut shot to the dummy end of the straight, as they call it. And now actually Kim picks up the flush draw as well to go along with it. The 8s have turned into a straight draw in themselves. Kitty still has the best hand with top pair. And the ace-king suited has...
You see Tsai just fire it again. Picks up 3 calls on the flop. 10 of diamonds on the turn. He's like, you know what, boys and girls? I'm here for it.
He's drawing back to the 6, excuse me.
Oh, hang on. Wow, I thought Chen was cutting out a raise there.
Look at that. Along for the ride.
Wow, this is absolutely bonkers.
Kim is finally confused, realizing that he has enough equity to try and actually peel off a diamond on the river, maybe.
Yeah, has to be concerned that his 8 would no longer be good, as it would be the lower end of the straight. Well, those diamonds feel live. Kitty folds the best hand.
As it turns out, by the way, the 8 would be good.
Can't say I blame her either. The backdoor diamonds, what do you know? Kim with the loose pill on the flop 4 ways. 162,000 in the middle.
What a weird hand, Henry, but it has certainly worked out in the favor of Kim, who's going to be extending his chip lead in the spot, through the spot. Love that continuation by UUC Sai with the pocket 8s. Not often you get to bet into 3 players twice.
Why you keep a take on my clothes?
This could have all been
I said you keep a take on my clothes.
avoided pre-flop for Chen. And he just opted to 3-bet. Although you never know, the 8s may have just put him in.
Weird things happen around the bubble, which is why we love it.
Is it bigger?
Yeah, 25.
I mean, the size of the chip.
Yeah, like bigger. Ooh.
New chip leader, probably debating how much pressure he wants to apply to the shorter stack. The answer is a lot. It's one of those situations, isn't it, Henry? It's like, I know that you know that I don't have much and I don't need to have much. But the question is, do you want to risk your tournament?
Kim after just flat calling the ace-king. Getting 3-bet out of position with the ace-queen. Does have the best hand. Oh, some good things that could happen for him. Such as that. Queen 7 trade. Top pair, top kicker for Chen. Kim with middle pair. Ace of spades in hand as well. A couple of spades on board. There are a couple of disaster cards for Kim. One of the 2 remaining aces rolls off on the turn.
What a great situation this is working out to be for Chen. Under-repped his hand, ace-queen. Kim does flop the pair as well.
Up the card to the queen.
Under 1 SPR now, Henry. Does change the dynamic. Kim, of course, does have the pair and a lot of showdown value. Might want to check the turn, but knows that he can apply maximum pressure while still having some showdown, some outs as well in case he's behind.
Wow.
There we go.
Just max pressure on the bubble from Kim. I don't think Chen can get away from this. Looks like he's check jammed. The bet was for 73,000. It's just an out-of-line pot. Out of nowhere.
Look at this, Henry. 44K to call 339K. I mean, the pot odds being offered are just immense. And Kim has to be thinking, is there a chance my opponent could be behind? I think one of the reasons that Chen went all in very quickly, by the way, is to represent some strength. What is that? Is that a later?
No, he's called. I mean, it's great news, you know, when you're in Chen's shoes, you jam. Your opponent has 44K more to call to win 339K, and he doesn't want to call. Like, it's good news. 1 out for Kim. What an absolute gift for Chen on the bubble. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. This pot just blew up out of nowhere. Wow. Close.
Close indeed.
3 across, 6 of hearts. Chen with a huge double. 63 big blinds now.
Look at that smile, Henry. He's gone from being on the verge of elimination, not knowing where exactly was in the hand, to pretty much knowing he can now sit back, make that min cash were he to.
Hey, that's cheating, Greg. Sorry.
Sorry, La.
Sorry, La.
So Serena has put DJ all in. DJ in great shape, Greg.
Fantastic.
With the Queen 8.
Domination Nation. DJ Arashi, the favorite to win here, though everybody at the table hoping for a bust. Deuce, deuce, 3. Not going to be much help to Serena. 10's not going to be much help. Needs a 7. And that's going to be... Ayaz in the chat for DJ Arashi, our bubble girl here at the Influencer Challenge for Natural 8. Got it in so good. Please, 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 as a sign of respect, Ayaz in the chat for DJ Arashi.
Oh, Barry on a bit of a spin. Picking up with ace king in the small. Button open from DJ Arashi.
15 big blinds effective.
I think it's just a jam. Don't really want to be doing too much inducing with ICM.
Bamboo posing, berry time! On fire.
Oh my word.
Ace
What is
Jack
going on
suited
today?
with a Jack offsuit.
What is going on today?
And as the overwhelming chip leader, really not too concerned, even if he does lose some chunk of chips.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hi, welcome to Hanoi. I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of Asian Poker Tour. Today I have Hong Kong Poker Pro and Coach Edward Yam to join me for lunch. Let's go. Today we're going to this Korean restaurant in Hanoi. And there's a huge Korean population here in Hanoi, and I've been told good things about this restaurant. So
Okay, I trust you. I'm hungry.
me too.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. So I've known you for a long time. Like you've been a professional poker player for more than 10 years, right? So when you started, I remember you were more cash game players, right? Like maybe 99%. But later, like somehow a switch just turned on. You start playing a lot of tournaments. And weren't you the Guinness World Record holder for most ITM finish in a year?
Yeah, it's more than 200, but I forgot the exact number.
What do you mean you forgot?
Yeah, I really
you
forgot.
have a Guinness World Record. Oh
I
my
have to
God.
check it out.
You have played a lot of APT way in the what we call old era, at the old time before the ownership change, and now you're here playing in the new era. Like, what do you think is different? What do you think is better?
schedule 方面咯，係充實好多。我覺得即係我呢啲中意玩晒全日嘅人就開心好多。比以前，我記得以前嘅 APT 係去到夜晚6點係最後一個 event，咁可能玩到9點10點就完。咁而家可能由9點就玩到凌晨，咁就好多。咁同埋規模大過以前咧，即係人數各樣多以前好多，有啲歐美感覺嘅 feel 咯。
What do you hope to see in the future? Like maybe something you want to bring back or something new you want to see?
如果同之前嘅分別係冇咗個 Player of the Series 啦以外嘅記憶，咁我覺得有翻會好啲咯。因為始終尤其是我或者其他好多 player 都係由頭打到尾咧。咁除咗每一個比賽係爭逐之外，都想成個 series 可以有啲嘢追求咁啦。呢個希望可以加翻落去。
What do you want in poker? Like, what are your goals?
係啦，都打咗好長時間嘅 cash game 啦。咁呢幾年開始想打翻多啲比賽，同埋最主要目標係想贏一個 main event 啦，即係現場嘅 main event 啦。網上就試過一次，咁但係真正現場想真係贏一次。
You've seen the trophy, right? It's outrageously big. It's very, very big. I'm sure it is something you want, right?
哦，係啊，即係真係幾靚嘅獎杯。
Well, thank you for joining my lunch.
Okay, thank you. Good lunch.
Good lunch, right? So I know I'm gonna stay hungry. So I'll see you next time at the next APT.
Xin chào! Chào mừng đến với Mystery Bounty Day 2. 46 người chơi còn lại, 46 bounty. Giải thưởng lớn nhất là 200 triệu Việt Nam đồng và tổng giải thưởng là 2 tỷ 800 Việt Nam đồng. Let's go bounty hunting!
10 million! 30 million! 150 million! With 24 players left remaining, all of the big bounties are gone, but there's still plenty of money to be won in the 2.8 billion VND prize pool. Let's see who takes the trophy home. Oh my goodness, and that's going to be a good game for Leicester E-Dot, which means it's time for
Final table!
Alright, and Daniel all in for his term in life with King 10 of Hearts. Alex from Singapore with Ace 6 of Spades. Here comes the flop. 5-8, 4-2 clubs. Alex is holding. Jack of Diamonds on the turn. Alex still holding here with Ace High and the gut shot. Daniel drawing to 6 outs and only 6 outs. Needs a 10 or a king. And the 2 of Spades on the reverse is going to seal the deal. Alex from Singapore going to be taking home the trophy for the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Hanoi. Alex from Singapore, congratulations on winning the Mystery Bounty. Anything you want to say to the friends and family back home in Singapore?
Now just do more good deeds so you can run better.
Okay, you believe in karma.
Good karma, yeah.
Okay, good karma. In the end, it was Alex Xiangwei Li of Singapore who took home the Mystery Bounty Trophy here at APT Hanoi. If you want to learn more about our upcoming events here in Hanoi, make sure you go to apt.poker. See you in Hanoi! Today is day 5 of APT Hanoi, which features the Superstar Challenge.
Hôm nay là sự kiện Superstar Challenge với mức buy-in là 150 triệu Việt Nam đồng và đây là sự kiện có mức buy-in lớn nhất của APT Hà Nội.
So today, Ron and I are going to find out what makes these superstars just so super. If you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Superpower?
Yeah.
Probably invisibility.
Maybe invisible?
Because I'm a big, loud guy, and normally people can see me halfway across the room, so it'd be nice to just blend in once,
You can do some great stuff, man. Why not?
Ron, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
I want always look like 21 years old.
希望能看穿牌
Change card airline.
See other people's whole cards and stuff.
To see the cards.
See through the cards, see what they are. X-ray vision.
Yeah.
I myself would want Batman's superpowers. He has no superpowers. He just has money. With just 10 players left in the Superstar Challenge, it's time for the final table bubble. Need to find our queen or 10 to stay alive, and that means that we are down to our final table here of the Superstar Challenge. Heads up of the Superstar Challenge. 5 in the window, a set here. And the turn is going to seal the deal. Alan of Australia going to be our superstar victor here, taking home 1.985 billion VND. Alan, congratulations again on being the superstar. If you could have a superpower, what would it be?
To fly.
Amazing. And you'll fly to Da Nang and Incheon. Thank you for watching, and make sure you like and subscribe for more high-quality poker content.
Và ngày mai là sự kiện Women Event. Mình sẽ tham gia, cùng theo dõi mình nha. Để biết thêm thông tin, hãy truy cập vào apt.poker.
Poker is a game that is played worldwide, but why do so many people play poker? Well, today, Ron and I decided to ask them why. tough laydown, Mr. Spade.
Yeah.
I see. But why do you play poker?
I play poker to be with Greg goes all in.
In one time, my friends is playing the poker and then they introduced to me to how to play it.
Em có một câu hỏi là em muốn biết là tại sao anh lại thích chơi poker?
Cũng là tình cờ đó, cái bộ môn trí tuệ này nó cũng lan tỏa khắp Việt Nam thì anh cũng tò mò học hỏi.
That's a pretty good question.
Em thích sự thử thách ấy. Đây là môn của các bạn nam hay chơi nhưng mà em nghĩ là em cũng sẽ có cơ hội để có thể biết cái game này.
It's a competitive game. I like strategy games. I used to do a lot of sports, used to play a lot of chess. I like the strategy aspect of it.
To be good at something, to keep my mind sharp, you know.
Khó vậy. Tại vì poker có những bạn gái xinh đẹp giống như Linh nè.
That's my job.
Why do you deal poker?
Actually, in the beginning, when I saw other people sitting at the table and dealing, I said, oh, that job very interesting. And now the dealer is that's my passion job.
Because I enjoy the game. It's fun.
前面说说，
因为好玩。
Poker is my passion.
Well, the feeling of winning.
Just to have fun, just to enjoy myself, and why not? Make some money.
It's fun and you make money. Great answer.
Like, there's nothing else to do.
Simple answer. Doesn't have to be anything more than just have fun. Have a good time. Good time in APT Hanoi. Why do you play poker? Leave us a comment below. And for more information, go to apt.poker. Thank you.
So that I don't go to the KTVs.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
What a way to come back to the coverage here of the final table of the APT main event. The two contenders posing in front of the screen there as the seats are laid out. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lyon. We are here bringing you the heads-up portion of the final table here at the APT main event. These two, one of them will be the champion, one of them will walk away with 90,000 USD, which is the minimum guaranteed price right now, but they are battling it out for another 55,000 USD, the grand prize of 3.4 billion Vietnamese dong, and of course that magnificent APT Lion New Era trophy that you see on the screen in front of you right now. Welcome back, Stephen. Look at that trophy, man. Just glorious.
Oh, so shiny, and I so want it as a card holder, as a card protector.
What a card protector that would be. As our local contender, Mr. Ling, is being interviewed by Greg. Greg goes all in, our presenter and anchor for many of our events here. And of course, the other contender, Akshay Nasa, who has been an absolute beast at the poker table, if I may say so, came in with the chip lead, had a bit of a roller coaster ride, got it all in, and effectively what ended up being a flip in terms of equity, being the nut flush, and ended up taking the chip lead, eventually became heads up as the chip leader. Here we go. No deal, I believe, which means we're playing for it all.
I think going back to our little contrast earlier, we were talking about the office. Now we have the boss versus one of the workers.
The boss, that extremely suggestive t-shirt that Akshay Nasa is wearing, perhaps will become his lucky shirt. He is looking to make his all-time highest tournament score of 145,000 USD. Big, big money in India or anywhere else in the world, as is his contender, Din Duc Ling. He is the second of 3 Vietnamese finalists, and he is now heads up. He has about 55,000 in live tournament winnings. He's about to multi-fold that irrespective, 90,000 guaranteed, 145,000 to play for. Does have 2 titles, including an APT title at the APT Hanoi, won the Mystery Bounty Hunter. That was for $20,000. How about having $90,000 locked up already?
Whew, that sounds a bit sweet to me, and definitely enough bankroll to play the next event on July 21st in Da Nang, Vietnam. A short. How far away is that from Hanoi?
I believe it's a little bit far. You would need a flight, but there are a lot of direct flights from all over the world. That's the one I'm looking forward to. Da Nang in July, as you said, and of course, after we move on from the summer series of the APT, the big one, APT in Incheon, Korea at the end of August. So make sure you join us at those. But for now, thank you so much for joining us as we close out what has been an epic main event. 4 days of incredible poker being wrapped up here. Akshay Nasa looking to close it out. Does have the chip lead. Has a lot of experience going into this heads-up portion. Let's see what he does with it.
Well, I look forward to this heads-up battle because for the moment, I can't quite read what Link's strategy will be heads up, because he was only chip leader for a very short period of time, for maybe a level and a half, and during that short period of time he was very aggressive. He was very much taking a lot of the spots. So, but I can't quite gauge it because I haven't seen enough of him being the boss at the table, whereas NASA just sits down and with a t-shirt that says boss. So let's see how it plays out, eh?
That's right, less of a mystery when it comes to Akshay. However, Ling has had many tricks up his sleeves, starting from when he was one of the shortest stacks with, I believe, 8 or maybe 7 players left. Here he is with 58 bigs, and this is a very deep heads up, by the way. Once again, a testament to the beautiful tournament structure we play at the APT in the main event and many of the side events as well. This means it's a real battle, and I must say, when you're deep heads up, the more heads-up experience you have, the more you've studied the game, the more edge you have, for obvious reasons, perhaps. So I suspect Akshay would have studied heads-up a lot. You don't win a lot of online tournaments and live tournaments without doing so.
I think heads-up really magnifies the amount of studying that you've done, because you're not picking up much dead money. There are no multi-way lucky draw, you know, like taking a punt. You know, it's man versus man. You know, it really shows your true color here.
And how's this for true color? It's a king high. I was going to call it a float, but honestly, heads up, king high is going to be good a lot of the time. It's simply a call. Of Queen of Spades on the turn makes the board a lot more spicier. Plenty of draws just came in with that queen. Ling, on the other hand, was bluffing with the best hand, as it turns out. Would be a chop, most likely. Does he want to
now
continue?
Nasser picks up a flush draw.
Sometimes the first hand of heads up is so important to set the momentum. Perhaps that's what's going through Ling's head. Does he want to give this one up? Signal to Akshay that he can be run over a little bit. Does he want to fight and take the first one down? Even out those chip stacks, really prove that he has a chance in this heads-up battle.
So king high is good most of the time here, with the check on the turn.
Chop it up.
Both sides are playing. Yes, playing a very conservative, low variance first hand, which I hope it doesn't set the tone for the rest of the heads-up match.
Yeah, we might be here for a while, if that is the case. I want to see that shot with the trophy in the foreground, out of focus, and Akshay in the background. I'd love to see it.
I'm sure you want to see him holding up the trophy even more.
Well, I am unbiased, certainly rooting for both players equally, but it would be cool if that magnificent trophy found its way home to India in general at some point, and I go to some poker event and just see it sitting there. There's that shot I love.
I'm catching your bluff here. You are definitely biased for sure. Not in any way bad, you know. He's not out of menace. It's just, it's natural that, you know, someone you hang out with and you are familiar with, and you want him to win. It's normal.
Yeah, and frankly, I've never really hung out with Akshay, to be honest. Just very familiar with him. He is well known in the Indian poker scene, and I think anything great for Indian poker, I will always be biased towards. And Akshay winning the main event, he has won APT events before, including in 2019, but in the new era, at these stakes, all-time highest score, I know this would be front page of Indian poker news websites. Absolutely amazing for poker in India, so certainly maybe subconsciously rooting for that, but what I'm always rooting for, and I mean this seriously, is good poker. And as somebody who plays a lot of heads up, I love the heads up portion of the game. I would love to see some spicy action.
Did, when India won its first bracelet, did it get up to national newspaper? Was it covered by Hindu Times or anything like that?
Let me get back to that in a moment, because our man Ling has just flopped the nuts. Jack 10, Queen 9-8, the dream flop, and his opponent does have now a double gutter of sorts, a 7 or a 10.
Oof. Did you say this heads-up match is going to last a long time?
Well, if a 7 comes out on the river, it might not. Decent sized bet here. Akshay has way too much equity to consider folding. Turns out it's only 3%, drawing dead to a chop of 3 10s. Unsurprisingly makes the call. Interesting river. Backdoor flush comes in, and actually Ling traps a perfectly timed check. Jack high for Akshay. Has to decide what Ling was betting out on the turn with, and would quickly check on the river. It works. Ling perfectly induces, a bet from Akshay. It's going to be a big one. 1.1 million.
That's a very good check on the river by Ling.
Doesn't really matter what Ling does next. The flat call or a raise will have the same outcome in this hand, but I am curious how worried he is about the flush. Actually shakes his head. Perhaps think he might be behind.
I think there's a lot of merit for calling, because you get to see your opponent's cards as well.
And we are dead even in chips. How about that? 70 big blinds apiece, 12 million in chips. They have split up all the buy-ins, all the starting stacks, and divided them straight down the middle, and are now battling it out for the trophy and the extra $55,000. What an event.
Amazing scenes. Second hand in, and then two reasonably set up hands in the first two hands. Let's hope there are more interesting hands coming up.
Looking back at the chat, we did lose Takumasa, who was the last player eliminated. Went out in third. $64,000 was his prize. Nice run, says Steven. Great job, Takumasa, says Be Nasty. What an amazing job he did of laddering up, and was so close to almost ending up heads up with that big hand between the two players still around. Congrats.
Like I said
GG.
before the break, you know, I had massive respect for the young man. You know, he was playing exactly how he should be playing at whatever stack size he was at. You know, choosing the right combos, playing his range. You know, just pretty impeccable, I would say.
Masterclass. Some people don't understand my love for heads up, but this is what it's all about. 6-3 versus King 8. 6-3 bets out with the gut shot. King 8, very likely to continue with the King High. Very often going to be the best
massive.
hand.
Huge overfolding if he folds here.
Great call. Off to the turn, 10 of clubs. Some extra equity for playing with the gut shot. Nasa still with the 6 high. He has been checking fairly quickly when he has showdown value, when we were still 5-handed, 6-handed. Does he have some moves up his sleeve? He does not want to simply go to showdown with the King High. Bets out. Love to see it. The King High was more like a float than it was a call thinking he had the best hand. Turns it into a bluff and bets big enough such that Akshay surely has to fold here. Very interesting. Showing some moves there, Steven. And has now taken the chip lead.
Well, I haven't changed my mind yet because he's only been 3 hands. But Ling has definitely got game. You know, he's here to play. He's here to win the trophy. And I think about the fact that they didn't chop up, ICM chopped the prize pool, you know, shows that they wanted to win the whole thing. Both of them thought they had reasonable chance of taking it down.
Din took Ling, showing how to do it. Climbed his way down from the bottom stacks all the way to the top. Did get the opportunity to double up when he had ace queen suited against one of the most aggressive players at the table, Sang, fellow Vietnamese player. Has really never looked back since. Was all smiles in many situations where a lot of us might be robotic or appropriately poker-faced. But clearly has shown that all of that doesn't make a difference when you have really good play.
Exactly. And some very good cards along the way too.
Oh my word.
Flop comes 9-8-4. Ling has the straight flush draw, which is...
Open-ended straight flush draw is basically like flopping a set. And makes the flush.
And then, and then a flush. Wow.
P Nasty asking if they finalized the deal. No deal, actually. Playing it out like a boss. Like the boss that's on Akshay's shirt. $55,000 heads up you're looking at. This is no joke. These guys are bringing their best, and Ling so far has had the best of it. Has overcome the chip deficit and now has a small lead. These guys are very, very deep though, and chip leads and heads up only start mattering maybe when you get to the 2-to-1 range. Until the 2-to-1 range, if you're all in, you flip the chip lead.
You know, with the stack size this deep, an hour long level, we're talking equivalent to maybe about 20-minute level heads up online. There's a very slow play here. Long match ahead.
Perhaps appropriately so. I mean, it's all to play for. 55,000 USD. That beautiful golden trophy you see in the shot. And of course, the glory of being the main event winner here at Hanoi of the APT main event.
Sometimes when the stacks are so deep heads up, players will suggest to, make the clock a little bit faster, like make it half an hour level. How do you feel about that?
So it's actually something I spoke to some of our tournament organizers right outside during the break. What's very interesting is if the players were to strike a deal, we would have reduced the clock by half.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Also, if the players so desire, they can actually demand that we change the clock to make it faster. It is something we would accommodate. That's just the nature of the APT, to be player friendly if it's within reason. But perhaps not something the players would want if they think they have an edge over each other. Unless they have some flight to catch, I don't see why they wouldn't want to make the most of our beautiful structure. At the same time, it's not really something they might have thought about.
Well, after they struggle through 2 levels, 2 hours later, they might be begging for the levels to be reduced.
Are you sure you're not projecting there, Stephen?
I am definitely projecting, for sure. It is a very tiring, maybe even better word, exercise. Playing heads up live at our levels, at, over 50 big blinds. It's very tiring. There's so much to think about. There's so many lines. There's so many options you can take. So many bet sizing. It's just not easy.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I told you I play a lot of heads up, sit and goes, which is sort of similar to what these guys are doing right now, except they have a big blind ante, so that does change a lot of things. However, playing live is a very different ballgame. And even I would tire of playing heads up for as long as you said, simply because, hey, you have to wait in between each hand to be dealt out. The dealer, of course, doing her absolute best to keep things moving along, which is why we're getting action at the pace that we are. But then when a hand does get dealt, you have to focus a lot. As you said, there's nowhere to hide. Constantly making a decision at every point. There is simply no rest apart from when you're waiting for the next hand to be dealt. And every decision has so much influence. Any game tree decision can just lead to you winning or losing $55,000. Stress is insane.
Heads up as well. I said earlier, just now, your bet sizing becomes so crucial. How you choose the right size, and it's not something an average tournament player needs to consider as heavily during multi-handed play.
Precisely.
You open 2.2, you open 2 big blinds. Usually, and then you see the flop, you bet the third. It's all pretty standard. Whereas on heads up, the varieties are endless.
There's another element to it as well that maybe I can add, considering how much heads up I play. One,
go on.
When you're playing ring, very often you're opening when you do have it. And in general, the way your body works, your adrenaline, your cortisol levels, they're much higher when you're bluffing than if you have it. You're more relaxed. And cortisol, or stress, said a different way, starts adding up. And in heads up, you rarely have it. In this case, of course, Akshay has managed to have it, bings the king, and has a straight draw to boot, effectively free-rolling this hand. But yeah, in heads up, you're just bluffing so much more often.
And you can see even Ling, the usual kind of relaxed and smiley face, is now kind of stern.
Yeah, I mean, the final table was surely the biggest spot of his life to begin with, but now that he's just within reach, has the chip lead, in fact, at this main event, raises it up with the straight draw, is drawing dead to a chop, doesn't know it, of course. Akshay has a hand that simply cannot even consider folding, and I think some chips might be flowing Akshay's way depending on what comes out on the river here. Love to see
Is
it
there
though.
any merit? Is there any merit of going on top over that right now for NASA?
Not at all. You definitely want to keep all your opponent's bluffs in the mix. Obviously, your opponent technically could have 7-6 on the off chance that is the case. Perhaps all the chips are going to go in anyway, or you're going to take a bad beat anyway. Meanwhile, you want to keep your opponent's bluffs in the mix, all the hearts, all the combo draws possible. Ling really showing what he is capable of, making a big check raise on the turn. Very impressive stuff. Does not get rescued by the river. Now, does he have that barrel in him? Would be ill-advised as it happens. Akshay has top pair, and there is this sort of rule of thumb and heads up. When you're in doubt, when there's some draws possible, and you have top pair, you just call. If Ling finds the bluff, I expect Akshay will follow that rule.
It would be incredible for him to bluff this river, though.
Does have the 6, does work as a blocker. Could have played the same way with some sort of flop straight. He has 9-6 after all, could easily have 7-6. Thinking it all through, but the real question is, what is Akshay calling with on the turn? A lot of draws. Definitely possible.
With Ling having a 6 as well, he's blocking all the draws. So,
yeah, and the heart.
You know, he's then the heart as well. He's left with, good hands.
Akshay wants to see it. Gets the news that he knew he would get, considering the check on the river. Just decided that he couldn't really get value and would rather see the hand. But a big pot going the way of Akshay, and suddenly we're back to where we started this. 14 million or so for Akshay, 9.5 for Ling. Really love to see the aggression though from Ling. Did not pick the best spot perhaps, did have the blocker to the straight, having the heart, could go either way. But simply decided to make a stand. Did not work out this time, but aggression is definitely the name of the game, and heads up. It is going to serve you really well.
4 hands in, and every hand seems to be a bit of a setup for both players. They seem to be always getting a piece of the flop. Always playable. It makes it very entertaining for us to commentate.
Yeah, we thank the poker gods for ensuring that to be the case, and hope it sustains.
Here we go, King High versus Ace High. Another playable hand.
In case anybody isn't too familiar with heads-up opening ranges, I think opening 85 to 90% of hands on the button is fairly standard. People even go higher than that. So any king is definitely going to be good enough. And that's once again because not only are you going to be in position for the rest of the hand, there's a big blind ante. Getting a fold is a great result. Check, check, and I think Akshay knows he has likely the best hand here. Checks again. Does not fire out what one might call a protection bet of sorts, would rather induce some sort of a bluff.
He's trying to get a tell from Ling. Staring at him intently. Oh, and he finds a fold.
Wow. I am very surprised by that fold. That's a lot of credit being extended to Ling. That delayed continuation bet really does its job. I think Akshay perhaps just looking for better spots, or did find a tell that would happen to be wrong in this case. Maybe use some sort of live read to make that decision. Pretty surprising.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty tight folder. Ace High is, on a paired up board. That means your opponent has far less chance of hitting a pair because the board is paired up. And Ace High is actually pretty good there.
Especially after the flop goes check, check, yeah.
I think Ling would have bet all the queens and all the jacks on that flop.
Camera wobbled there as the jib shot, I suppose the crane that is, got moved. So we zoom in to the wide shot of these players here. Get to see the setting, the venue, Perhaps the atmosphere as well. Things get tense in this heads-up portion. I did step out during the break, as I said. And actually, the biggest rail is our magnificent production and operations staff. They've made this whole event possible. Their day 4 main event. They're seeing how this plays out.
So how big is each floor of the Grand Loyal?
Nothing too massive. I think if I was to guess, there's probably 15 to 20 poker tables in there. Plus, of course, our feature table, slightly elevated, slightly more special than the remaining tables on the second floor where we are here. Third floor is simply all tables and also a feature table, not one that is capable of streaming. But again, reserved for final tables. I saw the super high roller happening yesterday. But overall, excuse me, the atmosphere is really good simply because the Grand Vista Hotel is an excellent hotel. A lot of players, a lot of production people staying in this hotel. The convenience of just walking down into the poker room, walking back up, getting some room service, waking up, going to the swimming pool floor, going to the breakfast floor, showing up to poker. You get spoiled a little bit Vegas-like, except it's in Hanoi. What could be better than that?
Where everything is 10 times cheaper.
Indeed. Listen, I went to Taipei, as you know, and the CTP is an amazing poker venue, I believe now called the Asian Poker Arena. But we had to walk 10 whole minutes there, Stephen. I mean, come on.
Talking about being spoiled. No, I quite enjoyed the little walk. You know, I wouldn't go play any event where I live maybe more than 10 minutes walking distance away, because I find myself, if I'm too far from the venue, then I always end up registering for the next event, and then my bankroll just can't handle that. So if I have somewhere I can go back to,
that's
and
interesting.
just have take a little break, yeah, it's a way of regulating my degenerate instinct.
You know, you raise a great point about how so much of poker, and you know, I worked in finance for a long time. People always ask me about investing or sometimes trading. There are some golden rules you can follow. I mean, honestly, when it comes to investing, Warren Buffett is telling you those rules in every interview he's done for the past 40 years, you know. But it's all about hacking your own brain, right? It's all about finding things that work for you. And I call it hacking because your brain often wants to do something that is not good for it, not good for you, is unintuitive. After all, otherwise everybody else would do it. And so when you find a hack like that, don't undervalue it. Don't think it's something esoteric. Really make it work for you.
Oh, I do. And I you know, one thing that I tell my, people that, choose to listen to me, I say, poker really should express your personalities and your characters. If you're naturally quite an aggressive person, don't pretend to be timid. Just be yourself. Like, act like your personality, because you can't lie for long enough. Especially in MTT, 4 days of pretending to be something else is very difficult. So there are many different strategies of achieving the same aim. And if you are naturally a passive person, maximize that passivity and make it work for you. And I think that's very, very important. Let your true self shine through. I think that's the key to become a successful poker player.
Love that. Probably true to anything, in fact, as a lot of poker's lessons are. Probably applies to most careers.
Are we fantasizing a glorifying poker? I think a little too, maybe.
Always. Why else would we be here glorifying poker in Asia? Look at that trophy. What else would glorify poker than a giant golden lion? That's one you want to bring home, put on the mantelpiece, invite your friends over.
For the viewers at home, the actual trophy is actually very, very heavy. I don't know what they put in there, maybe sand, maybe rocks, but they've made it very heavy for sure.
Pure gold. Just kidding. It's plated with gold though. 24 karat gold plated. Blinds have gone up. 100K, 200K. We've hit that massive blind level. 200K. These players have 50 bigs and 60 bigs respectively. We did see an interesting hand, by the way, where Ling actually bet out with third pair to the board, and Akshay called it off with king high on the river. So very interesting. Folds the ace high on the turn, calls the king high on the river. Very, very curious about the dynamics that are building here.
Nasser manages to flop bottom pair here, which is already very strong. Having a pair heads up is strong. We can't emphasize that enough.
That's right. Hard to make a pair, as they say. Well, it's actually exactly 50% likelihood to make a pair. That's how hard it is. By the river, though, on the flop, that means you're about 30%. And another raise, a check raise from Ling with the king six of diamonds, all kinds of backdoors possible. He's picked a good spot in this case with Nasa having only bottom pair, but that seven of clubs is a tempting card, surely. All kinds of backdoor club draws and straight draws possible for Akshay as well, but we have been noticing Akshay tending to avoid the marginal situations when it comes to Ling. And a stare down and a smile from Ling, you love to see it. Gets the fold, well done, sir. Love that close-up shot.
He's definitely the baby face smiling assassin here. Ling, you know, might look friendly, but you know, he means business.
Business indeed. Dead even stacks once more at the new blind level. Talk about a dead heat. These guys are just battling it out with every hand. For our entertainment, it's starting to seem like. And of course, for that little $55,000 they'll put in their pockets, but man, it has been entertaining. Way more than I expected so far.
Another domination hand. Queen 9 from Ling. And then it's going to be a race. And 9-5 off. Likely to be a defend. Because, you know, we're playing pretty deep.
Not only are we deep, but that big blind ante, I mean, there's just too much to fight for. And the pot odds you get from effectively a minish open is just, they're too good.
You know, I was saying earlier, there are so many different sizing for heads-up situations, especially when you're deep. And, you know, I'm hoping to see Ling and NASA to utilize some of that. You know, you can raise 3x, 3.5x. Is actually not bad with the ante in play.
Yeah, it's actually a route that I see fewer and fewer players taking in terms of actually bumping up the raise sizing. And funnily enough, as I said, I play sit and goes, and you see a lot of amateurs mixing it up with sizing, and it's actually super beneficial to do that. Makes people behave differently, especially in terms of pre-flop 3-bets. You find people get loosen up and they commit in spots that they shouldn't. By the way, Akshay takes a stab at it, and my, oh my, are we going to see a queen high call here? It is the perfect board to consider calling it off queen high. After all, king highs and ace highs would take showdown value. There you go, calls it off, and what a confidence booster this is going to be. Takes a look at the board. No pair, yeah? Queen high.
No pair? Queen high is good. Wow, he has got game. You know, he is really here to take that trophy home.
I feel like you trapped Akshay with those two checks on the flop. And the turn. It's like that was his plan all along. Takes the chip lead, 62 bigs.
Wow, that was a trap. He's a far more advanced player than me. I actually bought Doug Polk's heads-up training kit, like coaching all the videos, and I've had it for 3 years. I could only watch maybe 3/4 of it. I still haven't finished it. Like by the end, there was so many hands, and then I was just going, oh, I can't get myself to finish it.
Some of these poker coaching and training videos, man, the business model is like the gym. They know you're not going to use it. Just buy it.
I think the slight difference is, you know, the gym has a physical capacity where it will fill up, whereas, you know, they make the video and there's no marginal cost. You know, like selling one extra is the same as selling 10 is exactly the same as selling one.
True, true, true. gyms, of course, notoriously sell memberships in such a way, like a bank almost. If everybody showed up, they wouldn't be able to support it. But they just know everybody won't show up.
Exactly that, yes. Most people don't. They rather go down the pub, have a beer. So bottom pair is good here. And then we get a check.
Did get some value again, by the way. Akshay playing very light, except in the spots where Ling decides to really go for it. Of course, Ling calling Akshay super light as well, that queen high call. But has worked out for him so far, so perhaps he is just adjusting to Akshay perfectly. Akshay, of course, super aggressive. Ling not giving him too many opportunities to really play back, to check raise, instead just calling him down with relatively weaker holdings. And then even extracting some value with these pairs that he's been hitting. Has been running well, no doubt, in these marginal spots where he hits pairs, but maximizing the value.
Wow, a rare fold.
10-3 is certainly one that can go into that 10% fold range. So, Stephen, what do you think is the ugliest pre-flop hand in poker?
In poker in general, like 6-max or heads up?
Oh, if there's a difference, sure. Let's hear it for both. I mean, it's not 7 deuce because 7 deuce is so popular, you know. Like, almost nobody says 7 deuce.
I actually really hate 2 gappers because they look, you know, something that you can do. So something like, you know, 7-4 off. I just, or no, maybe even bigger, like something like Queen 8.
Queen 8? You go as high as Queen 8?
9.
Wow.
Yeah, Queen 9 I don't like very much either. Queen 8 or Queen 9, I just find them difficult. You know, it's almost too difficult to give up, yet it's just so unplayable.
Stephen, I mean, Ling just made like 3 million chips with Queen 9. Come on.
Yeah, no.
Cannot hate on that hand.
Well, that's why I'm here, and they are where they are.
Well, decent hands going into this flop. Comes 10-7-3. Ling has the pocket sixes and an easy hand to continue. Does have those backdoors as well, the hard straight draws. And of course the pair is pretty strong, heads up. Only one thing to do here, but Ling seems to be considering multiple options.
It's definitely a bet. It's definitely a call, sorry. That's what I meant. Racing would be overplaying a little bit, I think.
I think that's exactly what he's done. Man, this guy really picks his spots perfectly. What timing. Did have the slight misstep when he 3-bet with the 9-6 on the 5-4-3 king. Faced the resistance, gave up, but he's like a boxer. You take jabs, you face resistance, maybe you stop for a moment, then you take jabs again. Converts his best hand into a bluff, but times it perfectly. 2 overs cannot continue, denies a lot of equity. Really well played. Bit risky, I have to say. Certainly the high variance approach. Could have run into a strong hand there. But in terms of momentum,
but once again,
yeah, sorry,
once again, you know, he's someone. Sorry, once again, is someone who hasn't really had the opportunity to play heads up or final table in any major event. You know, he's feeling like, I'm taking a punt. You know, it's now or never. Let's try it.
Absolutely. When in doubt, raise is the old adage. Heads up is certainly a time to implement that.
Ooh, this could get a little bit ugly.
Both players have a piece this time. Check behind for pot control. Monotone board. And how about a 5 on the turn? To have your opponent drawing near dead. Akshay finds another check. A well-timed one. And a weird trap
nice
by
trap.
Ling.
Nice trap.
Very rare to see people trap trips on the monotone board. A good way of ensuring you get that extra piece of value in case your opponent did not have something. As it happens, Akshay would have called any turn bet. He does have top pair on that board. Ling looks away for a moment, deciding whether to call or raise, I suppose. But with the 8 of diamonds, Might end up not raising this, considering the monotone board. 1 million, a
He's
small
racing
raise.
to a million. Just a gentle click.
This is sus. 600k more, 2 million, amazing pot odds. Akshay needs to take a moment here. Queen Jack, he asks. Certainly could be possible. Frankly, it looks more like a gut shot, and he does pay it off. I'm pretty confused why.
Yep. Yeah. Trips.
I think taking a breather would have served Akshay well. As I was saying earlier, a common rule in heads up is to just say, well, I have top pair. They can be bluffing. I call. Okay, fair enough. But look at your opponent, look at the board, and look at the raise size. Not very bluff-like. He did not even have a good kicker to go with his top pair. The check on the turn. Once again, what a weird exploitative play. That actually ended up serving Ling really well, getting him that extra value on the river.
I think most coaches will be, advising against checking that trips on the turn, but, it's worked for him.
Yeah, it's a little bit FPS, as they say. Fancy play syndrome, usually to be avoided. But here he is on the biggest poker spot of his career so far, making it work for him.
And we're back at the stage where it was three-handed, where he had his kings stacked off. So 74 big blinds versus 38 big blinds. That's exactly how it was before that fateful hand.
And one thing we should point out from that hand, by the way, a trap from Akshay that did not work out, limps the button. Starting to add limping to his strategy here, and it's a good idea to start out when you do have a good hand, and so far it's working out really well for him. Top pair versus middle pair. Let me just pause on what I was saying as we see how this plays out. There's certainly going to be action on this hand.
Top pair, top kicker versus middle pair, backdoor flush draw.
Oh, come on. Playing good and running good. Deadly combo as always.
Did you say something about you not biased? You're not rooting for
Oh no,
India?
it's not because of rooting, it's just the momentum that Ling has had behind him, and then he just bings the jack after the trap by Akshay. And by the way, Akshay has found the check on the turn, perhaps losing the minimum. A huge bet here, 1.5 into 1.2, an amazing polarized bet. Of course, with the 4 coming in, a lot of draws have come in with the jack and the 4. But Akshay has been prone to calling things off, and this might be one of those instances where he might think he is forced to call off. The beauty of the polarized bet is naked jacks no longer in the likely range of Ling.
This hand needs a long think. It's definitely not a easy fold here.
And I don't know, we have been guesstimating Ling's heads-up experience, but this overbet makes me question things. Actually pays it off.
Ooh.
Is going to be crippled, and Ling has absolutely decimated his opponent in that hand. The 2 pair on the turn. Check, check, it went on the turn, and Ling decided, you don't get to check behind and make me miss out on my value. Here's an overbet, gets paid off, and now has over a 2.5 to 1 chip lead. We are talking about some serious momentum here for Ling. He might be ready to close this one out.
He's playing well, he's running well. What else can you ask for in a heads-up match?
Well, anybody can run well, right? But playing well, that's the censure. Very impressive stuff. And perhaps on the related note...
Viewers, sorry, go on. You go first.
Oh, sorry about that, Stephen. I was just about to say, perhaps on a related note of Ling running well, playing well, etc. What I was saying before that hand started, which did end up in fireworks, was that we are forgetting that Ling actually was on the verge of essentially winning the tournament with that massive Kings versus Ace-9 of Spades hand. After losing it, getting fairly crippled in his chip stack, he did not let it get to him. We must commend him on his emotional regulation, since did take that hit on the chin, had a well-balanced approach coming into heads up and has made it work for him. I mean, super impressive on that end as well.
Well, just I was going to say, reminding the viewers that that's a checkpoint in every heads-up match, which is when the chip leader has a 3-1 chip lead. That means any all-in will make it into even stacks. So when you get to 3-1, it's impossible for you to be any worse than evens. So Ling is slowly getting there. You know, get up to 3-1, and you know you can all in, and the worst that could happen is even stacks.
Precisely,
and that's a beautiful place to be.
All he needs to do is steal one more round of blinds, and that's exactly where he will be. Yeah, you raise a great point. Again, as somebody who plays a lot, I'm very mindful of that checkpoint, simply because 2-1 chip lead sometimes feels like you have to call off pretty light. But let's not forget that you would reverse the scenario. You would now be down 2-1 if you lose. 3-1, very different ball game, and that actually affects play on both ends. You know that as the person going all in, you're very likely to get called if the person has over a 3-1 chip lead, because they know they won't lose the chip lead.
To me, that's like the most important checkpoint in a heads-up match. You know, once I get to 3-1, I know I can. I feel safe. I feel comfortable.
True, true. I do think there's one more checkpoint. We might not be here anytime soon, but we are approaching there. That's perhaps not a precise checkpoint, but when stacks or effective stack, at least one of them, gets down to the 15-ish big blind range, where a lot of experienced players have certain push-fold charts memorized. The GTO pushing range, again, not always memorized for when there's a big blind ante at play, but the top tournament players will certainly do that. So in big blind ante heads up, when you're down to about 20 big blinds, you can start shoving any king, obviously any ace, and so on. And I think that's another stage of the game where suddenly there's all this GTO pushing, and things end up all in pretty quickly. And now, with Akshay down to 29 bigs, 30 now, we are getting close to that area.
And guess who's just picked up ace-king off?
The man, the soon-to-be legend, not so much a myth as much as a happy-go-lucky poker player, it seems like, Mr. Dinh Duc Linh.
The Vietnam moneymaker.
How about trips, though, to counteract some of the momentum that Ling had been rocking over the past half an hour or so. And Akshay donks. Great strategy to do so with trips heads up. Quick call from the ace-king. Ace or king would be disaster. And there's precisely the king. I might have manifested that one, but what a great spot for Akshay. This is exactly why you donk as well. You can just build the pot on your own terms. Takes a pause, wants to be able to represent clubs here. Perhaps a queen. Wants to make sure if Ling, excuse me, had a queen, still continues in the hand. Not only is the
Are we too deep to stack off here? Like, is there any way he can build up a pot big enough to? Ooh. Okay, now he can stack off the river now.
Yeah, 2.4 million in the middle, 5.2 million behind. Ling only called, of course, on the flop, on the turn.
Okay.
So yeah, too deep to stack off. Jack of clubs on the river, not the best card for Akshay. Completes the flush. Will certainly bring up some demons in the mind of Ling when it comes to paying off the river bet that Akshay is likely to make. But after all, Ling has top pair, top kicker.
There's no folding. Top kicker is 0 folding now.
Ling's not going to be happy about it. Knows there's a huge chance that he is now beaten by a flush, if not the 5. The problem is, he's actually beating some value bets. Kings might value bet as well. Perhaps not as big, but you simply cannot fold. This would be a soul read if he can find the fold.
So one of those expressions that we haven't seen for a while. Ling being a little bit playful, you know, wiggling his head.
If Ling folds this, Akshay needs to look around and see if he has a box of Oreos that are giving off some tells. I mean, this would be insane. credit where credit is
Check
due.
the
Ling is
check the
thinking about it.
RFID scanner. Check the RFID scanner to see whether they've been hacked.
Truly. Does make the call. The crying call, but a call nonetheless. He knew. When somebody donks and heads up on paired boards, by the way, it is usually bluffs balanced by actually having the goods. And it doesn't help that the jack of clubs came on the river. But unfortunately, you have top pair, top kicker. We talked about that somewhat unfortunately played out rule today about having top pair and just making the call. Has not worked out for either player so far, but the chip stack suddenly taking a swing towards Akshay, who was down to 29 bigs, now back up to 46. Nowhere close to that almost 3-1 lead that we were just discussing. These guys are not going to make it easy, and the poker gods have something else in mind.
The battle continues. Flop comes Queen 8-3 with 2 diamonds. 9 high takes a stab, but he's running into a flush draw. Ling decides to raise and gets a very snap fold. Pretty standard here. By the way, for the football-loving, soccer-loving fans, viewers, we are approaching the 88th minute in the FA Cup final. The current score is Manchester City 2, Manchester United 1. So that battle is coming to an end, whereas the battle we are watching here all the way from Hanoi is a long way to go. 7 deuce, heads up. You have to fold.
Never lose. 7 deuce.
Wow.
Maybe not heads up.
Actually, 7 deuce heads up is still 7 high. It's better than 6 high.
Yeah, what do you think is worse, 7 deuce or 3 deuce? Real question and hold him.
Well, heads up, I think 3 deuce is worse. You have 7 high. Oh, of course, you're not comparing hand versus hand, right? You're comparing against a range. I still prefer 7 high than a 3 high. Heads up.
Definitely. Can definitely win at 7 high. Once in a while and heads up.
But 3 high is unlikely. No, NASA picks up a suited ace.
I do want to point
Flop
out
comes trips.
The huge raise size, by the way, picked by Ling there, 700k, and NASA calls it with the ace-4 suited. Slightly erratic behavior by Ling on the big blind to the limp. Understandable given the king. Effectively a trap by NASA, and how this has worked out for Ling. Trips on the flop.
Oh, such a funny game, poker.
It's actually a raise size I use myself when somebody limps. You want to make it something more than 3x because after all, you're giving good odds for people to continue. 3.5x usually is the right price to try and get folds, but because you're usually trying to get folds, you don't mix in hands like King 7 in that range. You want to have stronger hands or weaker hands. But what do I know? What about when you flop trips on the flop and your opponent continues?
So when you were talking about raising 3.5, but it's not a big blind ante game, right? When it's a big blind ante game, you got to raise even bigger because otherwise
Precisely.
you're pricing your opponent in, right?
Precisely. But it's particularly the hand choice that is interesting, right? A king is pretty good heads up, but king 7 is pretty ugly to maneuver post-flop, unless, of course, you flop trips. He did play fancy once again on the turn, did not continue. And this is once again very interesting. Akshay, if I may say so, has been prone to making pretty big calls pretty easily against Ling. This could easily look like something like a King, Queen, 2 Broadway cards. Let's it go this time, has learned his lesson.
Going back to the question that we were asked yesterday in the comments, you know, someone was asking whether it's more important to hero fold or to hero call. So I suppose this spot wasn't really a hero fold. It was okay. Standard-ish fold with the ace high there.
Yeah, this was like, I think the options go hero call versus fold, which was this, or the opposite, call versus hero fold, Those are the really marginal decisions. I think in this case, folding was the right way to go, of course. Not just because we could see the cards, just because big bet on the river. If it's a marginal decision, maybe you want to lean towards preserving chips, trying to get into a better spot.
We're about, how long are we into the heads-up match? We're into the heads-up match for about an hour and a half, 2 hours? No, an hour. About an hour, right? How long have we been here?
I think you're exposing how long it has felt for you, perhaps. But I would say, yeah, about an hour.
About an hour. One level, right?
Well, we see so many hands.
We're halfway through. Yeah, we've seen so many hands. It's true. I'm losing track. Last 2 out of 581 players. These 2 are the chosen ones.
Akshay talking to one of his fellow Indian poker pros. I will probably not reveal some of the exchanges that are occurring. Let's just say Akshay is understandably frustrated with how a few hands have gone. Akshay is limping pretty much every ace, by the way, on the button.
I'm sure the conversation is very gentlemanly.
Something he keeps hitting.
Okay. Well, let's see whether he something keeps hitting. Nope, he doesn't hit this time.
Those of you in chat sticking around, firstly, thank you so much for having the interest and the love for the game, for being here. Perhaps you're supporting Akshay, perhaps you're supporting Ling. Do let us know who you're supporting, any stories about them if you're familiar with them. As much as I'm familiar with Akshay from the Indian poker circuit, I don't know much about him. Anybody who knows NASA really well? Any Vietnamese folk watching? Let us know. If you're friends with Ling, know anything about his play, that would be interesting information for us. And of course, while you're here, drop a like. The last time Stephen asked you very nicely. We got a few of you to do us a huge favor. We're up to 30 likes, but that's very low compared to how many of you are watching. Takes a second. Really appreciate it. We will, of course, be bringing you coverage tomorrow as well off the high roller. But overall, it just helps us promote this stream and other streams and the channel. Grow poker in Asia.
Oh, here we go. He's hitting again.
Something.
something indeed. Okay, Manchester City has just won the FA Cup, beating Man United by 2 goals to 1. Another step towards the treble. Back to the hand. NASA's picked up a gut shot, well, a 5. So it's got a little bit of equity, still 16%. But wow, checking that top pair.
Ling makes his
bloody hell.
Classic check with the monster on the turn. Loves those effective traps And once again, it is a situation where the trap might be effective, which is to say that NASA has a hand that does have some value, does have some call down value when he is bet. Wow, he checks behind with the king. This hurts to watch. Too many demons to be afraid of.
You have to wonder whether he was checking to, because he was afraid, or he was checking to trap. You have to ask yourself that. Because he checked that river. How could you check that river?
I think I don't need to ask myself that. It seems like he was afraid. He played it sort of like a ring game, if I can try to get inside his head, because the turn did complete the most obvious straight draw, and then after that the river paired one of the flop cards. But this is not a ring game, this is heads up. With NASA showing down that he had ace high on the flop, maybe Ling will learn his lesson and realize that calling ranges are a lot wider than they are multi-way.
Oh, absolutely. Madness. Madness indeed.
Well, somebody else is hitting now. Trips for Akshay.
If someone wrote a poker drama with hands like this, hitting trips every hand, everyone would think it's fake. It's all made up.
Go Nicholas.
It's true. It's really happening.
Go Nicholas in chat clearly agrees with you, yeah? How many times are they going to flop trips?
Yeah.
Look at this. Akshay gets the playback that he wanted. Made a small bet. Works. Ling turning his 7 high into a check raise bluff. And does spike a pair. Might be what he needs to actually slow down here.
But it's of no help, right?
It's of no help, of course. He is drawing dead.
Yeah.
Could decide that his pair might be good. Stop bluffing at the pot. Chosen the time bank. Did eye his chips immediately. Could want to deny equity from the most likely continuing range on a board like this, which would be some sort of a draw. Clubs, of course. Perhaps even straight draws might continue. And a huge bet.
I'm loving Ling right now, by the way. He's got heart. He's really going for it.
Absolutely. I am loving Ling's aggression myself. It is certainly the path to glory. Is not working out in this hand and is likely not going to work out no matter what happens next. Akshay with the top set. There is only one thing to do here, and that is to trap your opponent. Akshay has had a rough go of it, but hopefully does not get carried away. He knows what to do. String his opponent along. A 4 would be disaster. Barring that, Ling has enough showdown value to once again perhaps slow down. Jack is pretty much a brick on the river, considering it's of diamonds. How does Ling want to approach this? Doesn't make too much sense to be betting bottom pair on the river. But even if he finds the check... Oh my word. Slightly block-ish sizing 1/3 pot if and when he receives, well, I say if, I should say when he receives the bad news in the form of a raise from Akshay. How might he interpret this? Seems like he has convinced himself that Akshay does not or cannot have a 9. Perhaps he thinks he can get a 5 to fold.
Wow, what if NASA goes on top and put a raise in? He will think his 4 is a bluff catcher.
Precisely, and this is the must-raise scenario.
Madness. That would be pure madness.
By the way, with the strength being displayed by Ling, at least in terms of his bets, NASA knows there's a strong chance his opponent has a 9 and is going to want to put him to the test for a lot of chips. 3 X's. By the way, this bet is designed to make even weak nines insta-call. Quick fold from Ling, at least managed to get away fairly easily from that. Going to be disappointed. And how about that pickup from Akshay? Back up to 9.6 million. We've almost reversed the stacks that we came into heads up with, but Akshay had been leading fairly consistently. Bit of a comeback story here from him with that extremely fascinating hand.
Wow, that was pretty amazing. And all these trips hitting both players and each time getting paid. How does that work?
How's that, chat? For all of you sticking around, all 200 of you. Hopefully fans of Heads Up Poker. That's about as interesting as it gets, at least for the likes of me. Bottom pair just bets out into top trips. 3 streets. And considering the way things have gone, Stephen, you will be happy to know that my 4th coffee of the day has reached the commentary booth. I am prepared for whatever happens next.
Well, I think whatever happens next, either one winning the trophy will be a worthy winner, judging by what we've seen so far in the heads-up match.
Could not agree more. What a show they've put on.
Ling has really surprised me. I really didn't think he would play the way he has. And obviously he's hit some good cards, but at the same time he's really putting NASA to the test.
Could not agree more. And as much as Ling has hit some good cards, actually he's been fairly unlucky in spots where he's decided to ramp up the aggression. NASA just seems to have it. But aggression is just to be commended. We don't need to get too technical, about whether he's picking the right hands to bluff with. The fact that he's bluffing, the fact that he's multi-street barreling, the fact that he's just going for it, just goes to show he's not here by accident. And as you said, I could not have put it better. No matter who wins that beautiful trophy, would be deserving.
King, Queen, 4. 2 hearts. Jack high takes a stab. And smooth call.
Okay.
I think the
Here's what I'm
fold
rooting.
button has gone.
Yeah, sorry, I was just expressing a desire for a low card to hit the river, for Akshay to bluff at it, and for Ling to now have a jack high hero call. Instead, he turns his hand into a bluff. Can we have a jack high hero call for the chop from Akshay? Come on, Akshay, one time. Not his style. Not his style.
Probably a little bit too out of line with the jack high there to call.
I'd think about it. On a king, queen, king board, ace high probably not bluffing the river. I'd think about it for sure. This is heads up, Stephen. Street poker.
Yes. As I told you earlier, I have not completed the duck poke heads up coaching videos. So
oh, you missed the
maybe
last
I'm
chapter.
missing
It
the
said
chapters.
Jack Deuce, the Jack Deuce chapter, right at the end. I think perhaps. I was trying to listen into the table chatter. Not sure if you guys in chat could hear as well. Did not catch most of it, but if I was to read the dynamic a little bit, surely an hour plus into this heads-up battle with the wild swings that have taken place, the fatigue must be getting to the players. 4 days of poker, super stressful final table, and now an hour plus of having to pay attention to every hand, battling it out, making out-of-line raises and calls can get to anyone.
and you know the trophy is just within arm's reach. It's just right there in front of you. You don't want to let yourself down.
That's a great point. It's going to be on stream. You're going to have to look back at it for years to come. If the poker gods decide something, that's fair enough. But you do not want it to be a misstep. You want to give it your best at every moment. And there's that smile, by the way, from Ling. Contemplating a queen high airball call here with some backdoors, and does make the call, the old smiling call. This is the new stop and go. The smile and call.
Oh, that was wonderful. That little cheeky smile. Call with queen high. It's good.
NASA probably not sure what to make of all the live tells that Ling has been giving off, not just right now, but from the start of the final table. So he's well balanced, rendering those tells useless. NASA does have ace-jack and certainly has picked up on some weakness, has converted his ace-high into a bluff. And surely this has to work.
And it's a good bluff, because there's a little bit of equity, there's a bit of a gut shot there as well. It's a good spot to bluff.
Steven, if Ling takes off his glasses, puts them back on, and makes the call with queen high here, I swear to God, I'm going to lose it.
Operator, be aware. Be aware.
He's like a
He's
tell
gonna throw his
machine.
coffee around. And he folds. And he folds.
And we're getting back up to that even in chips territory. I wouldn't say back to square one. We've had a lot of entertaining poker. The blinds are up. 15 minutes to the end of the level. The next level, 125K, 250K. Things are going to get down to the wire. But for now, these guys have had a wild ride. Akshay went all the way down to being almost to a 3-to-1 chip deficit. Climbed his way back up to being almost even in chips again. What a story this is turning out to be.
Without being too result-oriented, you know, I do think NASA has a bit of an edge over Ling. You know, he seems a bit more experienced. He seems to pick his spots a bit better. Of course, you can avoid your opponent hitting trips, etc., etc. You know, that's unavoidable. But no, NASA seems quite steady, whereas Ling seems to let the losses get to him a little bit. But maybe that's the way he is. Maybe he just expresses his expressions, you know, really outwardly. But, you know, he seems to be rattled slightly.
Yeah, some of the plays have been a bit erratic from a fundamental or a theory perspective, just in terms of the timing of when he chooses to do them, perhaps the hand selection, and that bottom pair fours versus the trip nines comes to mind. A lot of players would actually slow down after having caught the bottom pair. You know, good rule in poker is to not bet when you can't get worse hands to call. But at the same time, he was not too rattled by the biggest swing he had in the tournament, which was the kings versus ace-9. So I'd give him a lot of credit there. Heads up is, of course, a different beast. You're just playing for that trophy, as you said, Steven. It's right there. It's within reach. It's only human to get a little bit rattled. And Akshay has just too much experience to let himself not be emotionally super regulated. Perhaps that's all it comes down to, experience.
Oh, the 4 makes it interesting. You know, if a 3 comes on the river, that'll be fireworks.
Once again, a slight shift in playing style. A full pot bet with the ace-jack of clubs. I don't know if this is him being rattled, wanting to end the hand, just wanting to take some of the momentum away from Akshay. But he's picked his spot well. He would be denying Akshay a fair amount of equity if this gets through as a bluff. Akshay, staring him down, is not convinced. Does let it go. Once again, perhaps deciding to wait for a better spot. And it's not an easy fold there, by the way. Ace-high is going to be good a lot of the times. Ling's bet looking a lot like some sort of a bluff with a lot of outs, combo draws, etc. But Akshay deciding that he's found certain weaknesses in Ling's game. And this is not one of them.
And I think I would add, being unconvinced is not a sufficient condition for a call.
That's a great point.
Just because you're unconvinced doesn't mean you have to call. It happens a lot. It happens a lot, especially heads up. There's so many spots you kind of go, oh, what could it be? What could it be?
Two big hands, by the way. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
And a limp. This is going to induce the most action. Perfect timing to limp. 500k being loaded up.
No, I must say, don't try this at home. Don't limp your ace-king suited on the button, please.
In fact, it's 600k more to call, and time for that limp re-raise. He just needs to...
the blinking of the eyes?
Yeah, this is, by the way, not to read into live tells too much, but this seems like very intentional blinking. He's sort of trying to pretend. I mean, much easier for us to say when we have a close-up camera at the booth pointed at him. He certainly doesn't know we're looking at him, but I know for a fact Akshay will be staring him down. 3 million, he says. A massive 3-bet. Little does he know, Akshay actually has a hand that has to at least consider continuing. But this is a huge, huge raise, demanding 25, more than that, excuse me. Yeah, almost exactly 25% of Akshay's remaining stack. Ace-10 suddenly looks much weaker when you have to put in 25% of your chips pre-flop with it.
Wow. What a fold. Show me. He said something offsuit. He said 7 deuce offsuit, I think.
Ling really denied himself the chance to play a huge pot with the best of it, with the sizing of that raise. Very common, of course, to go 3x with some sort of a raise. But to go from 800k, needing to call 600k more, to 3 million. A bit greedy, perhaps, trying to take down the pot with that little limp. Akshay manages to get away from him.
It absolutely worked for him.
Akshay, once again, to your point, relatively unfazed by the whole situation. Tried to extract some information. Ling insisting he had something he did not have. Akshay goes, yeah, sure, cool. Next hand. For any of you just joining us, I see viewers trickling in here and there. Firstly, I commend you for watching this amazing heads-up match at this hour, no matter where you are in the world. We are playing for $145,000 and that beautiful trophy on your screen. That's good for 3.4 billion Vietnamese dong, the local currency. Coming to you live from APT Hanoi, our summer 2023 series. Both these players guaranteed 90,000 USD already. They're playing for an extra 55. It's all at stake. No deals. Battling it out in the streets. What an amazing event. Interesting.
Oh. Wow, that was a bit of table talk there. If I'm not mistaken, I think they were saying, if you're not good, then you won't be here playing heads up.
Yeah, and I think right before that, Akshay, during the table talk, I suppose Ling must have used the word ISO, meaning isolate, but usually ISO is how poker players say it. And Akshay says, turns out you use words like ISO, maybe some other phrases as well. Yesterday you were pretending you don't know how to play. And I think Ling eventually copped to it and said, well, if I didn't know how to play, I could not be here. And true that, said Akshay.
Oh,
I think Akshay giving a
that
lot of
is
credit and
beautiful.
respect to Ling there.
So that's a lovely bit of dialogue. I'll have that on my poker drama script. So as I was telling you yesterday, I'm a massive fan of the Queen's Gambit, and I'm hoping that will be the equivalent of that for poker. So I'm actually developing with a script writer a script to be made into a movie about about a poker player. So stay tuned. It will come to a theater near you in maybe 2025. You will take a bit of time to prepare, but it's going to be a good one.
That sounds amazing. Would do wonders for the industry, and ever since Rounders, we've just been starved for the next good poker movie that actually captures the times. Rounders, of course, still an absolute classic in the poker world, but very much off its time. We need
I
an
think
updated
the
version.
closest, I think that the closest that came to it was Molly's Game.
Certainly captured the cash game, LA World, and what these private games can be like, and perhaps even the sort of uglier side of the industry as a game runner, etc. Also based on a true story, so was very likely to capture what it's really like. But it was made by Aaron Sorkin, if I remember correctly, who adds his certain splash of panache to whatever he makes. Took away the realism a little bit for me. Good movie,
Oh,
though.
really? Wow. I was just about to say Aaron Sorkin cannot, put a foot wrong.
Oh, he cannot. He certainly cannot when it comes to all the amazing fiction he's written. But when he was capturing poker, it's one of those things where, have you ever heard of this term called? I believe it's called Gelman amnesia or something like that, which just means that if you read a newspaper and you're reading about, I don't know, geopolitical things in the Middle East and you know nothing about that, you take it as its word and you're like, yeah, that sounds good, that's interesting.
Oh, I see. Yes, of course.
And then you see something about, let's say, poker. In my case, I know a little bit about finance, and you're like, well, this is like a 4 on 10 at best in terms of accuracy and fidelity. And then you move on to the next thing, and it's like your local water crisis, and you're like, yeah, that sounds awful. This is probably accurate. It's one of those instances. Aaron Sorkin can not do anything wrong in my book. But then when he comes to poker, I can point out the things that he might be doing wrong. But when he goes back to writing,
what you mean.
yeah, and when he goes back to writing The West Wing or whatever he does next, I'll be like, yeah, that sounds. This newsroom looks entirely accurate.
Whereas I'm kind of the opposite. I thought The West Wing was less than accurate. It's perhaps because I had my fair share of exposure in the political world.
Very interesting. Yeah, there we go. That's the Gelman amnesia. What an interesting board to be checked down, by the way. Everybody had huge pieces of it. 8-6, v Jack 5, flush draw for Ling on the turn. Check mark now for Akshay. Going for a sick value bet here. I love it. This is one of those spots that separates the best from the rest. Thinking back to when Ling called him super light with the queen high, other hands as well. Akshay knows when his 6 is good, he's going to go for that thin value. Works a little bit as a blocker as well. Does get the value.
Actually, I would do the same. I'll actually do the same. It wasn't actually that exploitative. It's actually it's reasonably standard to take a stab there against any player.
Fair enough, gets the value he was looking for. Announces to his rail the hand that he just won. I'm sure there are some swaps going on within the Indian poker community. Perhaps just support as well. Could be.
Aces. The Rockets are taking off from NASA. Houston, Houston, we don't have a problem. I see blood. I smell blood. Smooth call that. Flop comes king high. Here we go. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh in such a sinister way. It's always good to see an action flop. A monotone
right.
board, king 8-6.
Oh my word.
Oh my god.
The aces have
Oh,
officially...
look at him, look at him, look at him. Look at this man.
What a spot, by the way, for Akshay to have found the check in position. The monotone board, not much to worry about heads up. Akshay just did it for some sort of pot control and deception. And as it happens, it might help him save some chips.
That's craziness. How many times are we going to see trips in this heads-up match? Oh, okay, that's going to save everyone, actually. I think NASA will be able to find a fold here. On a one-card flush board and a paired board, pairing the king as well.
What a great value bet
no.
by Ling. Gets paid off. Sees the bad news.
Not good.
No
good.
flush,
My ace is
I
not
win,
good.
says Ling.
No flush, I win. Wow, that's very optimistic. How about the 7-9? Oh no, he blocks a 7.
This one I can translate fairly easily. Says he busted my aces, and if I'd bet the flop, I would have busted. He's probably right. That flop, check.
Wow, now Ling is having a really healthy chip lead now. He's gone over the 3-1 mark, the checkpoint we were talking about earlier. So just let me recap that. You know, if the chip leader in a heads-up match has a 3-1 or more chip lead, that means no amount of all-in will change the chip leading situation. So for example, right now, if they put all the chips in the middle, the best NASA could do is to be on equal terms with Ling. So it's a very important checkpoint for any heads-up match. When you find yourself 3-1 in the chip lead, you feel comfortable, you feel safe. $18 million versus 5.3 million. 21 big blinds left for NASA.
One full level
cards are
to go till the
yes,
break, by the way.
The cards are not going his way. One more level to go? Okay, cool.
We just got a blind increase. Lines are now 125, 250. The chat acknowledging the action killer. That was the fourth club on the river there. Did end up getting some action, still laying with that value bet. I guess it was a blocker that got paid off. Akshay just realized he could not fold given the pot odds. P Nasty says, I don't think Ling's lifestyles are going to help anymore. Ling keeps changing up his game. I do agree with you, P Nasty. However, it is impossible to have this many lifestyles and dodge an astute person observing them. Perhaps Steven, myself, and Akshay are not astute enough.
I'm offended.
I guess what I'm trying to say is no human can subconsciously balance their lifestyles. Lifestyles are lifestyles for a reason.
Yes.
Not everybody's licking Oreos, but if you're smiling in certain spots and squinting in others, chances are you'll be over smiling and under squinting.
Wow, you just made 2 new poker terms there.
Under squinting.
Over smiling.
Minimum squint frequency.
It's turning into a dirty conversation, I'm sure.
Well, it is 11:30 p.m. here on, if I am not mistaken, a Saturday night, although I'm losing count. It's only fair.
Well, it is Sunday morning, Hong Kong time, 12:30 midnight.
Sunday morning, 12:30 Hong Kong. If I remember Hong Kong correctly, is like the kickoff of half the good parties in town.
Well, I'm afraid since COVID, it hasn't been as much.
All in, says Akshay. Let me think, says Ling. Would be out of line to call this off. Akshay finds the jam though. Good spot. Punishes limp. Last time around, Ling had ace king suited. Mercifully, I mean to say, for Akshay. Queen 6 off this time. Okay, fold it. No need to waste time.
Next time, next time.
Next time, he says.
Next hand, next hand. Next time, next time.
Seems like there's a Vietnamese rail that I maybe had missed when I was out on the break. 71 bigs to 21 bigs. Akshay is on the ropes here. And as I was saying earlier, that 20 big blind range is when the all-in or fold starts, especially with the big blind ante in play. Akshay living up to my premonition, jamming with the king 8 there. Gives the wink, is smiling.
Oh, something about wanting to have a cigarette, perhaps?
Actually, I don't think so. I did miss what he was saying, something about how he was in the chip lead at some point, but I'll tell you what, he is laughing and smiling, talking to his rail. Not as tense as Ling, certainly. One of the situations where it's like, been there, done that, and also as a true professional, not letting the moment, the money, the venue, really get to him. Certainly not the cameras. Doing his best, playing his best. Very impressive stuff.
He seems like a really chill guy, actually, NASA. You know, he's just taking it a hand at a time, you know. Doesn't feel like he's got any kind of money pressure there. Obviously, he wants a trophy, but, you know, he's not too worried about the price jump. You know, coming second or first, money-wise, seems not to be too bothering for him.
Well, he has around $400,000 in live tournament earnings coming into this event. That is certainly going to be bumped up by about 20% no matter what. Guaranteed 90,000. 145 would be great as well, of course. It's a crusher on the online felts also. Has kings and hits a beautiful flop. Checks to trap.
By the way, he just flat called the pre-flop race.
There hasn't been too much 3-betting pre-flop, and I think doing so with kings would have revealed his hand too much. Small bet from Ling. And now NASA's going to be tempted to not let the small bet stand. Nope. Board is pretty dry, fairly low. Perfectly calls the king, then keeps the 2% equity hand in the mix. Not anymore. Check mark for kings. But the ace on the turn. And Ling comes out firing. Good thing NASA has the King of Hearts. It's going to give him extra comfort to continue in this hand. Probably would have anyway. Kings is just too strong. But now there's simply no reason to try and raise. Certainly want to keep your opponent's bluffs in, and more importantly, you want to keep your opponent's smaller flush draws in. Very important concept sometimes people miss. PLO players tend to get it. You want your opponent to hit the flush when you have the higher flush draw.
Probably the nut draw in PLO, not just higher. Higher is not enough. The 3 doesn't really change much, to be honest. Yeah,
Ling gives
check,
up.
check. Sweet. Pocket kings.
What do you have? Pocket pair? Pocket pair?
Just to update on the stack distribution, it's no longer 3-1 chip lead. You know, so when there's a double up on Natsa's part, he will be the new chip leader. So he's he's winded back the chip leading situation. It's no longer a 3-1 chip lead from Ling.
Actually limps the button
King
with an
Jack
ace.
4.
He's been limping the button a lot with aces. Really seems to value his
He's
post
limping.
flop.
He's limping the button a lot, actually. I would say.
Yeah, I
Generally
think
trying
he
to.
recognizes he has a post flop edge.
Yes.
Around the stack depth that Akshay has right now, the 20-something stack depth in big blinds. You also want to limp to discourage your opponent to jam, not give them the right odds to 3-bet jam, ensuring that you go to the flop.
All right, raise it up. I must say, before the heads-up match started, I didn't expect the run of play to be this way.
Absolutely. I'd agree with you. We were very deep. I expected a battle. But the kind of battle this has been fascinating.
What do you think about this hand on the one hand on the shoulder gesture? Are you a fan of that?
Well, the very first live tournament, I made the final table and eventually ended up heads up, and I don't know what came over me. That's the posture my body assumed. So I cannot judge it, even though I do think out of context it looks a little bit awkward. What an action flop here, by the way. Flush draw versus open ender.
Is Ling going to go out of line? Nope, he's just going to call. Turn comes a king, king of spade. He's not helping it. He's not helping either of the players. Not really helping the board either, to be honest. River comes a 10, 10 of diamonds. Ling is going to bluff. Yes, he is going to bluff. Jack high. He's not going to be able to call off that.
And the needle. The needle by Ling. This is some 12 a.m. poker back and forth. Ling says, please call. Akshay says, what do you have? Ling, instead of deciding to make up a value hand, says he had 3 deuce offsuit. Akshay says, then why do you want me to call? Nothing deconstructs a joke than answering sincerely. Well, if you had 3 deuce, why do you want me to call? Do you want to lose? Ling decides he can't.
Brilliant.
Ling decides he can't hit the ball back after that question. Quiets up.
It's like that BBC program. Have you seen that program called Goodness Gracious Me?
Love Goodness Gracious Me. I'm Indian, of course I've seen
Okay.
Goodness Gracious Me.
Well, I don't want to be stereotyping anyone, but it was the spot was very much like a check, please, check, please,
Check please, that check please guy.
Check,
Yeah. Well, funnily
Well,
enough,
I think
most Indians have not seen
Go on.
it because it was very, it was a British show at a time that a lot of British shows were not exported out to places such as India. And I am always hunting for someone who has seen Goodness Gracious Me. In fact, I've probably said check please a few times in my life to very blank, confused faces. So you have no idea how much I appreciate the reference, Stephen. Really looking forward to that
I'm
beer
not
now.
At the table.
We're going to have
I'm
some.
not at the table,
Of course.
I've got
of
a
course.
feeling we should be doing an entertainment podcast rather than a poker podcast.
Hey, that's an idea.
Well, you have my WhatsApp number.
I remember I had a friend who, in fact, went on to live in Hong Kong, where I did visit him. He used to live in the UK, and he visited us in India in the early 2000s. I was but a youngling in my teens. And he brought with him 2 DVDs and said these were the funniest things he'd ever seen. One of them
Let me guess
was-
them. Let me guess.
Go for it.
Let
Well,
me
one of
guess.
them you know, considering the story. The other one you can
Oh,
guess.
goodness gracious me. The other one would be Little Britain.
Actually, no. Although I have seen Little Britain, the sketch show. It was the original Office.
Oh,
And
that's brilliant.
the teenage Indian not used to British dry humor in me thought it was the stupidest, most boring thing I've ever seen. All in on a call here.
How wrong are you? Ooh.
2 aces. As I said, at the 20 big blind level, aces go in. Very likely to be a chop here, but this could be it.
Ace 3 of clubs for Dinduk, ace 5 offsuit for NASA. Let's see the flop.
This could be it. If a 3 or a bunch of clubs come out, NASA could be in trouble.
4, Queen 10, 2 hearts. 4
And
of
Queen
hearts,
4.
Queen of spades. 10
Indians
of hearts.
calling for a deuce, NASA calling for a heart. That would actually tilt the chop in his direction.
Turn card, please.
Still very likely to be a chop.
Turn cards, the King of clubs.
King of clubs all
NASA
but locks
is
it
over
up
the 3.
unless we hit a 5 on the river.
Or a
And the river card.
Or a 3, of course, or a deuce.
You say 7. It's gonna be split
Chop
pot.
it up.
Chop, chop. Sure did wake up not only the players but the rest of the room, though. Certainly woke me up in the booth. Not that I need it. Still caffeine in my system.
I'm keeping you entertained.
And of course, Stephen, keeping me entertained. And of course, the poker.
And you didn't get the original Office. That's unbelievable. That was the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, I was too young.
For me,
Appreciate it
being
now.
a slightly older man, when the Office came out, I was actually working in an office.
Oh, it
And
must have been
that's
incredible.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And then I find myself, am I being Jim here? Am I flirting with the receptionist a little bit too much? I just like, oh God. So well written. Ricky Gervais, comedy genius. You can't beat
Absolutely.
him.
Cannot agree more.
Did you watch Afterlife?
Yeah, loved it. Loved it. Very different show, of course. Not really the comedy genius on display, more so the TV show genius that he's now become. What did you think of it?
Very sad, and my wife and I, we don't have any children, so we always feel like we are relying on each other, till deaths
Wow.
death to, you know, they just watching that show just made me feel like, you know, very sad generally.
Very interesting. Must have been super resonant.
Well, we're not that old yet, and she doesn't have cancer. But apart from all that, you know, it just makes it does make you think. You know, having just two people relying on each other, and you know, if one of them goes, you know, is there an after life?
Yeah, and I think it just reflected where he is in his life as well, just like The Office did, you know?
Yeah.
I love creators who put themselves into their work like that.
And then Extras was excellent as well. Extras was really, really good. And the way he could get all the celebrities to do all those really crazy, crazy plots.
Yeah, I
You know,
loved it.
he must have been a very good pitch, a very good salesman.
In case anybody hasn't seen any of the shows we're talking about, I think they all come highly recommended, including, and especially, goodness gracious me, an oldie but goldie. I think some of those guys went on to win like OBEs and stuff. I mean, I had no idea. I
Of
thought they were
course.
like some ragtag Indian sketch comedy team, just putting a show on TV. They're now like British comedy
no.
royalty.
No, you don't get to go on the BBC without a certain, you know, network and recognition. The
I
BBC
thought
doesn't
diversity
put on
higher,
shows.
maybe.
Ah, stop it. Pure merit. You know, he was excellent. It wasn't a positive discrimination. It wasn't some kind of affirmative action. Affirmative action is more American than British.
That's
I have
true.
To say.
Britain and of course Hong Kong as well, like really great melting pots.
Yeah. Well, Hong Kong doesn't really have a. Well, no, I'm going to shut myself up before I complete that sentence. But Hong Kong is a very money-driven place, so you can social climb quite easily. That's not like a class system like the UK, or maybe in India. You know, if you have money, then you move up. As simple as that.
Interesting. I mean, I lived in America for a long time, so as a rule, that is true in America. As a religion, maybe. Definitely understand where you're coming from there.
Whereas I think in Britain, you can never really be an upper class person. It doesn't matter how much money you have.
You can't buy class.
You're kind of born.
what
Yeah,
they
you're
say.
kind of born upper class. Yeah.
Action card, by the way, on this turn. The only card that induces a lot of action. Pair for Ling. Open ender for Akshay. Ling bets it out of position. Akshay cannot be going anywhere with this much equity. Could decide to raise it up as well. There's a lot of hands that would call a raise perhaps on this turn, then fold the river. Akshay decides to go conservative, doesn't have too many chips to work with.
Yeah, I was going to say stack size is a massive consideration here. Racing means an inevitable stack off on the river. Not really that great of a strategy, I'm afraid. Go on, bluff him. Go on.
More people in chat than when we started Heads Up, by the way, Stephen. Really cool to see.
Good. Well, I haven't written it down, but I think 260 viewers we had a few minutes ago. I think that's the later it gets, the more viewers we get, which is good.
Nothing like capping off a night of drinking and partying with an amazing stream of Heads Up Poker.
Listening to men wittering on about old English comedies. Yes.
That sounds like its own version of ASMR to me. I'm not sure what the problem is there. 500, asks Ling with the intention of flicking in the chips. And there we go.
Ah, that's just it.
So yet another bluff catch, a successful one by Ling. Akshay now down to below 20 big blinds once more. 37 minutes left in the level. As soon as we hit that 20 big blind mark, we see a lot of jamming. P Nasty asks raise. I suppose you mean converting the 8 into a bluff, but didn't need to do that.
I don't think Ling does that very often. You know, he's quite a calling person. I wouldn't call him a calling station, but he tends to call rather than going for the high variance lines.
Yeah, against somebody as aggressive as Akshay. I think a calling person is the more appropriate term. Calling station usually has some negative connotation. Would be correct to call a lot against an aggressive opponent. Tries to trap once more with the ace-queen. Worked earlier with the ace-king suited. Akshay does not take the bait this time with the 10-5 off. Check, check on the flop. Ace-queen still the best hand. Akshay is not taking stabs at it. I think he's been a bit burnt on the last hand. Not one hand is connecting, says Akshay.
Wow,
It's
here's
true.
some home truth. You know, they just don't connect when you heads up. It's just one of those things.
Akshay whittled down to 17 big blinds. Ling sitting on 75. The ugly Jack 5. Akshay limps. Ling looks like he has some plans. Mystery hand right now for Ling. Checks behind on the blind.
Sweat with Ling, I think is this segment is called.
Never mind, segment over.
Not involved.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, in terms of how things have gone over the past half hour or so, Ling has the best hand.
That sounded a little bit bitter, there, young man.
Not at all. I'm not sure why you're reading into this, Steve. I am. Trust me, I've commentated over a lot of tournaments at this point, and the only thing that will keep me interested is funky action, good hands, good plays. For all I know, this tournament is already over outside. Maybe that's some bitterness coming through. It may or may not be. I'm always rooting for the underdog. I think Ling was the clear underdog coming into this, simply because, well, his tournament results seem to suggest he has lesser experience than Akshay Nasa, who I'm familiar with over the past 4 or 5 years. He did have the slight chip deficit as well. He has turned things around masterfully, and Akshay now the underdog.
Okay, so if he puts in a race, it could be a jam ace-king. So let's see how this plays out.
Ling has been limping good hands. Does he limp the 5-3 off? He does. Bad news for Akshay. Less in the pot for him to go after with a jam. Jams anyway. Could use the momentum shift.
Well, we welcome 272 viewers. And please do us a favor by hitting the like and the subscribe button. It
Go
will
Nicholas.
really help us.
In the chat, Go Nicholas says balanced. Limps ace-king, limps 5-3 off. Agreed, Go Nicholas. Impressive to see as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think we can talk about balancing. Some of the time, I think limping 3-5 off isn't very good.
Hey, Steven, maybe Ling actually finished the duck bull course. Maybe that's what we forgot to take into account. Mengting in chat says, one more like for me. Thank you so much, Mengting. Much appreciated.
Merci. 谢谢你，谢谢你。你应该是台湾人啊。I think he's Taiwanese. By the way, my Mandarin is terrible.
I was about to ask, actually.
I can only say very few phrases properly. So that was one of those. 谢谢你，谢谢你。
I obviously have no opinion on the quality for Mandarin, but it took me a moment to just process the fact that you were speaking it at all to our Taiwanese friend in chat.
No giveaways from the live stream. Well, you know, I will relay this message to the boss.
Yeah, and to Natural 8, please. We have the best Natural 8 mods in chat sometimes. Not today, I'm afraid. Sorry about that, Go Nicholas. Gilbert, common presence in APT chats, asks, can you give more than one like? We wish, Gilbert, we wish.
No, don't give 2 likes. Giving 2 likes means unliking it.
That's
you
true.
only give odd likes. So 3 likes is okay, 5 likes is okay, but 2 likes and 4 likes, we don't like. Oh, I thought that was a power cut there. Yeah, judging by your experience this morning in Hanoi, when there was a bit of a power cut.
I believe the hotel here managed the citywide power cut really well. All in says Akshay with the 8-5 suited. And a decision here for Ling. King Jack off. Certainly on the margin. Count, he says. With an air about him.
Like a boss.
Like a boss. Stands up right in front of the shot like a boss too. Pacing around. Soaking up the moment perhaps. Akshay laughing, exuding confidence. Very interesting reverse tell.
Wow. This could be GG. This could be the final hand of the heads-up match.
All Ling needs to do is say call, and he will be 62% to win the APT Hanoi main event.
And I'm very, very glad that 280 viewers are sharing this experience with us.
Wow, how about Akshay telling Ling exactly how many big blinds it is? I am not sure how experienced Ling is with live tells, but whenever your opponent is reminding you how much you have to call and how big that number is, it's usually a sign they don't want you to.
Yeah, use them up. Go on. No good after this heads-up match.
Akshay would be shoving hands much weaker than King Jack off. Obviously, that is so clear with the 8-5 shove, but
All right, all in call.
Ling calls it off.
8-5 diamonds for NASA. Who's covered? Against King Jack offsuit for Din.
This could be it, Steven.
But NASA is covered.
NASA is well
We
covered,
will
in
see
fact.
the flop.
King Jack v 8-5 suited. A King or
Queen
Jack would just
3,
end it.
10 on the flop, 2 clubs.
Keeps it interesting for us. Open
Queen
ender
is
for the
still
King
ahead.
Jack to just end it. 8 or 5 still
Also has an open-ended straight draw.
would keep NASA alive.
off
Akshay
to the turn.
and the Indian rail shouting for a 5 or an 8.
Third card, 6 of clubs.
6 of clubs takes away many outs. 4 outs for Akshay. Ling can smell it. Is 1 card
And we
away
will
from
see
just
the river
wrapping it up.
card. Giving us a 4-up diamonds.
Not to be the Vietnamese rail.
And we have the champion of the main event. Round of applause, guys, for the runner-up NASA and the champion Duc Dinh.
You love to see it. Breathes a sigh of relief, takes the hugs from his friends. Go Vietnam. A local hero is born. What a game. Dinh Duc Ling. Love to see the hug between the runner-up Akshay Nasa, who just played a fantastic final table, showed us all how it's done, put on a masterclass, walks away, Akshay Nasa that is, with $90,000 for his efforts. But the champion, 3.4 billion VND, that's good for 145,000 US dollars, and that beautiful trophy right there in the frame. What an event, what a series, and what a wrap-up, what a heads-up battle. What a show, Stephen. Absolutely fantastic.
You know, he really surprised me by how much play and how much guts he had. You know, throughout the heads-up match, he was not afraid to call off some big bets, not afraid to bluff. You know, worthy winner indeed.
And not afraid to smile. His smile right now just reminds me of how chill he was at the early stages, some of the facial expressions that we constantly were calling live tells, but were amazingly fun to watch, and how things got slightly more intense as we reach heads up. Coming in, perhaps the underdog, not just in terms of the slight chip deficit, but in terms of perceived experience, but definitely did not let any of that get to him, did not let the moment get to him either, was actually all in to almost end the tournament against the person he finally beat out, Akshay Nasa, Pocket Kings versus Ace-9 suited. Ended up taking the loss, that spade on the turn, on the chin, keeping himself emotionally regulated, fighting back until he could just come to this heads up, put on this masterclass for a couple of hours, take down the title. Incredible performance, and what an incredible score. $55,000 in live tournament earnings so far. Now going to exceed $200,000, be one of the top tournament winners from Vietnam. As I said a moment ago, perhaps a local hero is born. Take a bow, sir. And we will be doing a presentation and winner ceremony. Do stay tuned. Greg will be presenting that amazing trophy. Stay with us. I'm Vidar Singhal, along with Stephen Lai. We will be right back.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Today is day 5 of APT Hanoi, which features the Superstar Challenge.
Hôm nay là sự kiện Superstar Challenge với mức buy-in là 150 triệu Việt Nam đồng và đây là sự kiện có mức buy-in lớn nhất của APT Hà Nội.
So today Ron and I are going to find out what makes these superstars just so super. If you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Superpower?
Yeah.
Probably invisibility.
Maybe invisible?
Because I'm a big, loud guy, and normally people can see me halfway across the room, so it'd be nice to just blend in once,
You can do some great stuff, man. Why not?
Ron, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
I want always look like 21 year old.
希望能看穿牌。
Change card airline. See other people's whole cards and stuff.
To see the cards.
See through the cards, see what they are. X-ray vision.
X-ray vision, yeah.
I myself would want Batman's superpowers. He has no superpowers. He just has money. With just 10 players left in the Superstar Challenge, it's time for the final table bubble. Need to find our queen or 10 to stay alive, and that means that we are down to our final table here of the Superstar Challenge. Heads up of the Superstar Challenge. 5 in the window, a set here. And the turn is going to seal the deal. Alan of Australia going to... Huge congratulations to Dick Lin of Vietnam for winning the main event trophy. Yes, big cheers, big cheers. Mr. Lim, I have to ask you, to what do you credit all of your success here at the main event?
Brother Rose. I want to thank you to my family and my friend here, my backer here. Today, we fight a good fight. My competitor is a really strong competitor. I really thanks APT for bringing us the festival. I am that right now. That's all.
Yeah, and you must be feeling a lot of things, but well said. Big thanks to the friends and family who've overwhelming support from the Vietnamese community here for Mr. Lin. Well, we're going to celebrate with some champagne now before I throw it back to the commentary booth. But one more time, everybody, to Mr. Dinh Dic Lin of Vietnam! How are you gonna carry this one? Well, carry from the base. Oh, you carry, you're gonna carry from the base. There you go. Oh, wow. Roar.
Beautiful moment there. Mr. Dinh Duc Linh wins it all. A deserving champion to say the least, and a local Vietnamese poker hero has been born. I love to see him sort of caught up in the moment, getting emotional, finding himself speechless, obviously thanking his family and friends, even backer, he said, and the local Vietnamese contingent, as well as thanking the APT for putting on the festival. Very, very classy of him. And I completely understand being caught up in the moment, the amount of focus, emotional regulation, and really irrationality it sometimes takes to make decisions for $55,000 in heads-up money, $145,000 in prize pool money. That's 3.4 billion of the local Vietnamese currency. Amazing performance, and of course GG to the second place finisher Akshay Nasa as well. $90,000 US is what he walks away with. Stephen, what a day it's been. What a final table, worthy of the APT main event, surely.
Really thoroughly enjoyed it. You know, notable mention would be the Japanese player who came third. Takumasa. He nursed a very short stack for a long time, slowly lathering up to come third, which is, an amazing bit of poker there. We saw some, really interesting play. It's a shame that the heads-up match became slightly one-sided by the end. But sometimes the luck of the cards, you cannot control that. And I have to say, Natsa played very well throughout the 2 days I watched him. But at the end, it was Lin who finally took the trophy home and kept it in Vietnam.
And what a trophy it is. Good to see him attempt to lift that beast, the Golden Lion, new era APT trophy. But I am sure it is going to find a nice little home in Hanoi here, the local Vietnamese hero taking it all the way. As you said, Nasa did a great job. Certainly not the last, I should say, we will be seeing from Akshay or from Ling at the APT. For now, there is more action to come, just not today. We are closing out the series and the streaming with the high roller tomorrow. We will be streaming it as we always do. Perhaps a different variation of the game, perhaps more serious poker to be played there, if I can use that term. Either way, I'm looking forward to it. Stephen, you will be there as well. But until then, make sure you join us tomorrow. Until then, we wish you good night. Thank you so much for staying with us, for joining us, for engaging with us in the chat. And otherwise, we will see you shortly. There are some highlights from the day to look forward to. Check those out. But we will see you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.
APT Hanoi, but our summer series is just getting started. If you want to
Excellent, thank you.
And Incheon, make sure you go to apt.poker for more information.
Whew, I caught to that.
It's been a joy.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Who applauded? Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I probably have to do a second take, so no need to applaud. APT, what did I say? Sang win! Takamasa! And representing South Korea as well, our 2 million, give it up for India's Akshay Nasa! EJ Jericho! That is your final 9 points. And that's a wrap on our main event here at APT Hanoi. But our summer series is just getting started. For more information to join us in Da Nang and Incheon, go to apt.poker. Until then, oh boy, it's been a joy. Thank you so much, Hanoi. Cheers. Why does this stop? Thank you very much.
All right, all in call. 8-5 diamonds for NASA. He's covered. Against King Jack offsuit for Dick. All right, NASA is covered. And we will see the flop. Queen 3-10 on the flop, 2 clubs. Queen is still ahead. Also has an open-ended straight draw. We're off to the turn. Turn card 6 of clubs. And we will see the river card. River has a 4-up diamonds. And we have the champion of the main event. Round of applause, guys, for the runner-up, NASA, and the champion, Duck Din.
The commentary booth. But one more time, everybody, to Mr. Din Dic Lin of Vietnam!
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.